Order. Daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition, the operative clause of which reads, "Therefore, we, the residents of Nova Scotia, call upon the Government of Nova Scotia to proclaim the Coastal Protection Act and complete the associated regulations to ensure consistent enforcement of the provisions set out in the Act." I have signed the petition as per the rules. It has 2,142 signatures.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. I recognize the honour. Okay, fair. Government notice of motions. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make a number of introductions.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the Speaker's gallery today, we have several recipients of the province's Low Carbon Communities Grant. I would ask that they please rise as I introduce them so that they may receive the warm welcome of the House. So from the Annapolis Valley Regional Centre for Education, Casey Conrad. From Halifax Regional Fire and Emergency, Philip Dugazit and Corey Beals. From Hope Blooms, Veronica Gutierrez. From the District 13 Recreation Planning Commission, Andy Thompson. From Tomorrow's Legends, Bill Kachafanis. From Cape Breton Regional Municipality, John Phelan. From the Climate Focus Society, Sean Kelly. From Sociable Media Inc., Maria McGowan. From Dalhousie University, Stephanie McPhee and Hassan Habib. From the Municipality of the County of Colchester, Joanna Burris. From the Union of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq, Washaweg Gugu. From Halifax Regional Water Commission, Kendra McKenzie. And from the Nova Scotia Community College, Janine Mead. And I would ask all members of this House to join me in giving our guests a warm welcome.
Well, welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotia communities are leaders in developing their local natural resources to cut their bills for power, heat, and transportation, and every year the Low Carbon Communities Program supports them with funding to get clean energy, low carbon projects up and running at the community level. And whereas this year, 27 clean energy projects are being funded by the Low Carbon Communities Program for projects ranging from clean energy feasibility studies, designs, strategies and planning, education, engagement, and other initiatives for clean energy solutions across Nova Scotia. And whereas the recipients of this funding represent communities around the province who are doing their part to bring green jobs to their areas through local and innovative climate change projects. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly recognize and appreciate the work that Nova Scotia communities are doing to boost the local green economy as they work towards a low-carbon future for our province. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of African Nova Scotian Affairs.
Madam Speaker, before I, read my government notice of motion, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a special honor for me to acknowledge the Black Ice Hockey and Sports Hall of Fame Society. The Black Ice Society is a Nova Scotia-based not-for-profit society that recognizes and showcases Black achievement in sport. Here today are its members: Dean Smith, Calvin Barton, and Kendrick Douglas. I ask them to rise and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome to the host of the people. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the Honourable Minister of African Nova Scotia Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas in 1895, the Colored Hockey League of the Maritimes was founded by African Nova Scotians, establishing the world's first all-black hockey league and providing athletes of African descent with a platform to showcase their skills, determination, and love for the game, despite the racism and exclusion they faced. And whereas these pioneering players were not only exceptional athletes, but visionaries who transformed the sport, introducing innovations like the slap shot and goaltender butterfly style, which shaped the game we know today. And whereas the legacy of the Colored Hockey League extends far beyond the rink as a story of resilience, strength, and excellence that continues to inspire generations of athletes and reminds us all of the power of breaking barriers. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature recognize the 130th anniversary of the Colored Hockey League of the Maritimes, honoring its profound impact on Canadian sports, history, and reaffirming our commitment to ensuring that the contributions of African Nova Scotians and people of African descent are never forgotten. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Madam Speaker, I missed tabling a document. I'm wondering, would it be possible to revert back so I could table a document?
Do we have unanimous consent to revert back? Please say aye. Perfect. Agreed. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to table a document in relation to my member statement today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The document is tabled. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance and Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act Respecting Certain Financial and Other Government Measures.
The Honourable... The Honourable Minister for Finance and Treasury Board begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Certain Financial and Other Government Measures.
Bill 68, an act respecting certain financial and other government measures.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill, table a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Nova Scotia Community Assembly. That's a really good idea.
The honourable member for Halifax Sable Island begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a Nova Scotia Community Assembly.
Bill 69, an act to establish a Nova Scotia Community Assembly.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Support Nova Scotian Businesses and Workers.
That's a good one. It's a good one.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2, begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Support Nova Scotia Businesses and Workers.
Bill 70, an act to support Nova Scotian businesses and workers.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Eliminate the Payment of Taxes on Tax. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce an act entitled An Act to Eliminate the Payment of Taxes on Tax.
Bill 71, an act to eliminate the payment of taxes on tax.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act Respecting Tax on Used Vehicles. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Used Vehicle Sales.
Bill 72, an act respecting used vehicles sales.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction before I begin my statement.
Please do.
In the gallery, I'm honored to introduce Mike Knowlton, Keith Gillis, and Henry Schmidt from Bike Truro. Joining them also today is my constituency community outreach coordinator, Mike McDonald. Mike, Keith, Henry, and Mike, I guess, I would ask that you please rise and accept the warm welcome from the members of the legislature.
Welcome, welcome. We hope you enjoy your time here. I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize and express my sincere gratitude to Bike Truro, a dedicated team of 4 volunteers who work tirelessly to maintain and groom the Rail Yard Mountain Bike Park at the southern end of Victoria Park. With more than 40 kilometers of trails, the Rail Yard offers some of the best and most accessible fat biking and mountain biking in Nova Scotia. These passionate local biking enthusiasts are on a mission to make Truro and its surroundings a premier fat bike and mountain bike destination. From advocating for improved trails to organizing the short track race series, their efforts ensure that the Rail Yard remains a year-round haven for cyclists of all skill levels. Their commitment and hard work make a lasting impact on our community, and I thank them for their dedication. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I want to take this time to recognize all the rabble-rousers and professional protesters and People with special interests like parents and senior citizens and teachers and doctors who are outside today to let us know about the special interests that they have. People who are interested in democracy. These are taken, I know this from the signs that I was reading. The freedom of the press, affordable energy, public consultation, labor rights for workers, climate justice. I just want to say that a couple of the signs that I read were very important, and I'd like to quote from them. If I need to table the photograph of them, I will. No consultation, no warning, no mandate. Now who's putting the no in Nova Scotia? That was one. That's my favorite. And another one says, my mom says we're all special, which is pretty great too. Madam Speaker, people are showing up today to let this government know that they want transparency and they want democracy in this province, and we are very grateful they're here.
So before I recognize the next member, you will have to table, not the signs, pictures tomorrow. You have tabled a teacup, so I don't put it past you. I recognize the honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure what the member meant by professional protesters, but I'll continue to read my member statement. Today, I rise to celebrate Ash Wednesday, a sacred day observed by many Christians as the beginning of Lent, a 6-week period of reflection, fasting, and prayer leading up to Easter. It is a time when Christians around the world gather in church services to receive ashes on their foreheads. These ashes, prepared from the burnt palm leaves of the previous year's Palm Sunday, are a powerful symbol rooted in biblical tradition and serve as a reminder of human morality, God's boundless love, and spiritual renewal. For many, this day marks the beginning of personal sacrifices, daily devotions, and acts of charity as we prepare for the joy of Easter. It is a time to contemplate our shared humanity, responsibilities to one another, and the values of humility, compassion, and forgiveness. Madam Speaker, as we recognize the importance of Ash Wednesday, let's take a moment to honor the diversity of faiths within Nova Scotia and the universal values they inspire. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to show my love for the folks who are using their voices loudly to fight for democracy, to fight for the interests that have special meaning to them. And I hope that folks in here would listen. I mean, it's very, very loud. They are speaking loud and clear. They have traveled from across the province to be seen and heard. This would be a great opportunity to have a conversation and consult folks. So we were out there talking to folks, and they talked about how these policies are so deranged that Joseph Howe is rolling in his grave. They also said that they liked their FOIPOPs frivolous and vexatious. They also liked their journalism honest and courageous. And Madam Speaker, if there is an opportunity, this is one right now, to speak to the people and listen to the Nova Scotians that are right out front our door.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I want to recognize an outstanding group of volunteers at the MacDonald Memorial Legion. It's a cornerstone of our community, and they host many events from Remembrance Day to New Year's levees to card games and darts, and the list goes on. In appreciation of their unwavering dedication, I was pleased to award the King Charles Limited Edition commemorative pins to volunteers who are always there to serve our community, especially annually on Canada Day for pancakes. The recipients include Kathy McCulloch, Jocelyn Field, Pam Blakey, Joanne Richardson, David Smith, Dave Corbin, Donnie Gabriel, Christine Gabriel, Keith Johnson, Mary Marriott, Larry Marriott, Haley Corbin, Ian Angus, President Claude Fraser, as well as former retired President Larry MacDonald. I ask the members of the House of Assembly to join me in thanking this group for their contributions. They've made a lasting impact, and I look forward to many more years of coming together to celebrate and supporting one another. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Trevor Perry on his municipal by-election win this past Saturday. This evening, Trevor will be sworn in as the newest councillor for the municipality and district of Yarmouth. The residents of District 7 had a difficult decision choosing between two very capable and respected candidates. As the resident of District 7 and the former councillor for the area, it's exciting to know we will continue to have a strong voice representing our area at the council table. The Perry family name resonates in our community. It's synonymous with hard work, dedication, and volunteerism. Trevor's father, Tom, a longtime resident of Chebogue area, passed away in December. Tom was a pillar in our community, attending or volunteering for numerous community events and organizations. I have no doubt Trevor will continue that legacy of strength and support. Although I can't attend this evening, I wish Trevor all the best and offer my full support as he starts this adventure. I look forward to working with Trevor and all of council to move the region forward. Congratulations, Councillor Perry.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's beautiful to hear the gorgeous sounds of democracy outside our windows today, I got to tell you. So I'm going to talk about another special interest group that's close to my heart. Speaker, I announced the unfortunate closure of the New Waterford Lions Club building with sadness. It is truly the end of an era and the ushering in of a new day. The Lions Club members are selling the building to the Souls Harbor Rescue Mission. Yes. Jules Gittins, the club's treasurer, who joined in 1974, said that with only 5 members in its current membership and difficulty attracting younger members, it has made it more sense to provide the building to a group that could put it to good use. The Lions Club members are not done. They plan to continue holding meetings and supporting the community. I thank them for their continuous community support, and I welcome Souls Harbor to New Waterford, where the need is tremendous because the poverty is high. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to recognize Josh Crawford. Josh is a dedicated funeral director and an esteemed pastor serving at TJ Tracy Cremation and Burial Specialist. He brings a wealth of experience to his dual roles, providing exceptional support to families during some of life's most challenging moments. As an ordained minister, Josh's deep connection to the Beachville community is evident through his active engagement and understanding of its diverse customs and culture. This involvement has endowed him with the unique ability to swiftly adapt his communication style to meet the varied needs of our clients, ensuring that each family receives personalized and compassionate care. Josh demonstrates an innate quality for empathetic interaction, patiently counseling families to help them navigate through their grief and make difficult emotional decisions. His commitment to guiding families with sensitivity and respect is an invaluable asset to the community he serves. I ask the members of the House of Assembly to join me in thanking Josh for his kindness and compassion that he provides to the community every day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a wonderful initiative in our community, the Kingston Legion's weekly Veterans Coffee. This gathering has quickly become a vital tradition, providing a welcoming space where veterans can come together, share stories, and support one another. The Kingston Legion Branch 98 has long been a cornerstone of the community, and this weekly event is yet another example of his dedication to those who have served our country. More than just a cup of coffee and fresh-baked goodies, these gatherings foster camaraderie, connection, and a sense of belonging for our veterans. At each meeting, the Legion tries to have a Legion service officer and representatives from the local MFRC in attendance to answer any questions about Veterans Affairs, issues, or programs for veterans. I attend as many of these as possible to hear concerns and needs of our local veterans and provide information about provincial initiatives. I want to commend the organizers, volunteers, and all those who attend for making this initiative a success. Their commitment ensures that our veterans are recognized, supported, and never forgotten. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the House to join me in thanking the Kingston Legion for their ongoing dedication to our veterans and for continuing to uphold the spirit of service and community in Kings West. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Speaker. It is with great sadness that I rise today to announce the sudden passing of my grandmother, Lori Ann Armstrong. My grandmother was a person who cultivated curiosity in politics. I went to many progressive conservative events with her, and I will always remember her profound commitment to political engagement. Her wise word has always stayed with me, and she often told me that she didn't care how I voted, as long as I voted. Lori Ann was deeply involved with politics, and she was overjoyed when I told her that I was running for this seat. I am proud to say that she got to see me take my seat in this House and represent the voices of my constituents. I often went with her for questions, and her passing leaves a gap in my life where I would have looked to her for experience and understanding. She was a woman with excellent wit and a great sense of humor, and she could keep up with my younger sister, who was the funniest person I know. She loved a good square, a cookie, or a cake, hot weather, and a good romance novel. In September, my grandmother lost her best friend, Linda, and I believe that she never quite recovered from the loss. She will be greatly missed by her four children, Leander, Andrew, Daniel, and Melissa, her 7 grandchildren, and many great-grandchildren. It would have meant so much to Lorianne to be acknowledged in this House, and therefore I ask the members of the House today to honor the legacy of Lorianne Armstrong and her commitment to Nova Scotia politics.
Let's have a... I'm sorry for your loss. Let's have a moment of silence in respect for your grandmother. You may be seated. I recognize the honourable member for Pictou West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a strong, successful business owner in Pictou West. Eva Sutherland opened a Head of Hair in Pictou 39 years ago and has expanded her hair salon to include skincare products, clothing, jewelry, and accessories. It was so successful that she opened a second boutique 5 years ago called the Seaside Treasure Trove, which she co-owns with her daughter, Kayla. Now, a Head of Hair and Seaside Treasure Trove have become a shopping destination. Eva has also started the Holiday Heartwarmers, a Seniors in Need program. She organizes and collects donations, creating Christmas gift bags to give to seniors who are living in our community. Thank you, Eva, for growing a successful business and your wonderful contributions to our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, as the great Whitney Houston sang, I believe the children are our future, and there is a veritable baby boom in Dartmouth North right now. So I want to take a moment to welcome a number of cute as a button humans to this world and to send congratulations to their amazing and presumably exhausted parents. In October, Gylie Johnson and Jamel welcomed Prince Mayer Johnson into the world. At the end of November, Florence Moon Babbage made her appearance and has joined her super cool parents, Lizzie and Jesse, in family life. In December, Beverly Neve Forsyth was born to Siobhan Wiggins and Walter Forsyth and is the apple of her sisters, Sage and Saoirse's eyes. And in December, Madeline Grace Gribben Mitchell was born to her proud parents, Claire Gribben and Matt Mitchell. And based on the strollers I see in the community on my walks, I think there are many more babies that have arrived recently. At this time of global uncertainty and unrest, these sweet beings have brought light and love into the world with them. Welcome, little ones. We are so glad you are here.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to give congratulations to a woman named Joanne Roberts. Last night I had the honor of attending a book signing as she launched a book that she's recently written entitled Storm the Ballot Box. And this book is an insider's guide to a voting revolution. Many may know Joanne as a former interim leader of the Green Party of Canada. She's also an award-winning journalist who is passionate about democracy, public broadcasting, and fighting climate change. She spent 20 years as a CBC radio host and covered more elections than one can count. She is former interim leader, as I mentioned, of the Green Party of Canada. And today I'd like to stand and congratulate Joanne Roberts and encourage everyone to get her book and read it and to encourage and strengthen democracy here in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to my place. We all have legions in our community that do wonderful work, not only to support veterans in our communities, but also hold a number of events. They act as places of gathering in good times and in tough times in communities. And I rise to my place to recognize the Ashby Legion in Sydney, a long history in our community of supporting veterans. It's one of the larger legions on the island. They do a lot in the community. They build scholarships for students, and in really times of need in our community, the facility, the Legion itself has become at times a home in some of our worst weather events. So I rise to my place to recognize the executive and the entire Legion community in Ashby for all that they do to support Sydney. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So, just before I recognize the next member, I just want to give everybody a little, just when I call the clerk up, it doesn't necessarily have to do with what you're talking about. I'm still learning my job, and so there's no need to pause. I'm not afraid of calling order, but it's just really just to get some advice sometimes. So I just want to put that out there so that way not everybody just pauses. All right, I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the Kin Club of Dartmouth and the positive contributions that they continue to make in our community of Dartmouth East. The Kin Club of Dartmouth continually fills up the local community fridge for those experiencing food insecurities. And one of the Kin Club's most recent activities was in February for Kin Kindness Month, where they sponsored free parking at the Dartmouth General Hospital for the entire day. It's heartening to see such a positive impact on the local community, and the Kin Club's dedication to spreading happiness is truly commendable. And Madam Speaker, their monthly community brunch at the East Dartmouth Community Centre is absolutely awesome. I ask the House to please join me in recognizing the Kin Club of Dartmouth for their ongoing efforts and positive impact on Dartmouth. Their commitment to making a difference in the community is truly inspiring, and I wish them continued success in their future endeavours. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I want to take a moment today to recognize how beautifully interconnected we all are on this planet Earth. When we take a moment to connect and talk to one another and have a conversation and listen to one another, we realize how much we actually have in common than what we don't have in common. And an amazing example of that I wanted to bring to the chamber that I found out just last week is that our wonderful legislative librarian, David McDonald, had managed the library of my alma mater in Qatar, not here, 3 continents away. And so I just wanted to take a moment and just say, you know, we really all have more in common than what we don't. And let's take a moment and have a conversation about that. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Elmsdale Design and Print as they celebrate 20 years in business. What started in 2005 with one computer, an old printing press, and a used vinyl cutter has grown into a thriving business. During that time, they've overcome 2 recessions, the challenges of COVID-19, and a flood that shut them down for 2 months. Today, they offer a wide range of services from digital printing to signage, apparel, and web design. To mark this milestone, they're launching an e-commerce store featuring Canadian, Nova Scotian, and other themed designs. Madam Speaker, I ask the members of the House to join me in congratulating Tina and her team for 20 years of success. I'd like to thank them for their dedication to our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to draw the attention of members and all Nova Scotians to the current exhibit at the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia, Oh Baby by Seamus Gallagher. On until May 11th, Oh Baby combines photography, video, drag, speculative fiction, sculpture, and costuming. Seamus works from the belief that the various histories and narratives and ideas can and must coexist. The camp and the critical, the past and the future, the natural and the other. Seamus lives between Treaty 1 territory, Winnipeg, and Chibuktuk, Halifax. Their work has been presented in group and solo exhibitions at the National Gallery of Canada, the Locarno Film Festival, the McCord Stewart Museum, and the Museum of Contemporary Art in Toronto, amongst others. Seamus is the recipient of the 2024 William Emeritus Saunderson Prize, the 2022 Scotiabank New Generation Photography Award, the 2022 Nova Scotia Emergency Artist Award, the 2019 BMO First Award, and they are back in Winnipeg finishing their MFA and so couldn't be here today, but I ask all members to congratulate Seamus on this stunning exhibit.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate my good friend Preston Ogley on his outstanding academic achievements. Preston earned his Juris Doctorate degree with a certificate in criminal justice this past year. It was a journey he began with the Schulich School of Law in Dalhousie with the prestigious Alistair Fraser Scholarship. Before law school, Preston earned an honours in political science at CBU. He graduated with a silver medal for his academic excellence, and he was on the Dean's List every year. Preston earned distinction in his final year, and he received the Judge Alan E. Sullivan Memorial Scholarship for his exceptional performance in political science. In his third year of law degree, Preston gained invaluable experience at Dalhousie Legal Aid Society by representing clients for youth criminal law and family law. Madam Speaker, Preston's dedication and work ethic are absolutely incredible, and it's an extreme honour for me to congratulate my friend, Preston Ogley. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I request a unanimous consent to revert back to tabling of documents.
Do we have a unanimous consent to reverse back to tabling of documents? So be it. Tabling documents, reports.
Madam Speaker, you will remember that I quoted from a sign outside in the protest earlier, so I'd like to table that sign for the benefit of the House.
Tabling documents.
Speaker requested that I table
the sign. Normally we accept photographs. Thank you. We're going back to members, statements by members. Oh, sorry. I have to wait till. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize all of the Nova Scotians who came and showed their interest today outside the House on in their own special way. My special interests are housing, clean air, children, environment, education, healthcare, coastal protections, communities, land, respect for its water, and so much more. So folks outside of this House are here because they care, and they all have a special interest in the lovely province that we call Nova Scotia. As MLAs, we should have special interests, and it should be in democracy. And the work that we do here in this House, it is a responsibility that we have as members to protect democracy. Madam Speaker, democracy is one of my special interests, and Nova Scotians are watching. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Richmond.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Madam Speaker, in your gallery is Barry Landry, would be very well known to many in this House. Barry is one of the most loyal and hardworking individuals, and I take great pride in saying that he's certainly one of my best friends. So I'd just like to say hi and wish him a warm welcome here in the House.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. No, so that was just an introduction. They're allowed a member statement. Okay, I recognize the honourable member for Clare. They both stood at the same time, so he's trying to be polite. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and congratulate Nancy Comeau for winning the 2024 NS Litter Cleanup Volunteer of the Year Award. Nancy is a highly active cleanup volunteer for Clare who always does it with great enthusiasm and a big smile. From picking up litter and keeping our roads and beaches clean to organizing fundraisers to raise money and awareness for multiple sclerosis, Nancy is really making a big difference in our community. She also offers Indian head massages and teaches yoga classes, which promotes health and wellness and keeps people active and moving. Thank you, Nancy, for everything you do for the community of Clare, and keep being a bright light of positivity wherever you go. Merci, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am inspired today by what is occurring outside of our legislature, outside the People's House. Democracy is a beautiful thing, and this is democracy in action, and I love it. And when I was out there talking to people, they said that it feels kind of like we're playing the hokey pokey in here. You know, the fixed term elections are in, and then the fixed term elections are out. They said the Auditor General is in, the Auditor General's out, the Auditor General's back in again. Georgia's Bank is in, then Georgia's Bank is out, Madam Speaker. And I would advise the government to start providing the Nova Scotians with clarity, because they are asking for it outside these doors, Madam Speaker. And as I said, they are here. Nova Scotians are one of my special interests, as is democracy, and they go hand in hand. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize an important place in our community, the Cole Harbour Heritage Farm Museum. Established in 1976 after moving the oldest remaining house in Cole Harbour, the museum has been educating visitors about our community's agricultural past for generations. Its building even dates back between the years of 1780 and 1938, displaying what a traditional Nova Scotia family farm may have looked like. This museum also helps people develop an understanding of plants, animals, and farming today, thanks to its garden and partnership with local farms to showcase sheep, pigs, and calves to visitors. Currently, the museum is closed for the season, but visitors will be excited to tour the museum once again when it opens in May. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, Venus Envy has long been a beacon of inclusivity and vital health information in Halifax. Earlier this month, they, along with the Glitter Bean Cafe, were targeted by harmful myths in the form of graffiti. I stand in my place in this house today to make it known that vandalism in any form has no place in our communities, and to remind our trans and queer neighbours, you belong here, your lives and identities are valid, love is stronger than hate. I stand in support of queer-owned and allied businesses. I encourage members of our communities to rally around places like Venus Envy, Glitter Bean, and others. Visit them, attend their events, but report anything you see that makes you uncomfortable. Nova Scotia is strongest when everyone feels safe to be themselves. Together we'll ensure love always drowns out hate. I call on all members of this House to stand with the community and publicly denounce transphobia and homophobia.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to acknowledge three very special members of the community of Gabrouse. Fire Chief Ken Sherwood and firefighters Gordon Sherwood and Eric Hardy have recently completed 45 years of dedicated service with the Gabrouse Volunteer Fire Department. There's a long tradition of community service within the Sherwood family. The local fire hall bears the name of Ken and Gordon's late brother Philip, who was also a dedicated firefighter in the community for many, many years. In December, the CBRM Fire Chief Mark Bettens presented Ken, Gordon, and Eric with the Nova Scotia Fire Services Long Service Award as a token of appreciation for the professional emergency services provided to the citizens of Nova Scotia. I invite all members of the House to join me in thanking these three men for their tireless service to their community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Pictou Centre.
Madam Speaker, on May 6, 2025, the town of New Glasgow marked 150 years since its incorporation. New Glasgow is a beautiful riverside community with a storied history and a breadth of diverse heritage that enrich the community. New Glasgow will celebrate its beginnings as a trading post, through status as a town, to a mercantile centre, to a shipbuilding and industrial leader, to its role today as a commercial service centre and a cultural and creative hub. Madam Speaker, the year-long celebration will include many anniversary events, legacy pieces, and a great sense of community spirit. I'd like to thank all the volunteers and organizers who are working hard to make this a special year for everyone. May New Glasgow continue to flourish. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Inverness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a true institution in the heart of Port Hood, the Admiral Lounge and Cafe. For more than 50 years, this beloved establishment has been more than just a place to grab a meal or a coffee. It's been a community gathering place, a stage for local talent, and on occasion, a spot for spirited political debate that may rival Province House. Charlie McDonald, the co-founder and owner, has been at the helm since day one, steering the Admiral like a seasoned captain. Charlie is no stranger to public service, co-founding a vital and active community board, serving as a municipal councillor for a decade, and sitting right here in this chamber as MLA for Inverness. It seems that whether in politics or business, Charlie has always been committed to serving our community. On February 15th, the Admiral Lounge and Cafe celebrated its 50th anniversary, a milestone that speaks to its lasting impact on our community. I ask all members of this House to join me in congratulating Charlie and his team on this incredible achievement and in thanking them for their dedication to our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the St. Mary's Lions Club. For decades, have run the Christmas gift drive for those in need. For more than 40 years, the St. Mary's District Lions Club in Sherbrooke has been raising funds to support their annual drive to assist local families in need during the holiday season. This past Christmas, they were able to raise more than $8,000 to help families bring a better Christmas to their loved ones. Money for this annual giving event are raised through bingos, community donations, and even the tips from the bar during various events held at the club throughout the year. The Lions Club also had the RCMP and staff from the Sherbrooke Hospital come forward to assist in their most recent drive, and they were able to provide additional funding. Identified families are given a box of food for a full turkey dinner and a Christmas breakfast, gifts for their children, and items that are needed such as winter clothing, books, and even skates. If there is a need, they do their best to assist. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the St. Mary's Lions Club and their volunteers who work hard to bring Christmas joy to local families. It's their dedication and commitment to our community that continues to make every Christmas drive a success. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sitting in the gallery today, we have a couple of esteemed Pictou County councillors, Councillor Andy Thompson and Councillor Randy Palmer. Thank you both for your incredible community service over a number of years. Welcome.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time. I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Kraft Hockeyville nominations are now closed, and on March 15th, the final four rinks will be announced, and the Thorburn rink, the Ivor McDonald Memorial Rink, is in the running for this, Madam Speaker. Bubbles and all the Trailer Park boys are behind the Thorburn rink. More importantly, the community of Pictou County is cheering on the rink. This is a Kraft Hockeyville thing. Is an amazing competition that will award $250,000 to a successful rink for upgrades. It's a really important thing. So I want to give a shout out to Councillor Palmer, who is an incredible champion for the Thorburn rink. He's one of those people that keep that rink going. So I want to thank him for his commitment to our community, and I want to wish all the very best to the Ivor McDonald Memorial Rink in the Kraft Hockeyville process.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester-Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to pay recognition to the Musquodoboit Valley Bicentennial Theatre, a non-profit volunteer organization in Middle Musquodoboit. This beautiful historic building operates both as a community centre and as a fully equipped 230-seat performing arts centre. With state-of-the-art lighting and sound system, the Bicentennial Theatre is truly a gem in the Nova Scotia arts scene. Performers and visitors who walk through the doors are in awe of the charm that awaits. The prized possession in the theatre is the rare surviving piece of a 19th century Canadian stage art which served as the original stage curtain. Painted in 1892 and suffering from some water damage, this garden scene was restored since 2004 and is now hangs just behind the proscenium. Programming such as day camps, ballroom dancing lessons, and the Valley Voices Choir are among the groups that use the theatre to its full advantage. Most recently, I was able to attend Robbie Burns' night there, and I can tell you the haggis was the best I've ever eaten. So congratulations to the Bicentennial Theatre. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All right, the argument over haggis is over. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I stand once again in support of our frontline healthcare workers. I am also encouraged and love to see democracy in action that we're seeing outside this legislature here today. And it's a good reminder that each one of us are elected to represent the people that brought us here. And today, once again, Madam Speaker, I want to speak on behalf of our nurses, our doctors, and other frontline workers. I've continued to share here in the legislature concerns that they've brought to me, and earlier today I did table a document entitled Information Transfer at Care Stations. So, Madam Speaker, this is a policy that the nurses have had in place for a while, but are being told right now by managers that, sorry, Madam Speaker? No, okay. They're being told by managers that verbal communication is no longer needed between nurses when a patient is transferred, whether it's from the ER to a unit or ICU to a unit. Nurses are very concerned about patient safety, Madam Speaker, and I just echo their concerns here in the House. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Recognize the outstanding service of Councillor David Tudor, who has served on the Municipality of Digby's Council for the past 14 years. During these years, David has been a tireless advocate for the residents of Digby Neck, Long Island, and Briar Island, working relentlessly to improve the lives of families, businesses, and the overall community. Through his leadership and commitment, many significant projects and initiatives have been brought to fruition, enhancing the quality of life for all who call this area home. Throughout his municipal career, David demonstrated an unwavering dedication to public service, navigating complex issues with compassion and a deep understanding of the needs of the residents. Whether advocating for road infrastructure improvements, food insecurity, or championing community programs, David always prioritized the voices of the people he served. Madam Speaker, I would like to extend my deepest thanks to David Tudor for his remarkable contributions and tireless service, and wish him the best of luck on his new venture. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Shelburne.
Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Boxing Rock Brewery Company for being awarded the Canadian Brewery of the Year 2024 Canadian Brewery Awards. More than 1,800 beers were entered from across the country, with the top prize presented to the brewery with the most awards. And guess what, Madam Speaker? Boxing Rock won gold in the North American Style Amber Red Ale category for Temptation Red. Their IPA was awarded top prize for American Style India Pale Ale, and Puck-Off received a gold medal in the North American Style Blonde and Golden Ale category. Founded in 2012, the chemical engineers Emily Cowan and Henry Pedro's Shelburne Boxing Rock has become a premier craft brewery in the country. Madam Speaker, I ask all members join me in congratulating Boxing Rock for being named the Canadian Brewery of the Year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to bid a heartfelt farewell to Lisa Wilson Bauer as owner of Lisa's Family Restaurant in Windsor. I also want to extend my congratulations and warm welcome to the new owner, Nova Scotia's very own executive chef, Andy Thompson of Synergy Hospitality. Lisa, with her sister Heather by her side, has operated Lisa's Family Restaurant for nearly 20 years. With a welcoming atmosphere and exceptional staff, Lisa's is a local favorite. Many consider Lisa's the restaurant of choice when celebrating their birthday because your meal is discounted by your age. Their home-style menu consists of many delicious choices, and her peanut butter pie is to die for. Madam Speaker, I'm certain Chef Andy will preserve the at-home feeling you get when you eat at Lisa's. I ask that all members join me in congratulating Chef Andy and wishing Lisa all the best in her next chapter at Aunt Lisa's Ice Cream Parlor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the outstanding volunteerism of Marilyn Roberts Tadmagush. Marilyn has been the first statistician for every hockey game played at the North Shore Centre for the past 4 years, including the North Shore Minor Hockey, Junior C Games, and the Rural Hockey League. Madam Speaker, much of Marilyn's free time has been spent at the rink. Beyond hockey, Marilyn was a founding member of the North Shore Figure Skating Club, where she taught figure skating and power skating. Madam Speaker, as if that's not enough, Marilyn has also been an active participant in numerous fundraising projects, working to make our community an even better place to live. I commend her commitment to the North Shore Centre and to the residents of the North Shore. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Madam Speaker, from March 8th through the 15th, the Special Olympics World Games will be held in Turin, Italy, and Queens County will be well represented. Rebecca Delaney and Jillian Young will join more than 1,500 athletes from all over the globe to compete in the Games. Both have medaled at the national level and will now compete in snowshoeing on the world stage. Rebecca's mother, Susan Inglis, will join them as a member of the snowshoe coaching team. Susan was the recipient of the 2024 Coach of the Year Award and has volunteered with Special Olympics for 10 years. Madam Speaker, please join me in wishing Rebecca, Jillian, and Susan an incredible experience and a successful and enjoyable World Games. I know that you will once again make Queens County proud. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on January 23rd, the Great Choir of Heaven welcomed a beautiful Blue-Nose soprano as music teacher, soloist, and choral director Diane Oxner sang Farewell to Nova Scotia one last time. Madam Speaker, Diane was the first person to record that beloved anthem, as well as many other selections from the Helen Creighton collection, including my favorite, the Sauerkraut song, and be thankful I'm not allowed to sing in here. Diane lived a full life, passing at the age of 96. She was born in Lunenburg, where her mother Pearl was a legendary music teacher. She attended the Lunenburg Academy and later studied at the prestigious Curtis School of Music in Philadelphia. While marriage took her to Scotland for a number of years, Nova Scotia was always home. Madam Speaker, I ask members to please join me and all those whose lives were touched by Diane in extending our heartfelt sympathy to her family and friends. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Grade 12 Northeast Kings Education Centre student Olivia Felker from Centerville, who has won second place in the Royal Canadian Legion National Youth Remembrance Contest. Olivia was awarded second place at the national level in the colour poster competition. She competed at the Legion branch level, the provincial competition level, and finally at the national competition at the Legion's Central Command in Ottawa. The award is accompanied by a prize of $500, and the poster will be displayed in Ottawa for a year. Part of the Poppy campaign objective is to encourage youth to reflect on the sacrifices made to protect our freedoms. Please join me today to congratulate Olivia Felker on her fine artwork and her second place accomplishment in the Royal Canadian Legion's National Youth Remembrance Contest. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good minister.
Order. The time for member statements has expired. We will now move on to oral questions put by members to the ministers. The time is 2 o'clock. We will finish at 2:50. I recognize the honourable leader of the NDP, or of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Nova Scotians are worried about the Trump tariffs. They want to know that their government has a plan to help them through tough financial times. That plan seems to be a $200 million contingency fund. And yesterday, when we asked how that number was arrived at, the Minister of Finance said it was, quote, thought to be fair. And today, the Premier couldn't say how relief would be determined. We've had over a month, and our economy is at stake. What is the plan for foresters, mill workers, manufacturers, and communities, and who's going to make it?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, President Trump's illegal tariffs, the Trump tax, could have a devastating impact on Canadians for sure. So in Nova Scotia, we have a $200 million contingency in our budget. And I'll tell you what, Madam Speaker, if that turns out to be not enough, we'll put more there. We will do whatever we can to support Nova Scotians. But this is also a time that we need to realize that for the long term, we need to make some adjustments. That's why it's really important that we establish free trade within Canada again. Nova Scotia is leading the way. That's why we need to address procurement. But, Madam Speaker, it's also why we need to develop our natural resources here in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I asked about a plan for workers and who is at the table. I didn't get an answer. And this afternoon, hundreds of Nova Scotians gathered to make their voices heard. They are worried about tariffs, and they are unhappy with the lack of answers and overreach coming from this government, including the focus on evading accountability rather than preparing for economic pain. While the government is full of praise for their response, Nova Scotians are losing trust in their ability to bring them together now when it's most needed. Are the hundreds of self-identified special interest groups outside also going to be thought of in our provincial response, or only the people who are on board with this government's surprise agenda?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is a time for Canadians to unite. And Canadians coast to coast to coast are getting behind their government. There's a few that are trying to not get behind their government, mostly in this chamber, Madam Speaker, but the national news is showing that Nova Scotia is leading the way. We will continue to. I'm on a committee with the Prime Minister, with every single premier in the country talking about the response. We're talking to manufacturers. We're talking to chambers of commerce. We will work with any Nova Scotian. Our government will be there to support Nova Scotians through this process. But, Madam Speaker, we also need to recognize that we need to develop our natural resources. Right now, 100% of our natural gas in this province comes through the United States. Why is that member okay with all of our natural gas coming from the United States and not standing up for Nova Scotia?
Order. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
The government is here to express the will of the people and not the other way around, Madam Speaker. And what Nova Scotians are concerned about is the cost of housing and utilities and groceries, and yet all this Premier can talk about, not during the election, but after, is fracking. Now is a time for unity. We have seen the people of this province pull together to support local producers and local small businesses because that is who we are. We come together as one province and we take care of each other when times are hard. We all have a special interest in seeing our province succeed. Will this Premier please stop pitting Nova Scotians against one another by labeling anyone who disagrees with him as a special interest group?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And for clarity, I've never labeled anyone as a special interest. The opposition has done lots of that. And some have self-disclosed as special interest. But my only special interest is in Nova Scotians. And that is why we need to develop our natural resources for the future economic security of this province, for the future energy security of this province. We need to do these things. Now, the member opposite is intent on keeping Nova Scotia reliant on American energy. That's not okay with me. The member made her money in mining. She advanced mining projects, but now she doesn't want Nova Scotians to have the same opportunities that she was privileged to have.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP. Or no, sorry, the Liberal. I missed you two cool kids in the corner. Sorry about that. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberals.
We're fighting for respect in here, Madam Speaker. We're fighting for respect. We're going to get the respect we deserve someday. Madam Speaker, yesterday in question period, the Minister of Finance told us that the province does not have a list of contracts with American companies, despite the serious impact U.S. tariffs could have on our economy. Without this information, it's difficult to fully assess the risks. While we aren't suggesting that the government tear up all contracts with the U.S., it is crucial that the government understands the full extent of these agreements. These contracts are integral to the business climate, healthcare system, and livelihoods of Nova Scotia. It's essential that the government knows exactly what we stand to order, what we may lose if we don't make informed decisions. Will the Premier commit to compiling and tabling a list of American contracts in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and along with the federal government and the Prime Minister, and along with premiers from across this country, and along with business leaders and concerned Canadians, we will continue to push for a no-tariff situation. That is where we need to get to. We need the tariffs removed, and there's lots of good work happening in that space. But while they exist, we have a response, and Nova Scotia came out quick with their response, and it was multifaceted, and part of that is disallowing American companies from bidding on provincial procurement process. We will do that. That also involves understanding American contracts that we have in place now and looking at whether it's possible to cancel those or not. That work will happen. But, Madam Speaker, the focus right now has to be on having the tariffs removed, and that will continue to be our focus.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, understanding the extent of our province's economic ties with the United States is essential to preparing for the fallout of these tariffs. If the government hasn't even gathered a list of contracts, it raises questions about whether they have a plan to address these risks. The government has announced they're reviewing American contracts. What contracts are they reviewing? It's one thing to acknowledge the potential impact of tariffs, but it's another to ensure we have the necessary information to make informed decisions and take action. Having a clear picture of our exposure would help inform decisions to protect jobs in key industries. If none such exist, how is the government assessing the risks these tariffs pose to our economy?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, and the risks to our country are well known. The risks to our province are known. Lots of media has written about the risks to Nova Scotia. The rating agencies have written about our response in the budget. And the opposition can continue to say there's no plan. You know, we need another committee. We need to strike another committee on this. We are acting, Madam Speaker. We are acting in the best interest of Nova Scotia to protect Nova Scotians, to support Nova Scotians. And if the member is missing that plan, he just needs to follow along more closely. A $200 million contingency, addressing alcohol on our shelves, meaning taking it off. These are significant things. The pass, dealings with American companies. We will do what is necessary to support Nova Scotians, and Nova Scotians know that, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, governments across Canada are working to understand the potential impacts of these tariffs, and Nova Scotia is no exception. Given that the government is assessing the situation, having a complete and detailed picture of our province's exposure would strengthen these efforts. Ensuring businesses and workers have clarity on potential risks is an important step in preparing for any of the economic challenges ahead. Will the Premier agree to collaborate with businesses, workers, and all parties to help strengthen the government's response and provide greater transparency for Nova Scotians?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just don't accept the narrative that there's been no plan. I don't accept the narrative that there's no collaboration. We interact with Nova Scotians every day, and many of them give good suggestions on things we could do, and we act upon them. I invite the opposition to get behind Nova Scotians, to get behind Canadians. And if they have some good ideas, they're welcome to submit. We're not waiting for a committee. We will continue to collaborate with the federal government. We will continue to collaborate with the premiers across this country. We will continue to collaborate with the manufacturing sector. We will continue to collaborate with the chambers of commerce. We will continue to collaborate with Nova Scotians. This is the time for Nova Scotians to unite. This is not the time for political theater.
Order. I recognize the honorable leader of the official opposition.
We hear about collaboration. Yesterday, the Assembly of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq Chiefs sent a letter to the Premier, which read in part, last week's sweeping legislative proposal is another example of the provincial government choosing not to engage or consult with the Mi'kmaq of Nova Scotia prior to introducing significant changes in the mining sector. They go on to say, the province also sits at several tables with KMK and the Assembly where these changes should have been discussed, but were never raised or flagged for us. Why didn't the Premier bother to speak with the Chiefs about a policy that impacts their land and constitutional rights?
I recognize the honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have great respect for our First Nations leaders, tremendous respect. We'll be meeting with them later this week, the Minister and myself, to talk about some of these issues, Madam Speaker. But I understand the realities of the world, the situation we're facing right now with these Trump's tariffs, the tax, the president's actions. They're designed to hurt our people. They're designed to hurt our country, and we need to respond to that. We will consult as projects arise. There will be extensive consultation, but Madam Speaker, there are forces beyond our control that require urgent action, and we are responding to them to support all Nova Scotians, and we will continue to do that. We'll work with our wonderful First Nations partners on that too, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honorable leader of the official opposition.
This is not about the courtesy of conversation. This is about respecting a constitutional right to consult. It is concerning that this government did not take their constitutional requirement to consult Indigenous rights holders seriously in this rush to legislate. Their letter made that clear. Mi'kmaq rights holders were also among the hundreds of people gathered outside today, along with doctors, environmentalists, property owners, rural Nova Scotians, and everyday people who happen to disagree with this government's act first and ask later approach. Does the Premier consider the Mi'kmaq to be just another special interest group?
I recognize the honorable Minister of Lanou Affairs.
Walalin, Madam Speaker, and walalin to the member opposite for the question. And I stand here as a proud Indigenous woman, here to help voices be heard that haven't made it to the table before. Sometimes that can be really loud voices, and sometimes that can actually be really soft voices in our community. And I'm here to help lift all of those voices and ensure that they're all heard as we carry these conversations forward. We've begun conversations, we'll continue conversations, and something else I'm extremely proud about is how strongly upheld the duty to consult is within this government. It shows up in all departments and is upheld in such a strong way. So as projects come forward, we will absolutely consult, and I thank the member opposite for the question.
Yeah. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, in a time of extreme economic instability, this government wants to make it easier to evict renters by slashing the non-payment grace period from 15 days to 3. And that means a single unexpected event, like a car repair or a late paycheck, can mean eviction and homelessness. My question is, why is this government prioritizing landlord profits over keeping Nova Scotians housed?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Madam Speaker, I want Nova Scotians and all Nova Scotians to know that we do have a residential tenancy program that is intended to support both tenants and landlords in their time of need, Madam Speaker. That program works, and I encourage all Nova Scotians to make sure that they use it. And for every member in this House too, Madam Speaker, we have to encourage anyone who's coming to our offices to utilize that program. It's intended, again, to provide that balance, Madam Speaker. And yes, we know that in the last session, there were changes that are going to be coming to that program. But Madam Speaker, that was also informed by other things, including that report that we commissioned around the compliance and enforcement unit there, Madam Speaker. So we are always going to make sure that this program is working for the best for Nova Scotians in the best possible way.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I represent thousands, quite literally thousands of people for whom the Residential Tenancies Act is not working. The minister can repeat these talking points all she wants, but the fact is that renters are struggling right now, and this government will make them struggle even more when they make it easier to evict them with this cruel policy. So I'll ask again, why is the government choosing to put more Nova Scotians at risk of homelessness instead of standing up for renters who are already struggling to survive?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the important question. And we want to make sure that all Nova Scotians are attached to a home that they love and that they care for and that they deserve, Madam Speaker. So I'm standing here very proudly again for the investments that we have made in housing and the changes that are happening. We're seeing an increase in our vacancy rate, Madam Speaker, so that Nova Scotians have choice. They have the ability to be able to move around. And we want to make sure that we are going to continue to do that work, Madam Speaker. We also know that, yes, these changes are coming, but if a tenant finds themselves in a situation where a landlord may be provided an eviction notice, if they apply for the residential tenancy program, Madam Speaker, that stops the eviction, that stops the clock on that eviction notice. So that's another reason why people have to reach out to the program so that we can do the best job that we can to help people. And Madam Speaker, if there are specific examples, I want to hear.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Siddle, Sable Island.
My question is for the Minister of Finance. Trump's tariffs are now in place, and our industry, suppliers, producers, we all need new markets. The federal government recently established a Supply Chain Advisory Council roundtable to guide internal domestic trade with representation from industry, labor, and public policy experts. This seems like a logical step that will provide greater accountability and transparency. Why hasn't this government done the same?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to talk about this situation of the Trump tariffs, which we are very disappointed that we are facing. But I want the member to know that the budget that we tabled has a number of provisions to address the tariff situation. In reality, it's an economic stimulus budget. We're investing in capital, the largest capital plan in the history of Nova Scotia. $235 billion in schools, hospitals, houses, and roads. We're giving a $500 million tax break to Nova Scotians. So this was all done in line of sight of realizing that we needed our economy to be stimulated, realizing the threat of the tariffs was there. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Many industries and many organizations that have long exported their goods to the United States don't have a seat at this government's decision-making table. And we've been missing out on innovative ideas that can help our province flourish. So for instance, we could be making specific and meaningful investments in agriculture right now for the 2025 season. I know the minister is quite familiar with this, but farmers are planning now what to put in the fields, when to put it in, and how much is all that going to cost, and is the cost going to keep increasing? We could be making a difference now. Why is this government not listening to those impacted most by Trump's tariffs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We are listening. We are meeting with industry, with businesses, Madam Speaker, through my department, through Intergovernmental Affairs. We've set up the tariff hotline and survey, Madam Speaker. But I want Nova Scotians to know, as part of our provincial response, actually, in fact, before the threat of tariffs, there are programs available there. On top of the investments that the Honourable Minister of Finance has announced, there's over $130 million of programming through Invest Nova Scotia to support the initiatives that the Honourable Member opposite has highlighted, targeting export development, Madam Speaker, targeting innovation, Madam Speaker, targeting Nova Scotia oil, and we'll continue doing that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We support the government's commitment to create a contingency fund for tariffs and recognize the intention to support workers, families, and businesses. However, we're curious about how this amount was determined and struggle to get answers since Budget Day. Yesterday, British Columbia tabled their budget with a $4 billion contingency fund, which is 4 times per capita more than the $200 million contingency fund announced in Nova Scotia. Could the Minister of Finance explain how the $200 million figure was determined for Nova Scotia, and whether the government is confident that this amount that he's asking for the legislature for will be enough to meet the potential changes that we may face? Thank you, Madam Speaker. What's so fun?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury. Board.
Madam Speaker, we recognize that other provinces are doing similar things as well with the contingency fund. We are confident that Nova Scotians have proven to be resilient in the past, will prove to be resilient. We will stand by our citizens. We will do more if necessary. Our province has survived floods, it has survived hurricanes, it has survived many challenges in the past. We will meet this challenge head on as a government, and we will work our way through it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And no member is questioning the resilience of Nova Scotians, but this fund is less than the government is prepared to put down on the debt to pay for free bridge tolls in Halifax. And I want to emphasize the importance of fiscal discipline, especially during the good times, to prepare for financial tough times. Given the government is projecting a $700 million deficit and routinely adds another $1 billion of spending every year unrelated to tariff threats, we need to ensure that every dollar of the $200 million is spent with clear objectives. Can the Minister of Finance say with any detail at all today how the government plans to spend the contingency fund, or is this a figure just pulled out of thin air? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, I will remind the member that under our government, we projected 4 deficit budgets and delivered 4 surplus budgets. We have proven to be fiscally responsible. The economy of Nova Scotia is growing under our government and will continue to grow. I am confident that we will meet all of the challenges. We will do what we need to do for the province of Nova Scotia in the face of these tariffs. If we need to do more, we'll do more, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture. Madam Speaker, last week, when the member for Halifax-Chebucto asked how this government will support the seafood industry through the huge challenges that Trump's tariffs will create, the minister said that he wrote a letter to industry telling them to connect with Invest Nova Scotia, and I'll table that answered excerpt. But has the minister actually met with industry experts to hear what support they need?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member adjacent for the question. Of course, we connect with Nova Scotians and seafood industries all the time. In fact, countless meetings with industry regularly, including when we were on the trade missions, but connecting them with Invest was one of the steps that we decided to take to try and help. We regularly see some major companies at our seafood expos. We wanted to make sure that every seafood company had the same opportunity to export their product. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Nova Scotia exports over $2 billion worth of seafood, and the majority of that goes to the United States. Trump's tariffs means that jobs and livelihoods are on the line in our coastal communities. Why has this government made no concrete assurances for Nova Scotia's fishery sector?
I need to wait till the page. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Completely reject the premise that we're not doing anything to help. There was a lengthy answer that I provided last week to talked about the trade missions that we lead regularly every year to either Europe or to Southeast Asia. I talked about the interprovincial bill that the Premier tabled to make sure that we can sell our seafood across the nation instead of to the U.S. I talked about the $200 million in contingency. I talked about the $200,000 in extra money that's in my department's budget for marketing. We're going to continue to look for new markets for our seafood, and we won't stop until we complete it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, this government has repeatedly claimed that building new homes is a solution to the housing crisis, but it turns out that they're failing to take their own advice when it comes to affordable housing. Of the 16,000 affordable homes this government claims to have created, more than 8,500 are actually just temporary rent supplements. So, Madam Speaker, will the minister responsible for housing tell us to build homes that Nova Scotians can afford?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Madam Speaker, we are creating the conditions to not only build over 42,000 new units in this province, actually exceeding that, or at 125% of that target. We're going to continue putting pedal to the metal, Madam Speaker, making groundbreaking investments. Madam Speaker, we know that our rent supplements are precious resources. Lots of talk about resources on the floor of the legislature lately. What we need to do, Madam Speaker, is maximizing these rent supplements to ensure that the most vulnerable Nova Scotians are getting them. As well, Madam Speaker, we're investing in public housing. We've made changes to public housing to make sure that Nova Scotians that need it the most are getting into it faster, and making sure that we can ensure fairness and equity for those that need it the most.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, the 125% was debunked yesterday when I talked about the rent subs, because rent subs are evidence that there is lack of affordable non-market housing on the market right now. So there are folks in this province who are eager to build homes that are permanently affordable. Nonprofits have told this government that they could start building these homes tomorrow if the support was there. Yet this government's funding and support for non-market housing remains piecemeal and insufficient. So if the solution is more housing supply, why are we not supporting those who will deliver affordable housing supply?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Growth and Development.
Madam Speaker, that reference is entirely false. The fact is that our government is the first government to come up with a housing action plan, Madam Speaker. We are making groundbreaking investments. Yes, they do take time, and if only we could turn back time and back maybe when the NDP were in government and make investments in public housing, make investments in rent supplements, Madam Speaker, and see the progress that our government's making, Madam Speaker. Increased supply, increased vacancy, stabilization of rents. Madam Speaker, we are making investments in new affordable housing supply over 400% since 2020, 2021, increasing the number of units supported by 550%.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, yesterday Lunenburg County's Finance Committee passed a motion after the recent intimate partner homicide in Bridgewater. They are asking the province to support calls from the groups working to end gender-based violence for epidemic-level investment and support. We asked about this yesterday, and we only got talking points in return. So again, I will ask, when will this government finally provide the epidemic-level, stable, core funding to truly address this epidemic?
I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the Advisory Council on the Status of Women Act.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And I think when you think about epidemic level response, again, we can't just boil things down to a simple budget line item. It's in how we respond to this issue. So not only do we have $103 million across government from all departments that goes to this effort, but we've entirely changed the way that we work as a system. And I think it really negates the work of everyone that's going into this when we talk about underscoring that effort. So across all departments, we've seen efforts from labor skills and immigration to reevaluate how much time it goes to domestic time off for paid leaves. We've got early childhood education, the Canadian Centre for Child Protection National Education Program. We've got guys' work that's in the school program for school-based ages 6 to 9. The list goes on.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, all of those programs and that work is very important, but this question is about funding. It is in the Turning the Tide report, recommendation 14 point something is epidemic level funding. In reality, there is no new money in this budget to address this epidemic, and the current level is simply not enough. There are many organizations that are still waiting for stable core funding, which would mean they would be able to count on it year after year, sufficient funding. Will the minister commit today to increasing the investment to address the intimate partner and gender-based violence epidemic?
I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the Advisory Council on the Status of Women Act.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So the $7.7 million historic infusion that came just last year is the largest infusion in over 2 decades to the sector. Absolutely incredible. That goes into $26.8 million within status of women and $103 million across all sectors. We want to do more every single day, and we identify that, and we are continuing to work in collaboration with the sector to find ways to continue to do that. We will always listen and look to apply every single inch of every single cent that we can possibly leverage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Premier. Yesterday, the Premier released a statement promising limiting procurement for American businesses, which we welcome, as well as doubling the cost of tolls at the Cobequid Pass for commercial vehicles from the U.S. The Premier is speaking to media about inviting free trade within Canada. We welcome that. Will the Premier be removing tolls on the Cobequid Pass for domestic and commercial vehicles from Canadian provinces and territories from within Canada?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for the question. I am very proud of this Premier's response to the tariffs from the U.S. The first province in Canada to ask all the other provinces to participate. And Madam Speaker, I would say everything's on the table as we look at what we can do to benefit Nova Scotia. It's Nova Scotia and Canada that we have to look forward to. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. And certainly we would see the Cobequid tolls are an interprovincial barrier for trade within Canada. My other point is Cumberland County is the gateway to Nova Scotia. We know all too well about interprovincial barriers that cause economic hardship. Things like the student loan forgiveness program that the government continues to not provide to Nova Scotia nurses who study outside of our province. The non-resident D-transfer tax, which instead of removing for fellow Canadians, we're actually doubling. Provincially inspected meat that is not welcome from other provinces. Can the Minister commit today to consultation with residents and business owners in Cumberland to ensure interprovincial barriers are all removed so that we can truly unite with fellow Canadians?
Order. May I ask who the question is to? I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
My apologies. It was to the Premier.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury.
Madam Speaker, this morning I tabled the FMA, and in that was a provision on non-resident deed transfer tax. I want to let all members of our province know, all people in the province know that this is intended to give Nova Scotians a leg up when purchasing a property in our own province, but it's certainly people from other provinces who want to move here. We welcome them and we want them to be part of our province. But as far as someone buying a cottage from another province coming here, this is a similar provision, although it's done differently, similar to what the province of New Brunswick does, similar to what, although done differently again, similar to what PEI has done for a long time. So we want Nova Scotians to know that we want them to have a bit of an advantage when competing for a property vis-a-vis other people who would want to have a cottage.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are 23,000 seniors living in poverty in this province. The majority are living alone. This is putting our seniors in incredibly vulnerable positions. As public policy expert Christine Saulnier explained, seniors are facing these high rental rates on their own or trying to make ends meet on their own. And we know that this is difficult at the best of times, and at the worst of times, it's more difficult. Can the Minister for Seniors explain why this government is leaving seniors across Nova Scotia in such dire need?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We recognize the importance of supporting our seniors. About 69% of folks living in public housing, Madam Speaker, are seniors. That's why we recognize that we need to improve the public housing system, Madam Speaker, and maximizing our portfolio, ensuring that, again, the most vulnerable Nova Scotians can get into public housing even faster. Recognizing, yes, there's a wait list, but we also have to recognize that there are program changes that have to be met. Madam Speaker, another initiative that we're supporting seniors with is our home adaptations repair program, Madam Speaker. 70% of folks that we're assisting are seniors. We know that we have to do more. It's a highly subscribed program, and we'll continue to invest in that program.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
And yet, Madam Speaker, there's a list to get on the list for housing. Nova Scotia shamefully holds the title for the province with the highest senior poverty in Canada. Shame. And instead of taking meaningful action to lift seniors out of poverty, this government opened Pallet Shelter Village for seniors who can no longer afford their homes. Why is this government okay with seniors in our province not having homes?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Growth and Development.
Madam Speaker, we are taking this issue very seriously. We are investing in public housing. So I'm not sure. I struggle to understand whether the opposition, including the member opposite, supports more public housing or doesn't support more public housing. We have a wait list, yes. But we're actually trying to shrink that wait list, Madam Speaker. We're actually trying to maximize what we currently have. We're building more, Madam Speaker. We're supporting seniors with rent supplements, Madam Speaker. And I know the opposition's opposed to the Seniors Care Grant, but guess what? Members on this side of the House and that side of the House are supportive of it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question is to the Minister of Service, Nova Scotia. Rents have skyrocketed for the last 4 years, and with the tariffs imposed, life will get even more expensive. It's never been more important to protect renters and ensure people can afford their homes. People like Sophia Linfield, a university student and renter in Halifax, are worried about how they're going to continue to afford their increasing rents. Sophia said, my rent for a one-bedroom currently costs 80% of their monthly salary, and it's slightly under the market average. It's also a fixed term, so the cost has been going up every year. Next year, with the increase, I likely won't be able to stay in the apartment. So my question is, when will we help people like Sophia and close the fixed-term lease loophole created by this government's rent cap?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for bringing this forward, and I would like to have that conversation with the member around the specifics, of course, of the case that was brought forward. But, Madam Speaker, I know that in the last session, yes, we talked about the rent cap, and we know that there had been many discussions on the set number that we're seeing. So, yes, we increased that rent cap, Madam Speaker, but it was a provision in place to also protect renters, Madam Speaker. We also know that we need to have a system that provides balance, especially in this time when we're seeing increased costs. And, of course, yes, Madam Speaker, with the tariffs on the minds of Nova Scotians, we need to make sure that they know that there is a residential tenancy program there to support them, Madam Speaker. And so again, I would encourage any Nova Scotian who has any question about whether they're signing a fixed-term lease or whatever lease they're happening to be signing, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, and thank you to the Minister. The balance the Minister is talking about is actually about whether or not someone has a roof over their head. Like, we also heard from Ursula Calder, another Halifax area renter who wants to see restrictions on fixed-term leases. Ursula wrote, "Every year I get very anxious when it gets close to time to re-sign the lease, as I know if my landlord chooses not to re-sign us, it will be almost impossible to find another place to live within our budget." Ursula and Sophia are not alone. 66% of Nova Scotians experienced the housing challenge in the past year, with tens of thousands of Nova Scotians worried about their rent and tariffs set to make life more expensive. Will the minister consider closing the fixed-term lease loophole and cutting the rent cap from 5% to 2.5%?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to thank the member for bringing this forward. And I do want to have that conversation on the voices of many Nova Scotians that we're hearing during this difficult time, Madam Speaker, whether, again, it's folks that are concerned about if it's rising cost of rent. That's another reason why, Madam Speaker, they do have to reach out to the residential tenancy program. We want to make sure that we're also providing the conditions to make it favorable for building housing right now, Madam Speaker. And I know the Minister of Growth and Development is talking many, many times about all the investments that we're making to make sure that we're creating that environment that is supporting all Nova Scotians in their housing needs, Madam Speaker. So we're going to continue to make sure that Nova Scotians are attached to housing, that they find permanent housing, that they find homes that they love, and that they continue to thrive in our province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, homelessness in Nova Scotia has more than doubled under this government's watch. Shelters are full, encampments are growing, and 3 people have died this winter while living outside. And just yesterday, a fire broke out at an encampment in Halifax. Why has this government failed to take meaningful action on homelessness?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, good news, Madam Speaker. We are taking aggressive action to bring people who are unattached to homes from outside to inside. 1,300% increase in housing for them. 700 new supportive housing units. We're on track. Actually, we're ahead of schedule to get up to 1,085 new units. Our government is getting things done. The opposition want to strike committees and talk about things. We're taking action and getting the job done, and we'll continue to support people as they are outside. And I'd like to say, as of yesterday, thank goodness no one was injured. Our service providers are working with everybody that's outside. We have a spot for them. If they would just contact us and we could contact them, they'll come inside. We'll have a place for them.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
And yet, current investments in housing and shelter are welcome, and yet they are a drop in the bucket compared to what is actually needed. In fact, this government is actively making things worse by refusing to close the fixed-term lease loophole and by making it easier and faster for renters to get evicted. When will this government commit to establishing a homelessness task force and take real responsibility for and action towards fixing this crisis?
I recognize the Minister of Opportunities and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And there it is. They want to strike a committee. We're going to build housing and get these people inside. I mean, all you have to do is look at the actions of the Minister of Growth and Development. 273 new units in the last 18 months. February 13th, he announced 242 units, $136 million of investment, a total of 515 new units. This government is working together across 10 departments. We're supporting people through a very difficult time. We're going to have places for them to go inside, and we're going to keep getting the job done while they want to talk about it, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. J-class roads are critical to many rural and suburban communities, but many are in poor condition due to a lack of consistent funding. Last week, in estimates, the minister indicated that the government was spending just $2 million for 1,300 kilometres of J-class roads in the province. This is woefully inadequate given that many of these roads haven't been paid since before the last service agreement. As the government looks for ways to support the Nova Scotian economy as it is impacted by tariffs, one action they can take is to advance capital spending to support jobs. Does the Minister of Public Works agree that the province must assist municipalities and take on greater responsibility for J-class roads? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. J-class roads are a very important part of what we do on an annual basis. Yes, there's a $2 million allotment there that is generated from requests from municipalities to work on. Madam Speaker, our team is working with municipalities every year, and negotiations are underway with municipalities to look at what can be done to improve the work on J-class roads in Nova Scotia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the answer. The province is moving to take on more municipal infrastructure, but since the government is seeking more power over municipal infrastructure, they've left J-class roads in purgatory with barely any budget and no plan to repave them. A previous Liberal government invested $10 million in paving J-class roads, and that allowed municipalities like Kings County to do millions of dollars of projects that were non-TCA asphalt to asphalt paving. Now we're back down to $2 million to cover new paving and maintenance together. Does the minister agree that it's time for the provincial government to assume full responsibility for these roads, which they own now, and invest real dollars to improve the infrastructure? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And some of the things that this government has done is double the gravel road program, double the RIM program, invested $500 million this year in road infrastructure in Nova Scotia. Through the work of the Road Builders Association in Nova Scotia, there's close to 10,000 employees, directly and indirectly, making their living from road building. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, we're talking in one hand about investing and another hand about deficits. So at the end of the day, this government is investing in Nova Scotia, investing in workers, and investing in roads, and I'm very proud of that. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Speaker. Last week, the Premier commented that he didn't know if a single bill had ever been amended through what was once called the Law Amendments Committee. Well, we checked and found out that, in fact, more than 300 bills have been amended through that process since 2000. Will the Premier acknowledge the facts and correct the record?
Order. That doesn't fall within the executive mandate, like in the Premier's portfolio. So I ask you to either move on or rephrase your question. The question's out of order. Well, we could sit here for 2 minutes if you'd like. Okay. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Premier. The 2S LGBTQIA+ community in Lunenburg County has faced months and years of increasing numbers of hate symbols being plastered in public spaces in their communities. People in the community are scared as threats seem to be mounting to their safety. Will the Premier stand and confirm that the no in Nova Scotia is a no to transphobia and homophobia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for this question. So I can absolutely confirm that there is no space for hate in Nova Scotia. Every single Nova Scotian deserves to live in a place that is free from hate, free from inequity, free from racism, and we absolutely stand behind and with the 2S LGBTQIA+ community in condemning these actions and condemning those remarks and condemning the symbols. Madam Speaker, we work hard across government to ensure that we have safe and inclusive spaces. Madam Speaker, when those incidences happen, Public Works works with justice to make sure they're removed and that the perpetrators are brought to justice.
Order. The time has expired for oral questions put to ministers by members. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Speaker, may I make an introduction?
Please do.
I'd like to draw the attention of the members to the gallery opposite, where we have a couple of very special guests today. We have my daughter, Françoise Labelle, who's here. Françoise's bestie, Anaïs Lecriere Steele, and then Anaïs's mom, Andréane Lecriere. Sorry. Anyway, I just want to welcome to the House. And Anaïs is the president of the Students' Council at École de Carrefour in Dartmouth. And so she's very interested in politics, I would say. Both Françoise and Anaïs campaigned with me on the doorsteps this past election. Anaïs is really good on the door. You're not allowed to borrow her. I think she's committed herself to my elections in the future. Anyway, please give them all a warm welcome warm welcome.
Welcome to the House. We hope you enjoy your time here. Opposition business. I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask that you call private members' bills for second reading.
Private members' bills for second reading. I recognize the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
I ask that you call Bill 62, rent-to-own homes.
I call Bill 62, rent-to-own homes. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I do move that Bill 62 be read a second time. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak on Bill 62, the Rent-to-Own Starter Homes Act. Madam Speaker, this program that's outlined in this bill would address a serious gap in the housing market for Nova Scotians who are looking to purchase a home. With the tariffs from our neighbors in the south now in effect, it's never been more important for government to invest in Nova Scotians and in homes that they can afford. As we all know, rents have skyrocketed in recent years, with more and more Nova Scotians spending the majority of their take-home pay on their home. In January of this year, the average rent for a one-bedroom apartment in Halifax was $2,000. Rents like that makes it almost impossible for people to save for their own home. For the over 300,000 Nova Scotians who rent, the dream of home ownership is completely out of reach. Mr. Speaker, an Angus Reid poll last year found that Nova Scotia, along with BC and Ontario, led the country on the number of people who feel like they can't afford a house in their community or have given up altogether on the idea of home ownership. I just referenced the election campaign in the fall. I can't tell you, Mr. Speaker, how many people I talked to about this. Either they were in that situation, they were renting and they were saying to me that they can't imagine ever owning a home in this province, or they were homeowners whose adult children were facing that situation, and they were very concerned about what we were doing as a province to support their children who were looking to buy homes. And I have to tell you, I talked about this idea, and people loved it because they saw it as a proposal that made a lot of sense and that would actually work for them or their children. In our province, a third of people said they don't believe that they will ever be able to buy their own home, Mr. Speaker. That's a lot of people. The rent-to-own starter homes program would create more pathways to home ownership for Nova Scotians. In our communities, neighborhoods, and even our own families, we know people who are at the point in their lives where they'd like to buy a home and set up their lives in this province that we all love. Mr. Speaker, I am lucky enough to be a homeowner, and I can't tell you how many times a week, basically, I thank God, I thank my lucky stars, and I thank my father, and I'll tell you why in a second, that I own a home, because I see the rents increasing around me. More and more people are coming into my office. The rents that they are paying for apartments in not safe areas that are falling apart, that have leaky roofs and leaky windows, they're way more expensive than the mortgage payment that I pay. And I think when we see the rents and the markets going crazy like this, all I can do is go, oh my God, I'm so happy that I was able to buy a home. And I'll tell you how I was able to buy a home is because my father gave me $20,000 to do it. And I come from a middle-class family, and I know that many, many people do not have that kind of money or that kind of, that family. I mean, I wouldn't call our family wealthy by any stretch of the imagination, but that my father was able to offer that as a gift to me. I would never have been able to buy a house had that not been the case. When my daughter, who's here today, was 6 months old, we moved from a one-bedroom apartment on Agricola Street over to Windmill Road. And that's where we set down roots. We had a yard for the kid to play in. We didn't have a yard in our apartment on Agricola Street. We had a teensy-weensy little deck, which had a really nice maple tree, so that was nice. But no, I'm serious. It was not until my father was able to give that gift to us that we were able to buy a house. We're actors, and God loved the arts and the artists of the world, but it doesn't pay a whole heck of a lot of money. Even when you work 3 jobs, even when you bust your butt and you get film work to pad your income, or you work at the university to pad your income, it's impossible to cobble up the down payment. So I remain grateful that I live in a house where my mortgage stays relatively stable, at least for 5 years at a time. I'm recognizing humbly that this is not a luxury that is afforded to very many people right now. Home prices, like rents, have increased substantially over the last few years. By the way, the home that I bought cost $192,000. So that's also a big difference from any home that's will fit 3 people in it. The median price of a single-family home now in Halifax increased 8% to $575,000 in early 2024. Outside of Halifax, home prices are also seeing historic increases. Last year, the average asking price for a home increased 24% to nearly $350,000 on the South Shore and $325,000 in the Valley. Overall, home prices across Nova Scotia are around 65% higher than pre-pandemic. I'll tell you another little story, a real quick one. That home that I bought for $192,000, we ended up moving from that home to the one we're in now because we outgrew it with a second child. And we sold that home to a young family, and they lived in it during the pandemic. And so the home that I bought for $192,000, I sold it for less than I paid for, and then it resold for almost $400,000. So that right after the pandemic, that house was sold again, and that is how quickly prices have gone through the roof. Just extraordinary. When rent-to-own starter homes, with rent-to-own starter homes, we would build starter homes. So I want to get into the crux of this program. So I want to make sure everyone in this House and everyone in Nova Scotia understands what this program is. This is not a rent-to-own program for a home that you're already renting from a private landlord, although that's a great idea too. With rent-to-own starter homes, we would see the province build starter homes on government-owned land quickly using locally prefabricated construction. I keep talking about myself here, folks, but I'm going to do it again. The home that I live in now, Mr. Speaker, is a post-war prefabricated home. They're all over lots of places in Nova Scotia, but in the area of North End Dartmouth where I live, you can see them. They're like little story and a half. Some of them have little bump outs for the porch. Some of them have little add-ons in the back. But the basis of them is the same. It's like a base floor, 2 bedrooms with no hallway at the top of the stairs. And they're all over the place. When I was campaigning in Pictou during the by-election, I noticed that there's areas of Pictou that have very similar structure homes. So I can only assume that those were quickly built prefabricated homes, possibly workers' homes. In any case, it makes sense. They're quick to build, they're cheap to build, and they're solid. And so this is what we would like to see. We would like to see a new program of prefabricated construction on government-owned land. The homes would then be rented to families making less than $100,000 a year. Nova Scotians who qualify would be able to rent one of these homes and then build their equity toward home ownership. Renters would enter into a 5-year agreement with the province, and the rent paid would be no more than 30% of their income. So rent geared to income with the equity building towards the home ownership. And with this program, Nova Scotians will know that their monthly rental payments are investments in their future and not someone else's. These would build up communities, in communities across the province, because the cost of buying a home is out of reach for too many, whether you live in Bridgewater or Amherst or Sydney or in the HRM. Rents have gone up hundreds of dollars a month since Tim Houston became premier, since the premier became the premier, and wages are not keeping up. And it doesn't need to be that way. This government doesn't seem to get it. Many young people will just not stay in this province if they can't afford a home. And a lot, and I will say, because I know one of the objections to this, or one of the comments will be, what has to happen is everyone needs a good job. And I agree with that, Mr. Speaker, but there are many young people right now with good jobs, good paying jobs in this province, and they can't afford a home. I will go back to the many people I met on the doorstep in the past election. The people who live in Creighton Park, whose kids grew up in Dartmouth North, in Creighton Park, and who would love to see their children be able to buy a house close by. Put down roots, have some grandkids. This is the dream for a parent of adult children. And yet we can't see that possibility for very many people. So as I said, we've done this before, Mr. Speaker. We've built thousands of homes like this to accommodate a growing province, and we need to do it again. We need to create a province where young people can afford to live and where they can see a future for themselves, where seniors know that they can retire in dignity, where families can raise children in stable, sustainable communities, and where people are able to build the life they dream in a province that they love. So we urge this government to support this legislation and act to address the crisis in affordable homes so that Nova Scotians who we want, we urge this government to support this legislation and act to address the crisis in affordable homes so that the Nova Scotians who want and need to build their lives here can. With that, Mr. Speaker, I will take my seat, and I look forward to hearing comments from the other side. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and pleased to comment on Bill 62. I think it's a novel idea to put forward in the legislature to look at a rent-to-home starter home project. I think it really is speaking to the increasing need to address the housing crisis in our province with an all-hands-on-deck approach and bringing forth various streams of getting Nova Scotians housing. If we believe that housing is a human right, which I do, I think this is a novel way of looking at partnering to build prefabbed homes. These are kind of homes that take, my understanding is 8 weeks. Fairly soon, they can be built on scale. They are well built these days as well. And looking at the parameters of who qualifies, it really does target those, especially that would need it the most with household incomes over $100,000. And I certainly share the consternation about home ownership being increasingly out of sight for Nova Scotians. And I worry that those that are able to buy a home are at some point just going to be those that inherit wealth from family, and those that aren't as fortunate, that are on their own, have to come up with not only tens of thousands of dollars, but as homes cost now increasingly over $1 million, we're talking about down payments for Nova Scotians of upwards of over $100,000 just for the down payment. And then, of course, the qualifying process to come up with a payment, which is increasing every year for mortgage payments. So this is a targeted way, I think, that is worth considering. I will say that when looking at other provinces that have looked at this, Prince Edward Island has a similar type program that was announced just a couple of years ago, and in their program, they didn't require that government be the one that builds these homes. And I think that it would be worth looking at beyond just government as being tasked with building homes like this, that we look at partnering with nonprofits, especially since the public housing that was announced is working out to $563K per door, significantly higher than what nonprofits can build homes for. They can build homes for $359,000 per door. I'm still talking about non-market units, but if we're a partnership, if we can look at partnering with, you know, AHANS and Add Some House or others that have expertise in housing, that it could be much broader and not just reliant on the government to lead an initiative like this. But there are lots of different companies that build different types of homes that are cheaper than a normal type of residential build. There's one in my riding, Duggan Log Homes, that was disappointed that they weren't involved in some of the government contracts that went out to build small homes and tiny homes for shelters. And I just want to comment that whenever we're looking at projects like this, that they should be, we're trying to get the best value for money when spending this kind of money. But the spirit of the bill, looking at targeting those that are first-time home buyers, the people that are renting now, and the fact that rents have skyrocketed over the last number of years, I think it's a good idea worth putting forward. So with those few words, I'll yield my time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to address the bill on rent-to-own homes, and I just want to say that you know, home ownership is an incredible benchmark in someone's life, and we have to realize that everybody getting into this are at different levels, and we have to realize that the housing issue we're facing is absolutely across the spectrum. And so the province is dealing with the entire spectrum, from one end to the other. So we have a housing plan, and I just want to say very loudly and clearly that it's working. It is working, and I'll go through the entire speech I have here. We'll address some of the parts of it that are incredible numbers by any statute that you look at. Our government is already seeing more housing projects across the province because of the hundreds of millions of dollars that we've invested so far. In addition to this, we've cut miles of red tape, cutting red tape in housing as we did in healthcare, supporting the workforce. We've reduced costs. We're making it easier to build and to get more Nova Scotians in their own home faster, more faster, Madam Speaker. we have seen a remarkable 3.8% year-over-year increase in housing starts for centres within populations of over 10,000 people. Madam Speaker, that's only since January. This is March 5th, I believe. That's a pretty incredible increase already, Madam Speaker. Our work doesn't stop there. With 663 first-time home buyers, we're already able to purchase a home through the down payment assistance program since 2023. This is making important progress towards our goal of assisting 1,200 first-time home buyers over 5 years. Madam Speaker, that's over 50% already. Since implementing the Action for Housing Plan in 2023, we have made significant progress toward achieving our ambitious 5-year targets. This level of investment provides a foundation for critical infrastructure, resources, and support necessary to tackle the housing crisis head-on to build sustainable long-term solutions. To date, we have laid the groundwork to create over 50,000 new household units, which is already 125% of our original 5-year goal. Madam Speaker, 125% of a 5-year goal. I know the Minister has quoted these numbers several times, but perhaps it takes a few more times for it to sink in. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to read these numbers off. 125% of our 5-year goal, and we're 1 year in. This accomplishment reflects the collective efforts of all involved, government, industry partners, and the communities we serve. In particular, the Executive Panel on Housing in the Halifax Regional Municipality has been key in supporting initiatives within special planning areas, facilitating and development of nearly 50,000 housing units in these priority areas. This represents a substantial portion of the overall goal, underscoring the importance of targeting, planning, and collaboration to address the unique housing needs in high-demand regions. The Land for Housing program, another critical component of the Action for Housing Plan, has been pivotal in accelerating and availability of housing units. This program has already approved over 1,100 units, new housing units, on provincial land, and 45% of these units will be designated as affordable housing. These efforts align with the broader goal of making housing more accessible to people at all income levels and creating more inclusive communities. Moreover, the government's support has enabled the development of 3,500 affordable and supportive housing units, addressing the growing demand for housing that provides additional support services. These units are designed to meet the needs of individuals and families facing barriers and accessing stable housing, offering critical support to those dealing with issues such as mental health challenges, disabilities, and substance use. In parallel, the Rent Supplement Program has provided direct assistance to over 12,000 households, helping to stabilize families and individuals who are struggling to afford rent in the current market. This program is a vital tool in ensuring that no one is left behind as we work to expand housing options across the entire spectrum. In addition to expanding housing opportunities, we have also prioritized the development of skilled labor to support the construction and maintenance of these new housing units. One of the key steps in this effort has been increasing the standard training ratio in apprentices, which is now set as 1 journey person for every 3 apprentices. Madam Speaker, many in the House know that I'm a skilled trades teacher at Glace Bay High School. And Madam Speaker, one of the things that pushed me into running in government and getting involved in politics is that my students looked at me every day and asked me, what do they need to work out west? That was the motive before. That's where people were going, Madam Speaker. And I felt that we were shipping out our our young people, our brain power, more than anything. And Madam Speaker, I'm proud to be in a government that has recognized that these young apprentices graduating from trade schools need to access their hours. They have to increase their license. And although we face a great challenge in housing, I'm glad to see that we're not only in addressing the housing needs, we're able to see the opportunity to increase the training of apprentices so that in the future, we can avoid this more likely to be able to avoid this by having tradespeople out there ready to go. Madam Speaker, it'd be an awful shame if we didn't take advantage of having these trades increase their license. The change ensures that there is greater mentorship and hands-on training for the next generation of skilled workers, helping to meet the increasing demand for construction professionals as the housing sector continues to grow. Nova Scotia is on the grow, Madam Speaker. By all standards, we are growing. And although we face challenges from the south right now, we also face incredible opportunities. And to see our youth getting ready for that, to face that opportunity, I'm more proud of that than anything else that we've done in this government, Madam Speaker. This comprehensive approach to housing development, supported by strategic investments and targeted initiatives, underscores our commitment to creating a more sustainable, affordable, and equitable housing landscape for all residents. The progress our government has made so far sets a strong foundation for the continued success of the Action for Housing Plan over the coming years. As part of our ongoing efforts to support Nova Scotians and make home ownership more attainable, the PC government has worked tirelessly to improve and expand the down payment assistance program. Since its inception in 2017, this program has seen impressive year-over-year increases in the number of approved applications, underscoring its vital role in helping first-time homeowners across the province. In June 2022, we took further action to make this program even more accessible by nearly doubling the household income eligibility threshold. We increased the maximum value of the home being purchased to $570,000 in HRM in East Hants, $375,000 in West Hants, Annapolis Valley and South Shore, and $300,000 in Yarmouth County, Cape Breton, and Northern Nova Scotia. This important program provides first-time home buyers with a total household income below $145,000, a 5% down payment loan, interest-free for their home purchase. What makes this program even more beneficial is its long-term affordable repayment structure. The program currently offers a 10-year repayment plan with the average loan amount being just over $15,000. This results in manageable monthly repayments of approximately $127, allowing families to achieve home ownership without being burdened by steep upfront costs. The success of this program is clear. Approvals under the Down Payment Assistance Program have continued to increase. 373 first-time home buyers have been approved in the 2024-25 fiscal year, with a $5.7 million investment. This growth in program uptakes shows the tangible impact our government actions are having on the lives and hard-working families, enabling them to own homes quicker. Our PC government remains committed to ensuring that home ownership is within reach for Nova Scotians now and into the future. We are actively exploring options to create additional programming for first-time homeowners with a focus on launching a new loan guarantee program. This initiative is aimed at making home ownership more accessible for those entering the housing market for the first time. We are collaborating with various partners to develop this new program, and we'll provide more details once the work is complete and the program is ready to roll out. In Nova Scotia, renter-owned initiatives were introduced in the 1980s as a way to support low-income households. However, these programs were eventually cancelled due to a lack of success. As eligible units were sold off and mortgage rules became more relaxed in the 1980s, home ownership became more attainable through traditional means, reducing the demand for rent-to-own options. Currently, rent-to-own programs are not widely available through provincial governments across Canada. However, Prince Edward Island is piloting a small rent-to-own initiative, and the program is being carefully monitored to assess its impact and feasibility for broader implementation. This pilot program may provide valuable insights into the effectiveness of rent-to-own models in supporting lower-income households, offering lessons for potential future programs in other provinces. Madam Speaker, I'm extremely proud to stand as a member of the PC government and speak to the amazing work being done on the housing file. There's still more to do, of course. But these efforts and programs represent the beginning of a generational investment in housing that I am confident will benefit Nova Scotians for years to come. We have a commitment to fixing health care, and that plan is working. We are committed to growing the economy, and that plan is working. We are committed to finding housing solutions for Nova Scotians, and Madam Speaker, that plan is working. Madam Speaker, when we talk about the Action for Housing plan, I don't know if it's clear, but it's basically into three categories. Increasing housing supply. Madam Speaker, we want to use provincial land and infrastructure to create housing. We want to increase skilled workers to build homes now and well into the future. We want to reduce red tape. We want to update our housing laws. We want to invest more to build more for people. And we want to pilot new approaches to help individuals and families. I see my time is running out, Madam Speaker, so I have to go quicker. Grow and sustain. We want to grow and sustain affordable housing. We want to grow community housing sector. We want to repair and upgrade affordable housing to help people remain in their homes. We want to make publicly owned housing more accessible for people and climate friendly. We want to innovate, test, and scale projects to create welcoming communities. And we want to deliver programs that people need, Madam Speaker. Dedicate funding to Indigenous people and people of African descent. We want to help move people experiencing homelessness for housing. And we want to simplify and promote programs. Madam Speaker, we have completed or substantially completed 20% of our initiatives, and we have made progress in over 80% of the initiatives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to speak to Bill 62, the Rent to Own Starter Home Act. Speaker, we are providing this government with a solution to the housing crisis that we are in, because we need every tool in the toolbox to solve it, and because home ownership is now becoming unattainable for so many, Madam Speaker. Whether you own or rent in Nova Scotia, housing has become one of the most expensive places, Madam Speaker, in the country. Our market is one of the most expensive. When I talk to Nova Scotians, particularly in my area in Cape Breton, people tell me one of their biggest concerns is secure housing for their families. It's one of the biggest things that come through my office every single day, housing. For some, That means their 20 or 30-something children are living at home, and both sides would rather they not be, Madam Speaker. For others, that means their senior parents are being forced out of their apartments because of fixed-term leases. Speaker, in my office, I have constituents who are crying, and they're afraid because of their fixed-term lease, because it's not going to be renewed, because now they have to find a place, Madam Speaker. And that is a very frightening situation to be in when they find out, when they try to get on the list for public housing, that there's a list for those in precarious situations to get on another list for homelessness. But they have to wait, Madam Speaker, they have to wait until they're homeless to get on that list. And also, it doesn't come into effect till 30 days of them notifying that they are in fact homeless. This is a situation that my constituents and all of our constituents face every single day. Many of hundreds of thousands of families who rent are spending well over a third of their paycheck on housing each month, leaving them stuck with the tough choices of how to make ends meet each month, Madam Speaker. Rents have gone up under this PC government, and people's paychecks are not keeping up. That means it's harder than ever to save to buy a home. But it doesn't have to be this way. There are smart, new ideas to help people get into their first home and on a pathway to home ownership. And sometimes what is old is new again when it comes to rent-to-own. The rent-to-own starter home program proposed by our caucus would give renters a new pathway to home ownership in Nova Scotia. Nova Scotians who would live in these homes would rent from the province for up to 5 years and would know that their monthly rental payments are investments in their futures and not someone else's. These homes can be built quickly and economically by using prefabricated construction, as we've already seen in many parts of this province. Non-profit housing providers are building this way, Madam Speaker, and getting new affordable communities built and open in less than 2 years. We have done this before, building thousands of homes to ensure there were homes where people can afford, and we need to do it again. We've already heard that following the Second World War, hundreds of homes were built in our province to create housing opportunities for returning veterans and their growing families. Nova Scotian renters are feeling hopeless today. A third of Nova Scotians have little hope of being able to afford a home in their communities. Today, home prices in Nova Scotia are seeing historic price increases, and more people are having trouble affording the basics like groceries, power, fuel. And now with tariffs in effect, people have additional concerns about their jobs and new economic shocks, Madam Speaker. The Conservative government doesn't seem to get it. Many young people will not stay in this province if they can't afford a home. Nobody would stay in a place where they can't afford a home, a place to live. It's a human right, and yet it's a basic need, and yet here we are. The only answer we have for this government on housing is that we need to build more homes. And while we absolutely do need more homes to be built, the type of home and the cost of these new builds has to be considered. Who does it actually help if people are looking to buy and can't afford homes that are for sale? Think about it. Someone's looking for a home, but the homes on the market to buy, they can't afford them. it's unattainable to them. We have to build homes that people can actually afford. Rent to own starter homes would open a new pathway to home ownership for people looking to build their lives here. Built on a government-owned land, we can quickly build homes by prioritizing prefabricated construction. Nova Scotians who qualify would be able to rent one of these homes and build equity towards home ownership. Available to families making less than $100,000 a year, these homes would make a huge difference for young people across the province. Madam Speaker, I was one of those young people. My partner and I were renting, and we wanted to own a home, and we looked at the market, and we knew we could buy a home, but we would be in debt. The property taxes alone could probably kill us. But what we found was a private rent-to-own partnership that we did with actually a family member. So I am one of those people who are renting to own their home. And Madam Speaker, that would be the only way that I could have done it without significantly going into debt. And so that's why I think this is a great idea. Madam Speaker, creating hundreds of rent-to-own starter homes over the next number of years would mean families can raise their children in stable, sustainable communities, and people can build the life they want in the province we all love. And with that, Madam Speaker, I move to adjourn debate on Bill 65. Thank you.
The motion is to adjourn debate on Bill 65. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the honorable official host leader, honorable host leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill 65, the Homelessness Task Force Act?
Bills for second reading. Bill 65. Homeless Task Force Act. I recognize the honorable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Speaker. I move second reading of Bill 65, a homelessness task force. Today I rise to speak about Bill 65. We wish this bill was not necessary, but the reality of the crisis that we're in is clear, and direct solutions are needed. In Halifax alone, there are more than 1,100 people experiencing homelessness, and this is just folks who are on the by name list. That's 1,100 people without a consistent, safe place to sleep. 1,100 people who do not have the dignity of safe, stable housing. 1,100 people who wake up every morning wondering if they will be right back to that same spot that night. 1,100 people in a constant state of mental, emotional, and physiological fight or flight. This number has more than doubled since this government has taken office, has been elected in 2021. Data for rural homelessness in Nova Scotia is sparse, but it's believed that hundreds more people are experiencing homelessness outside of Halifax. Additionally, homelessness is stigmatized. Those Nova Scotians are our neighbors, our constituents. Homelessness is also dangerous, even more so during this time of year. Late just last year, in the span of 5 weeks, 3 people who lived outside died outside. Speaker, I cannot think of a more avoidable way to die directly attributed to this government's inaction. Each death a tragedy and a reminder of the failures in policy that has led so many Nova Scotians to live outside in the first place. Yesterday, a fire broke out in one of Halifax's many homeless encampments. Last month, a fire destroyed the abandoned Bloomfield school site. Encampments and all the dangers associated with them have become far too common. Nova Scotia should be a thriving province for everyone. Encampments should not exist, and yet they do. In just a few months that I have been MLA, I've heard from dozens of constituents who are concerned about that being where they're going to sleep next month. And that is why I'm talking about this bill. A homelessness task force's membership would include government representatives, municipal and provincial advocates in areas of housing and homelessness, healthcare and social service workers, legal and justice workers, law enforcement representatives, individuals who have lived experience with homelessness, and representatives of social groups who work with folks experiencing homelessness. I understand that the idea of bringing together another committee or council might seem unnecessary. However, this task force will create accountability that will ensure that we are not simply reacting with temporary Band-Aid solutions, but there are people on the ground that are directly connected with folks living in those encampments or who are experiencing homelessness to be able to bring their concerns forward. So this legislation will require the government to track the problem, monitor the impact of policies and solution, and to ensure that resources are aligned with the real needs that are being heard on the ground. It will bring together experts, frontline workers, and people with lived experiences. Because real solutions require input from those who understand the crisis best. Speaker, this government has endorsed policies that contributed to the increase in homelessness, such as failing to address the fixed-term lease loophole that allows landlords to evict renters so they can raise rent for the next tenant, and reducing the grace period for those who cannot make rent from 15 days to only 3. Meanwhile, we see tent encampments growing across the province, shelters stretched beyond capacity, and people turned away with nowhere to go. If the data was tracked properly and monitored poverty reduction and housing strategies, and listening to folks on the ground who are supporting people who are experiencing homelessness, as well as those who are experiencing homelessness in the first place, we wouldn't be in this situation. The task force will ensure that real oversight of this government's homelessness response. It will require the government to publicly report on homelessness numbers, provide updates on progress, on solutions, and tell us what the next steps are going to be. Most importantly, it will force because we've seen too many reports and expert advice ignored and too many promises broken, we need this task force in place to ensure that there is accountability, transparency, and action to address the crisis. If this government would like to take serious action about addressing the massive issue on homelessness in this province, then there wouldn't be any opposition to this bill. Nova Scotians deserve better. The 1,100 people experiencing homelessness in Halifax deserve better. This legislation is just a step forward for real action, real accountability, and real solutions. And again, it's not about setting up another committee, setting up another council. It's about getting together the stakeholders, people who are on the ground experiencing this, people who are on the ground supporting people who are experiencing this, as well as government representation, to ensure that we're taking proactive rather than reactive steps to decrease the number of folks sleeping outside. We do urge this government to support this bill, and I thank you for your time, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to rise to my feet to support my colleague with this bill, the bill that establishes a homelessness task force to monitor and address homelessness in the province. And really, it's one of those conversations you wish you were never having. But, you know, with the reality of the situation that we've seen really, in my experience in the greater CBRM area, since COVID is really sad. It is. It's tough. It's been hard on families. We've seen it around our communities. We've seen it in the statistics that we're seeing when it comes to the level of poverty in this province. You know, the province is really struggling right now in a number of metrics when it comes to not only the economy, but also the supports that we provide for people. With this being the worst. And I think one of the ways that I see this bill being a positive step is that not only does it allow us to have people on the ground to support folks, and because there are wonderful people on the ground now that are doing a lot of this work, and I do want to give them a lot of credit. We have them in all of our communities that are out supporting our most vulnerable, supporting people who are without a home and are in our community. And you know, I think for all of us, regardless of political stripe, there are angels out there that do this work quietly each and every day to support people. So I want to thank them. I do. So with the bill, the task force is, you know, they're looking to include the provincial government, municipal government, representatives, advocates, healthcare and social service workers, legal and justice workers, representatives from social service groups, law enforcement representatives, and individuals who have lived experience with homelessness. And this is happening. Like, there are some great groups that have been doing this work around Sydney. I think what this bill does is it helps us kind of validate their work in the sense that they have a full commitment from the provincial government. There may be resources that the provincial government can help above and beyond what government services and supports do now. You know, there is a key component really to this, and as I said, there are advocates in communities that are doing this work now when it comes to, you know, supporting the strategies, collecting data on homelessness. There's you know, there's been a number of big sessions in the Greater Sydney area around this. Because we've seen such a surge in population at home that, you know, with that comes more people that are facing challenges. We're seeing that. We've really seen COVID was really kind of when it really, for me, I really started to see some of the challenges around homelessness skyrocket in the community. And again, there are some great advocates that are there that have, you know, looking at housing supports, looking at, you know, construction around supporting people to give people a roof over their head, and it's been good. This bill for me really just, as I said, solidifies the work that these organizations are doing. It provides an official task force to help support them in the work, and hopefully would put some resources behind it too as well. So I'm happy to stand in my place to thank my colleague for bringing this forward to support the bill that's being brought forward by the NDP caucus, but ultimately to thank the many advocates across Nova Scotia that are doing this work each and every day to support the folks that are facing homelessness challenge and support them to try to have a roof over their head and ultimately have a better life. So honored to get in my place to say a few words in support of the bill.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And as the Assistant Minister for the Office of Opportunities Social Development, I'm pleased to be able to stand here today and say a few words in regards to Bill 65, Homeless Task Force Act. And before I do, I certainly want to thank the member across the way for bringing this forward. We all know that Nova Scotians deserve a home. They deserve a safe place to live. And that's all Nova Scotians, including those that are currently experiencing homelessness. And I think, Speaker, I think that this is one of the driving forces that are behind the considerable efforts and the resources that this government has devoted to this issue. And Speaker, I want to tell very quickly my personal story of my experience with homelessness. About 10 years ago, when I was on regional council, I received a call from a constituent who was concerned. There was a lady who was living down in Sobeys and in her car, and she was moving back and forth between Sobeys and Superstore so that nobody would come and bother her. I went down, and sure enough, she was living there. I reached out to her. We talked, became friendly, and I actually opened my home and had that person live with me for 6 months. So I think I have a unique perspective when it comes to homelessness. And you know, one of the things that certainly came out from that was that, and I think it's things that are reflected through things our government has done, is that people experiencing homelessness, it's our sisters and our brothers, our mothers and our fathers, it's our aunts and uncles, you know, and I think any of us are just a step away from actually experiencing homelessness. Any of us could be there. So I think that that's something that our government has taken on when it's viewed this issue. I think that you know, the other thing is that each story is unique, each person's unique, and the requirements that they need are unique as well. And I think that this government's efforts have really been try to address the issue while recognizing the uniqueness of each person. Speaker, since this government took office, there's been more than 1,300% increase in the investments in this area. I want to say it again, 1,300% increase. Currently, Speaker, there is $130.5 million in this year's coming budget to be able to address this issue. Opposition wants to say we don't see this serious, that we're not addressing it. We are. We do see it. And Speaker, I want to run, you know, since we came in government and recognizing that in 2021, when we came in, we ran on an issue of health care. At that time, homelessness really wasn't the issue it eventually became. And but when you stop to look at what this government's done over the last couple of years to try to address homelessness, Speaker, I just want to lay out a few things. In July 2023, 2 supportive housing options open for urban Indigenous women and children at risk of homelessness in HRM. The department has provided the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Centre more than $1 million in annual funding for safe housing, and which has a room for 9 women and a 4-plex in Bedford. In July of 2023, government invested $720,000 in the North End Community Health Centre and Upward Mobility Kitchens East, which provides meals at the Bridge, Shelter, Nova Scotia, and out of the cold locations in HRM. In October 2023, the government provided funding to create new winter shelters, enhanced shelter diversion supports, and to establish a formal emergency weather response for vulnerable people. It also invested in operational supports and providing land in HRM to establish innovative shelter solutions. Speaker, this province invested in a tiny home community in Lower Sackville, as well as annual operating funding for that community. In November of 2023, government announced a new site in Halifax which supports 32 women and gender diverse people who are sleeping rough in HRM. March of 2024, a new community hub opened in Amherst and affordability of 6 affordable housing units. We've opened up support groups in July for 22 supportive housing units in Waterville and Kentville. Speaker, the list keeps going on. October of 2024, we saw the first tiny home community open in Lower Sackville, providing housing for up to 70 people with fully furnished units and wraparound services. And Speaker, I go back to what I said earlier. When we were elected in 2021, this wasn't the issue it eventually became. I have never seen, and I've said this to the Premier, Speaker, I can honestly say I have been elected for a quarter of a century representing people in Sackville. I've never seen government move as quickly to address an issue as what I saw Premier Tim Houston move. To think that an issue came up when we came in 2021, and by 2024, there were housing units, the small housing community in Lower Sackville was opening its doors to accepting residents living there in less than, basically in 3 years. That is unprecedented that I've ever seen government move that quick. And I commend the Premier for taking that stance and for recognizing the importance and moving it forward, Speaker. Of course, I want to recognize our current minister, Minister Armstrong, who's committed to addressing this issue. He's meeting weekly with his staff and with community groups being updated on the issues around homelessness. Of course, Madam Speaker, government can't do this alone, and I certainly recognize and thank the member from Sydney, Member 2, for pointing out some of the community organizations that are working, because without those community groups, government would be, I mean, that's what's helping is the collaboration, is working together with community groups and other municipalities, Speaker. Government cannot do this alone. We're so pleased that the government representatives from the Opportunities and Social Development Office, GND, Health and Wellness, Addictions and Mental Health, Public Works, we're all working, first of all, in government across many departments, but also with municipalities across this province and those valuable partners that are at community level. And I know that the former speaker mentioned some. We have AHANS, of course, Affordable Housing Association of Nova Scotia, 902 Man Up, ADSM. There are so many other groups that are around, and I remember, you know, my personal experience. I remember once again going out with City Center Ministries about 10 years ago. There was a pastor. He's passed away there now, Jerry Leet. I remember going out with Jerry and meeting some of the people on the street and being able to help out. And Speaker, without those groups, government just wouldn't be able to do what they're doing. They're so integral, and they're there already, and they are working with us. And those service providers have that expertise and experience to lead this work. They also have something that's important, and that's the trust, respect, and confidence of the people who we're trying to meet those needs for. Similar to the former speaker, I too want to personally thank those organizations for their dedication and their cooperation and working alongside government to help create innovative solutions that are helping to meet the needs of Nova Scotians. And they're trying to also improve the way that we track and measure and analyze and keep that data. So I want to thank those, Speaker. Speaker, I'm so pleased to tell you that the reason I feel that Bill number 65 is not needed, a task force on homelessness is not needed, is because of the collaboration that's happening now. We are working together with so many different groups and so many people, and I think that this approach is working, Speaker. There are more than 700 new supportive housing units, bringing a total of more than 1,000. More than 200 new shelter spaces, bringing a total of over 550. 200 units across 6 shelter villages. the implementation of a new rapid response protocol for extreme weather events, ensuring that our most vulnerable citizens are protected during extreme and severe weather conditions, Speaker. In fact, last week, I think it was last week, we just opened up a $1.1 million investment at St. Pat's Church, where HRM, Souls Harbor, the province, we came together collaboratively and opened up a spot for 25 men that it can actually be expanded to accommodate 40 if it's needed. So, Speaker, I think, ironically, what this bill is asking for is something government is already doing. We're already there, and we're doing it without the need of a task force. So I question that. Like I already said, we have OSD is already leading a cross-departmental action units. We're working, and that's 10 departments, Speaker. We're working with government to drive immediate and long-term solutions with homelessness. We're working collaboratively with municipalities and with service providers across the municipality. So, Speaker, I certainly understand why the member from Fairview Clayton Park brought this bill forward. I thank her for being concerned, showing her concern, bringing it forward. But I want to ensure her, Speaker, and all members of this House that this government is taking action on homelessness, and all the items that are included in this bill we're currently doing. So there's Speaker, there's always more we can do, but I think that when you look at what we've done to address this issue over the last number of years, what we continue to do, financial investments we're making, the partners we're working with, I think we're making great progress, Speaker, and so thank you very much.
Before I recognize the next member, just a reminder that people are not to name members, but not to name them. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll just speak for a few minutes in support of this bill that the NDP have brought forth today, an act respecting a homelessness task force. And, Madam Speaker, until there is not one person in this province living on the street or without a home, then we need to do all that we can to end homelessness in this province. And when I read through this bill, Madam Speaker, I say, why not? What can be the harm? I remember the very first time that I came across homelessness. It was in the city of Toronto. My husband and I went there for a conference. It was a long time ago. And I couldn't stop thinking about it for months after I came back home. And I couldn't understand how, I was naive, I was very young, but I had never seen homelessness before. And I remember walking downtown Toronto, and there were people sleeping on the grates, and I didn't know if they were alive or dead, and everyone was just walking around them, and I was haunted by that, Madam Speaker. And we really didn't see much of that here in Nova Scotia, certainly not in Cumberland County. I had never seen homelessness. But when I first became an MLA, I did meet several people here in Halifax. And what's interesting, Madam Speaker, is that some of the people I met, I would just chat with people on the street, were from Cumberland County. And they lived here in the city, on the street, and they came to the city because there were services here, there were shelters, and we didn't have anything like that back home. And I often tell people back home this story because there is a myth, I believe, a misconception of people in small communities that, when there's a shelter opened in our own communities, that the people that are coming are from away. Why are they bringing people from Halifax or Moncton to Cumberland County to our shelter? And they're not, Madam Speaker. They're actually bringing people from Cumberland County back home because they maybe were trying to get into a shelter in Halifax or Moncton. And they're our own people. And we've had a lot of education, certainly over the last 3 years in particular, back home. And Madam Speaker, I just want to share a little bit of a story, just to give the member from the NDP that tabled this bill a little bit of hope. And what I would encourage is, if the government doesn't pass this bill, to still find a way to make this happen. Find a way. Back in the summer of 2022, I was contacted as MLA by some stakeholders. They actually worked for the government, but they were nervous. They said, make sure what we tell you is confidential. We don't want to get in trouble. But they were very scared that their people that they worked with were going to die that winter due to exposure. And they said, we know that you get things done. We need you to find a way to make sure no one dies in our community this winter. So, Madam Speaker, I organized a meeting and I invited all kinds of stakeholders from our community. On September the 7th, we had a meeting with 49 people. And Madam Speaker, when we started that meeting, I had sticky notes on everyone's desk, and I asked everyone to start the meeting by writing the name of someone they loved on the sticky, and then to set it aside. And then later through the meeting, when we started talking about helping those who may be homeless in our community, I asked everyone to turn over the name that was on the sticky, and I said, whenever you talk about someone during this meeting, I want you to imagine you're talking about this person that you love. And it changed, the whole tone of the meeting changed because people were not speaking in any way in judgment. There became an overwhelming concern for any person that may be living unhoused in our community. And Madam Speaker, I share this as a story of hope, because what happened from that meeting is there was a commitment that led to weekly meetings, and we formed a committee, community leaders, and they kept it going because the legislature was back in session. I had to come here, and they kept the meetings going every week. It led to what's called the Winter Emergency Temporary Shelter. And of course, what happened soon after that was Hurricane Fiona. And my assistant at the time, her name was Hannah Landry. She actually used to work for the NDP as a researcher here. Back in around 2013, when Kate worked for the PC caucus, Hannah worked for the NDP caucus here, and then she went on to work in Alberta with the NDP government. But Hannah worked with a community leader, Aidan Cavisto, and we urgently, within 24 hours, organized a hurricane shelter for that weekend for anyone that was homeless. We contacted the Department of Community Services, and they gave us every penny that we asked for to make that shelter happen that weekend urgently. The community came together, brought food, the Lions Den donated the space, and we had volunteers that ran that shelter that weekend. From there, Madam Speaker, Hannah Landry, that worked for me, Aidan Cavisto and I created a budget for a winter shelter. We gave it to the Department of Community Service, and I want to give them kudos because every penny of funding that we requested for that winter shelter was given to our community. And we appreciated that. We never had to they knew the work that we were proposing was needed. It was never questioned. It was only supported. So I really want to thank them for that. And this community group, this WETS, we called ourselves, Winter Emergency Temporary Shelter, worked in collaboration with an organization that had been together for probably about 6 years. They called themselves Cornerstone, or Cumberland Homelessness and Housing Association. And they had been meeting for about 6 years with the goal of getting a shelter going. So we went to them and said, look, we've got the money, we've got the community stakeholders that have been working together. Will you work with us? And they wanted us to help them get an accountant, which we did, and we made it happen. And that led to a successful partnership that led to a shelter opening that winter. But it was not without challenges, because no one in the community wanted to rent to us. No one wanted people that were homeless living next door. So we had some challenges, but eventually we found a church that hadn't been used, church building that hadn't been used since the pandemic, and they rented us the space. We turned it into a shelter and made it happen. So that led to the town of Amherst then funding Cornerstone, this Cumberland Homelessness and Housing Association. The town of Amherst made a decision to provide funding for them to have an executive director. I believe it was around $100,000. And that, Madam Speaker, was a turning point. Cornerstone now had this incredible employee, Ashley Legier. She's still there, and she is simply a rock star. Her advocacy and her work with those living unsheltered in our community is just incredible. She deserves every accolade, and she works with law enforcement, she works with mental health, she works with the YMCA, she works with our office, she works with everyone, and has been an incredible leader. And that has led to the transformation of a building that the town owned that was vacant, turned it into a permanent shelter in the town. And as the former speaker with the government talked, he mentioned that they gave funding for 6 affordable housing units. So that's actually part of the shelter. There are 6 private rooms that if someone comes into the shelter and needs housing, there's housing there. So now we still need more, because that's not permanent, it's just meant to be temporary. So we still need more affordable housing in our community. And I know partners through the YMCA under the leadership of Trina Clark are working on that, and there's plans in place for more. But I wanted to share this, Madam Speaker, as to let the member know that even if the government doesn't pass this bill, this exact thing can still happen under her leadership or under the leadership of others. There's a lot of amazing people in each one of our communities that want to help and want to assure that no one dies from exposure, that no one dies. And there's definitely more work that needs to be done. A few months ago, I came here to the city for a meeting at a church downtown here with Can't Buy My Silence. And I was shocked on University Avenue, all the tents and the people living there. It's just heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to see. And I do think whenever we see someone living vulnerably, if there's someone not being cared for that is vulnerable in our communities, we all have a responsibility to do everything that we can to take care of others. So as I mentioned in my opening remarks, Madam Speaker, I do think until we come to a point in time where there's no one living unsheltered or homeless in our community, we should always be open to bills such as the one tabled by the NDP. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So today I'm also going to stand and speak in support of an act respecting a homelessness task force. And I will say that in many ways I agree with the member opposite who talked about it's a shame we have to have this. Why do we have to have this? And I guess what I would say first and foremost is that this rise in homelessness, the rise in income that this government has had to allocate, all of this could have been prevented. So the reason that you've had to increase your budget time and time again is, in fact, because of the government's policy failures. I didn't know much about the implication of the combined rent cap, fixed term lease loophole until I became an MLA. And I will tell you that after that, I mean, it's really not a week goes by where we don't hear from folks who are caught in this, right? And we've tabled time and time again their stories. We've tabled time and time again the information on how much actually rent is increasing in our communities. And so I've seen this unfold year over year, where there have been lots of people who had housing, and then because their rent became unaffordable, lost that housing, and many of them became homeless. Because I am Halifax Citadel Sable Island, many folks here would be familiar with the number of the encampments that have been built up, and some of the stories of folks. So I had heard from my constituent, the sort of senior woman her and her husband were about to lose their apartment in my riding, and they ended up in University Avenue. There was a CBC article or several about their experience. So they were in their 80s in a tent. That could have been prevented. They had housing. They had always had housing. They were 80, and they had reached out to everyone for help to say that my rent has become too expensive, and that because of the fixed term leasehold, then they were homeless. And this happens time and time again. We're not we're simply not making these stories up. They're the real lives of real people. And again, it would be great if we could take the funding that has been spent addressing homelessness and actually just have spent it on keeping people in the homes they have. The least expensive way to keep people housed is to keep them in the homes they have. And I also think it's important to recognize that because of this housing crisis and because of the increased amount of sort of visible homelessness in all communities in Nova Scotia. So in all communities. There is not a community that I've seen untouched, from some of the smallest villages in the Annapolis Valley to towns to cities and in between. And, you know, I think, you know, when I talk about, you know, the impact this has, so we've heard from folks working in gender-based violence and intimate partner violence that they have been getting calls from folks seeking shelter. They don't have it to offer. And so people are staying in situations of danger and violence because they can't find the space to go to that's secure and affordable. And, you know, we know that lots of folks who have children are also in this situation where you know, stepping forward out of a situation where there is violence in the home, but they don't have a place to go, often leads to challenges in terms of being able to keep the family together. And of course, parents want to avoid their children entering into care. And, you know, I tabled a letter, and I can find it again to retable. But I tabled a letter in the last session from Phoenix Youth Services here in Halifax, who talked about, not just once, but the number of times that they had had families come to the youth shelter with their young person and said, we're losing our housing, so at least can you take my young person because they'll be safer here than with us on the street. And so, you know, I think it's really important. Like, I do think we don't know the full scope of the situation of housing or homelessness in the province. I do think there's a huge amount of value of people being able to work together to, you know, share lessons learned. It's also about creating capacity so that all of the amazing partners who have stepped up and, you know, doubled, tripled, quadrupled their operations, if not more, to respond to the homelessness crisis, it gives folks a chance to also make sure, you know, across populations, how are we supporting different groups of people? So is there, you know, enough safe and secure shelter for folks who are queer or trans, for instance? We need to be thinking about youth, former youth in care, and seniors. We need to be thinking province-wide. And so a task force would, you know, really facilitate a lot of those important conversations. And, you know, we have the Halifax Point in Time survey last completed in 2022, and that's an important tool for us, for policymakers, for service providers, for all Nova Scotians, but we don't have the same amount of data from rural areas. So this is the other thing, is to have the homelessness task force be able to bring together folks who are working in smaller communities and across the province who are providing housing to folks who are homeless, and start actually tracking rural homelessness. You know, when we don't know the problem, we actually are not going to be able to fix it. So we need to understand the problem better. We need to know what's working. We need to know where the gaps are. You know, I think we toss around, and everybody, terms, you know, and homeless is one term. But, you know, I think that really hides the complex context and history and experiences of people, and also what they face moving forward. And again, that's the type of information we get from the Halifax Point in Time survey, which talks about the fact that there are, I'll just wait.
Yeah, order there. Thank you for noticing. I was looking, yeah. Noticing that there's a lot of chatter in the room. I ask that everybody respect the person whom is speaking. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Siddle Sable Island.
Thank you. And I will say too that, I mean, also, you know, much like lots of members, I know lots of members in this House have stepped up and supported people when they needed support in various different ways. So, you know, in terms of my family, since 2021, we've had youth who have come to stay with us under temporary guardianship. We've had asylum seekers who were living in shelters to come stay with us. And I think the other thing about the task force I think is really important. Again, it's about getting into the complexities. And I wanted to speak to the experience that I had with the member from Halifax Atlantic when they were first appointed Minister of Community Services. And at that time, the effort was on to clear out the Grand Parade Square encampment. And, you know, I think the sense had been that people had been offered things but that wasn't seeming to get through in the community. So there were actually, you know, a couple of volunteers who had gotten to know everyone in that encampment. And then working with them, with other service providers, with the minister at the time, you know, I was able to advocate for each individual case because each individual situation was so different. People were young, people were old, people were working, people weren't working, people had not been homeless for very long, people had been experiencing precarious housing for, you know, a decade. Some people had health issues. So, but like one size fits all doesn't work. And that's why when you see things, you know, like there's a shelter open, so go to it. That doesn't work for a lot of people. I could go on, and I'm just hoping that everyone else can walk through what I would walk through in my head in terms of like persons with disabilities and folks who are couples, trans folks who might not feel safe in, you know, a mainstream shelter. There's lots of scenarios, so it's complex. It requires all of us to be working together with communities, with community-based organizations, with First Voice, so that we can learn from those. And that's why a task force, I think, would take us far in terms of understanding homelessness now in Nova Scotia and responding to it. And I guess what I would say, that if the government doesn't like the idea of a homelessness task force, that there's other things they could do to stop homelessness in this province and to limit homelessness. And that's keeping people in the homes they already have. So that's real rent control, that's ending the fixed term lease loophole, that's, not having a rent cap that distorts the market, and that's paying attention to what we're tabling time and time again in terms of the rent increases are unsustainable for many Nova Scotians. And as we enter this really difficult economic time, the challenge for people to be able to afford groceries, heat, their home, are only going to grow, and there's lots of things that we can do. So let's try and keep people in the homes that they have. Let's keep people safely housed, and let's come together and establish a homelessness task force.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax City Sable Island.
And with that, I will close debate on adjourn debate on Bill 65.
The motion is to adjourn debate on Bill 65. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the honourable host leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to call Resolution 22.
Resolution 22, I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have heard a number of solutions today. And I think, you know, as a province who encourages solutions so that they can help, you know, fix the problems that we're seeing, I think, you know, it's really interesting to hear from members of the government clap and applaud investments and not clap and applaud for the eradication of homelessness and not clap and applaud for, you know, folks, renters on their way out being evicted from their homes because they can't afford it. I mean, I think we need to start thinking about where our hearts lie, because what we're talking about are solutions. And as my colleague from Citadel Sable Island said, you know, there's not a one-size-fits-all. So this is why there is a broad range of solutions that are being put forward in hopes that this government will actually take a look, listen, and really learn from the information put forward. I think, you know, as I rise today, you know, to speak about the immediate need to protect the renters in this province, I don't need to tell you that we're living in uncertain times. And I can tell you that those folks that are unhoused know what it's like to live in uncertain times. Those folks who, at the end of every month, worry about whether they can pay their rent are living in uncertain times. So I do need to tell you that in these uncertain times, Nova Scotians deserve a government that will stand up for them. And I mean, and like I said earlier, the clapping for investments, it blows my mind to think that we would think about money over people. And people's lives are at stake right now. And we are clapping about the investments that this government is making, but we're not clapping about the numbers going down, because that's not happening. We're not clapping about the amount of residential tenancy hearings that people are going through each and every day of this every day of our lives in this province, that they're worried about what their next plan is going to be able to live. And some of those folks are looking at the unhoused option. In times like these, housing security should be a top priority. We haven't even seen a bill on the table about housing and how we're going to make housing better for Nova Scotians. With tariffs now in effect, Nova Scotians are facing job losses, economic instability, and a rising cost of living. Yet, we don't see any legislation that talk or speak about any of these things for Nova Scotians and the reality that they live in right now. Instead of taking action to ensure stability and affordability, this government has chosen a different path, one that puts renters at greater risk rather than providing them with the stability that they need. In Halifax, Needham, my office hears every day from renters who are, frankly, scared. I talked about the rental prices, and the Minister of Housing said, well, these rental prices online can fluctuate, or this, that, the other. But the reality is, the rental prices are high. Yes, there are some houses available if you can live 2 and 3 people at a time, and that 2 and 3, 4 people can pay the rent. It is actually very scary. They're scared of what the next rent increase will bring. They're scared to seek justice against landlords who break the rules. They're scared that they will no longer be able to afford a place to live. The government said, you know, we want to have safe homes for everyone. We want to make sure that everybody has a home to live in. And yet we don't see any movement on that action. There were many options put forward about a task force, something that's tangible, that can help guide us to do the right thing for those folks. We were actually talking about rent-to-own homes, which is not something that is not doable. You can do it and do other things, as we've heard. You can do more than one thing. You can chew bubblegum and walk. So when we think about options and solutions, these are those solutions that we're putting forward. I want to say, you know, in Halifax, Needham, and I'm just going to give you an example because the minister spoke about the residential tenancies and how they work. And I will say, you know, I've been here in this space, and residential tenancies was new to me, similar to my colleague over here when we got here. And I'm telling you, it has blown up exponentially in the amount of calls, the amount of filing of paperwork, helping with the hearings that our office has to do every single day to help folks stay in their units. And yes, there is a process. Well, let me tell you about a process that a senior who's 70+ years old had to go through all of last year. It wasn't just a one-time thing, because this senior was living in a unit that was affordable. It was under $1,000, and they were living there all by themselves. They were old, they had, you know, some health issues, but not enough that they couldn't live on their own. It was actually doable. And the landlord wanted to raise the rent, which the landlord did raise the rent, unbeknownst to the senior. And the senior was like, they want to put me out. They came to our office and they said they want to put me out because they're saying I'm doing X, Y, and Z. We did the Form J, we did all of this. There was a form to evict, all of these pieces. Let me tell you, this 70-plus-year-old woman won every hearing that she went to, and I'm telling you, it wasn't 1, 2, or 3. It was more like 7 hearings that this woman had to go through, because every time she went a hearing, the landlord filed another form to stress this woman out, to the point where the woman had a heart attack, because the landlord came to her house to give the form, or whatever the paper is that they got to give to them, and they pushed their way into their house and harmed this person, and the woman was scared for her life. 70-plus years old. So when I tell you that, yes, there are processes in place, but processes in place that can cause people to be scared to speak up. Processes in place that cause people to be fearful of their health and their own personal well-being. Processes in place that if the year goes up, luckily this person is not on a fixed term lease. Because if the year was to, if they did sign a fixed term lease under some sort of guise, that this person would be out. No questions asked. So when I tell you that, you know, these are stories that we hear all the time, and this is just a snapshot. It is not just in Halifax, Needham. It's across the province. Nova Scotians are struggling to find housing that they can afford. Rents continue to skyrocket while wages remain stagnant. And even with the rent cap in place, loopholes like the fixed-term lease allow landlords to push tenants out and jack up rents. Instead of helping Nova Scotians stay in their homes, this government wants to make it easier for landlords to evict renters, cutting the non-payment grace period from 15 days to just the 3 that will have devastating consequences. This change will mean renters will have almost no time to recover from an unexpected expense or financial setback. This move will push more Nova Scotians into homelessness at a time when we should be increasing protections, not dismantling them. And the residential tenancies program is failing renters. Regardless of what we hear from this government, the reality is that it is failing them, or else they wouldn't need to utilize it as much as they do. And if they had to use it, it wouldn't be at a detriment to people's health and their security and their well-being. Too many renters are being forced to live with unsafe conditions, illegal fees, and landlords who refuse to follow the rules. I spoke about the senior earlier, and I told you that she won every single time the hearing happened, and it was multiple times. The landlord had overcharged them, and so she couldn't recoup it from the landlord just saying, hey, you know what, you owe me $700. Guess what they had to do? They have to take the landlord to small claims court, file all that information in order to get the money back, and if they get the money back. Like, tenancy enforcement is crucial. It's crucial, which I don't understand why we just don't do the right thing. The government spent $300,000 on a report that told them that they should create a residential tenancies enforcement unit. The unit would ensure that bad actors are held accountable. But instead of acting on expert advice, this government tried to bury the report and purposely ignored its findings. They're directing folks to fill out a Form J and go through these processes, which to me is absolutely mind-blowing. This is not leadership. And this is not governing in the best interests of Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, the reality is that renters have always faced uncertainty. But now the added burden of economic instability and rising costs, and now with that, they will struggle even more. This government has an opportunity to do better, to provide some much-needed stability for the thousands of Nova Scotians who need it. As we enter a period of deep instability, and we all feel this every single day, especially now that we heard the news, renters need meaningful protections, not policies that will make their lives harder. They need a government that will stand up for them, not one that prioritizes corporate landlords over working people. I thought about, like, what world do we live in when we're faced with a problem and the answer by this government is clapping and patting each other on the back for funding when everyday folks are struggling and people are hurting and trying to make ends meet. That's why New Democrats are calling for real tangible solutions. Keyword, solutions. Like real rent control that prevents excessive increases and stops landlords from using loopholes to drive up the costs. A ban on exploitative fixed-term leases that allow landlords to evict renters and hike rents. and a massive expansion of non-market housing like public housing and co-ops and other models that prioritize people over profit. And I know folks will say this is what they're doing. 40 units in 4 years is not doing a whole lot. So, Madam Speaker, as I say before, people across this province are living in fear. Fear of rent hikes, fear of evictions, and fear of not having a place to call home. This government has a choice. They can continue down a path that puts renters at risk and forces more Nova Scotians into homelessness, or they can do the right thing. Solutions have been put forward. All you have to do is choose 1, 2, or 3. And we are always willing and available to have conversations about what that might look like if it is complicated for folks to understand. You can take real action to protect renters. They can invest in housing security and ensure that every single person in this province has access to safe, affordable housing. To us, the choice is very clear. We must stand with renters and strengthen their protections rather than take them away. And we must ensure that housing is treated as a human right instead of a commodity. This is at the heart of the notice of motion that I was speaking about today. We are calling on this government to devote the time needed to debate this dangerous plan to strip away renters' protections. We urge this government to reverse course and listen to the experts, listen to the people of this province, and walk back the harmful policy that they are considering. Nova Scotians deserve a government that stands up for them in times of uncertainty, not one that makes their lives even harder in this time of uncertainty. It is time. It's time for all of us to stand up for real action, real protections, and real solutions. And it's time to provide stability to renters in these deeply unstable times. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise this afternoon to speak to Member Opposite's resolution number 22 addressing housing insecurity for renters across Nova Scotia. To say that we are taking away rights is absolutely false and not true at all, first and foremost. And I want to thank the Member Opposite for giving me this opportunity and the interest that she shows in the residential tenancy program. I'm very happy to be able to stand and share some of the good work that's been happening under our current minister's portfolio as well as our previous minister in this portfolio. It's already been a topic of many discussions on the floor in the legislature, and it is such a very, very important topic to discuss. I agree. Madam Speaker, this afternoon's debate gives me opportunity to speak of that good work I just mentioned, of the residential tenancy team, a dedicated team within Service Nova Scotia that are doing the hard work, that are doing and working in the best interests of both, may I remind the House, of the tenants balanced with the work of the landlords. There are two components in this, and to paint such a negative picture of our landlords, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge in rural Nova Scotia, we have some pretty stellar, exceptional landlords offering very affordable rents. So we have to take all that into consideration, not just as what's happening in and around the members' community that she sees. We have to think about other parts of Nova Scotia as we talk about this important topic. A key message that you also hear from the Minister of Service Nova Scotia is how important it is to ensure that every decision made works in the best interest of both parties, both the tenant and the landlord. I'm pleased, Madam Speaker, to be able to show you some of the ways that the residential program is working and how this is not fair to portray it in any other way. Instead of empowering our renters with knowledge and the rules that are in place to protect them and empowering them to let them know the rights as an MLA should, they are being led to believe that these rules that there are no safeguards, Madam Speaker, and it's simply not true. It's more negativity and fear-mongering that we're putting into our tenants during very uncertain times. The existing dispute resolution process with the residential tenancy program does resolve issues. It is fulsome, it offers appeal processes, it offers both landlords and tenants to feel and be heard. If they're not satisfied with the resolution, it can be appealed many times and until a resolution is found that is fair and just. We have introduced many initiatives to reduce hearing wait times, and I'm proud to say that we in Nova Scotia are among the shortest wait times in the country. In fact, we're hearing cases within 3-week period. I think that's something that we should acknowledge. A big change a lot of work has been done in a short period of time. We've also adopted guiding principles that underscore enhanced supports for landlords and tenants, and they're consistent with the desired outcome of an enforcement unit, and they negate the need to spending more resources on a task force, or lost my thought here. Negate that rather than investing, we'd rather invest that funding into the resources, into this team at the tenancy program. The principles have been incorporated into modernizing the program, working at ways that we're taking active steps. We're creating a scheduling process, Madam Speaker, for hearings that are responsive to high priority cases. And what this means is offering an option to resolve disputes without a hearing when, in fact, it is an emergency situation. Offering more accessible and online information so that tenants and landlords both know their rights. To lead a program such as online submissions for resolving matters related to damage deposits. To speed that increasing education of the awareness and outreach as well. It is worth repeating that Nova Scotia has one of the shortest residential tenancy hearing wait times in our country. Wait times in some provinces can be as high as 6 months and with a compliant enforcement unit. So a 3-week wait time is much better than a 6-month wait time when we're using enforcement units in other parts of the country. The residential tenancy program is communication, and it immediately, once you reach out to the program, it immediately stops any eviction notice. It puts a full stop at any type of eviction notice. And I encourage members, I encourage them to have their constituents reach out to the program to make sure that they know their rights. I also understand that some people are concerned to reach out for fear of backlash from a landlord involved in a dispute. The Residential Tenancy Act is legislation that protects against retribution. So I ask all members in this House, on all sides of all parties, if you have constituents who are having issues with the landlord, call the program. Reducing the eviction timelines for non-payment of rent brings Nova Scotia in line with the rest of the country. Many provinces have shorter eviction timelines than this. A tenant will still have the opportunity to pay the rent. Just because they're late and the tenant and the landlord sends in that they can still pay the rent, Madam Speaker. We're not saying that just because they haven't paid their rent and they're late, they don't have the opportunity to then pay the rent. We think about programs that are a partnership with the member opposite, the Honourable Minister of Opportunities and Social Development, who has a program, Madam Speaker, a diversion program. Our non-service providers work with tenants that are having issues paying their rent. If they're late for the unexpected emergencies members opposite talk about, they can reach out to their service providers. Our Family Resource Centre in Windsor works with us and works with our tenants all the time on tenants that are facing maybe an eviction notice because of late rent. They can reach out if they need assistance paying their power bills so that they can then use that money to pay their landlord on time. Just because a notice to evict has been given due to a non-payment of rent, there are options to work with service providers in the community. We also have a rent supplement program, and to be negative about that program is so disappointing because it's a program that we've invested nearly $74 million into. It provides 8,900 rent supplements to Nova Scotians to keep them housed, to keep them in the units. It's an increase of 400 over last year's. Creating more housing so tenants have a choice. That's critical, Madam Speaker, that tenants have a choice of where the residential tenancy work, and we are managing them. The rent cap is a temporary solution, Madam Speaker. It is while we're building the housing supply, increasing our housing supply, increasing our affordable housing. But we also need to make sure that landlords can maintain a current supply in Nova Scotia. We need to balance, and I know they don't like when we say this, Madam Speaker, but we do. We need to balance the landlords' rising expenses. They are not immune to the higher interest rates we're all seeing. They're not immune to the higher heating costs. They're not immune to the raising Nova Scotia power bills. I think of a small landlord in my community that is struggling. He is hanging on by a thread. He houses 6 different senior couples in a residential unit that he bought as an investment property. He is a great landlord. He has $600 a month rent, Madam Speaker. However, he is now paying out of his own pocket for all of the inclusions that he included in that lease that he has no way to recourse other than the 5% rent cap. He is also working with those same seniors that now need accessibility to enter their units. He is renovating those units. That money, Madam Speaker, he is investing into that affordable unit, but he is at that point. If the rent cap soon doesn't go, he will have to make the tough choice. Does he sell the building to some other landlord that is not going to offer those same types of rent, or do we balance and support our small landlords in rural Nova Scotia that are the backbone of our housing? And that is something that we need to stand for. Our government is taking action and making significant investments to build more housing. Actions include the 515 new public housing units. It's the first investment in public housing in decades. That's an important note. That wasn't started last government. It wasn't started the government before that, but we have started that investing. We are paving the way for 51,000 new affordable units to get more supply so that tenants have a choice. I'm going to skip over some because I don't want to run out of time, but I have to speak, Madam Speaker. I'm so proud of the $6.9 million increase in the backyard secondary suite incentive program. I'll tell a story about how that program is changing lives in my community. I have a senior who happens to be a family member, recently widowed at the loss of my father-in-law. We are building a secondary suite onto her home. Do you know what that means, Madam Speaker? She will be able to stay in her home as a widowed senior, looking out over the garden that her husband, my father-in-law, had so much pride in. Meanwhile, my nephew, who has 3 small children, is moving into the homestead, and what that will do, Madam Speaker, that trickle effect of that one program is providing housing to my mother-in-law and a unit she can afford. It is providing housing to a small family that's growing and busting out of their own home. And now, Madam Speaker, the home that they are in is going to go up for rent, making it another unit within West Hants. Programs are working, Madam Speaker. I also want to tell a small story on my own street. I think of the HST that we reduced in our very first, and it came with some controversy, 8-unit apartment building is erected in West Hants. It's a big deal. It is all senior housing 55 and plus. And do you know what that means for my neighbor up the street? That means that she can put her 4-bedroom home, that she's a widow as well, on the market. Madam Speaker, that home sold. Last night on social media, I saw the young couple. The son played hockey with the owner, the young man that bought that home, played hockey with my son. Him and his fiance now, Madam Speaker, through government programs, through first-time buyer programs, through HST removed off large developments, we see a young family being homeowners in my community, on my street, Madam Speaker. That is freeing up housing supply. It is putting the senior where she needs to be in the right housing at the right level of her spectrum that not necessarily is a spectrum that everyone can afford, but it's a spectrum that she can afford, Madam Speaker. And to see the pride in that young family holding that sold sign up makes me so happy to see investments in our programs are working. Housing starts, like I just said, I mean, I can talk about the numbers. They're up 38%, and we're seeing vacancy rates, Madam Speaker. Look around HRM. You're looking around these units that are offering 2 months free rent. They're offering low-income rents. They're offering incentives. Refer your friend to my unit and a $500 incentive. I mean, there's all kinds of ways where you can see that the supply is working. You're looking at large landlords now feeling like they need to be, ooh, we have some competition on the market. It's not hard to see when you travel in my West Hants community, I can see cranes in the sky. And Madam Speaker, coming into the HRM, you certainly see cranes in the sky. We're building housing, and the residential tenancy program is working. I can't urge enough that members opposite, instead of putting fear in there, to work with their constituents. There is a legal information society. We have to educate tenants to read rental agreements. We have to encourage tenants to know their rights, Madam Speaker. That is on all members in this House, to question what they are doing before they do it, so that they don't find themselves in precarious situations. The moment that the damage deposit goes into the hands of a landlord, that is the start of a lease. We have to make sure that both the tenants understand their rights, as well as supporting our small landlords. And I just want to finish in my short period of time that we will continue to work in the best interests of both our landlords and our tenants. And Madam Speaker, the residential tenancy program, modernized as it is, and the work that the Honourable Minister is doing is important work, and it is something to be proud of.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have some notes here, but I do want to take a little bit of time and respond to the comments from the member. I want to start by saying that about a third of the people who live in our province are renters. They don't all live in HRM. They live in every corner of our province, and they have a special interest in remaining housed. And so the idea that renters feel like the residential tenancy program is working is false. And I will tell you why. You know, this member, the ministers will get up every time we ask a question about the fixed-term lease loophole, the rent cap, rent control, and they'll say, well, I wish the members would tell people about residential tenancies. And Madam Speaker, it's literally all we do. I challenge any member in this House to talk to us about running workshops with DAL Legal Aid, with housing organizations, to tell people how to navigate the residential tenancies system. We do it all day long. Our CAs are more knowledgeable about residential tenancies than almost anyone in the province. And yet, all we hear are challenges. And that has nothing to do with the people who work there, but it has everything to do with the fact that we have a system that is not responsive to the needs of the people it is supposed to serve. If the minister wants to respond to my remarks, I would invite him to stand up and do so when I am finished.
Well, I think that there's a lot of chatter in the room. It's not just one person, so I ask that everybody just respect the person who's speaking. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member made an offhand comment that my colleague, the member for Halifax Needham, was focused on members in her constituency and their issues, but there's a larger province, and that's true. And I've visited Harvest House in Windsor, and I've met with the Open Arms Society in Kentville, and I've met with the Open Door folks on the South Shore. This is not an HRM problem, and we are acutely aware of this. And so I think it's really important, again, that we remember what we're talking about here, and I'm so frustrated, Madam Speaker, because there's this idea that it's not a problem. Like, the first step to acknowledging that to dealing with the problem is acknowledging that it exists. And, you know, we heard the members stand up and say, our plan is working, we're seeing things, we have rent supplements, the opposition is fear-mongering, and what we're actually doing is bringing the concerns of our constituents that we have in our offices every single day onto the floor of this chamber. And there are good programs. The secondary suite program is a good program, and that's a great example of how when we create affordable housing, it has an impact that actually reverberates through lots of different families and residents when we can move people through housing in the right way. There are non-market housing programs in whatever the department that's not called housing is called now, and they're good programs, but they're insufficient. And when we talk about housing, when we talk about anything, what we hear is we invested X amount of money. And our response is always, people's experience is not reflecting that investment yet. And so I really want the government members to hear us when we talk about this issue, because what we are saying is that it's a big problem. And in particular, I want to talk about this idea of the small landlord. There are lots of small landlords in my community, and I know a lot of them. And I know that they are having challenges, and I know that they feel frustrated by this dialogue a lot of the time. But I also know that the systems we have in place right now, the rent cap, the residential tenancy system as it exists, isn't working for anybody. It's not working for renters, it's not working for landlords, it's not working for anybody. And this is why this government commissioned a report to set up an enforcement branch as a first step, because it was something that in general people seem to support throughout the housing ecosystem. They spent $300,000, they commissioned a report that told them it's a good idea, we need proactive enforcement. It'll cost about $1 million a year. And yet they decided not to do it. And we have no real rationale for why not. And so back to this idea that the residential tenancy system works, you have to be able to acknowledge that there is a power imbalance between someone who owns a property or properties and someone who rents a single dwelling. And that's the basic. There's often a much more dramatic power imbalance. And people who, if they lose their housing, have nowhere else to go. And so if we don't have proactive enforcement, it requires someone to assert their right, whether if they have it under the Tenancy Act in a legal setting. And not only that, but you have to go to small claims court to enforce that. And it's incredibly difficult. And back to the small landlord, Dow Legal Aid actually put something out today that says that, you know, they did an analysis, and it shows that, in fact, most of those claims at small claims court aren't against small landlords. More than half of them are against large corporate landlords. And not only that, but they're for small amounts. So this idea that we have all these bad tenants running around, sure, like there's always disputes and there will be fault that lays on all sides, but the reality is that people are getting evicted. People are getting evicted, and what this government has done in changing the Residential Tenancy Act is make it easier for people to get evicted. We have been standing here until our faces turn blue, asking for rent control, and what do we get? We get an easier eviction regime. It's absurd on the face of it. And that is so challenging for people right now. The tariffs have been imposed. We face an economic downturn. That economic downturn is going to hit families. And the most expensive item in a family budget is housing. And we see zero action to support people's capacity to retain and pay for that housing. Rent control would help because you wouldn't be tied to an arbitrary cap. You would be able to apply to make the apartment more accessible, per the member's example. You would be able to apply if you needed a new roof. You would, with those extraordinary expenses, be able to raise the rent to cover your costs. You would have a system that works for everyone. No one would probably love it, and that's the hallmark of a great system. It's fair. The system we have right now is not fair, Madam Speaker, and the evidence is in the number of rent supplements we have. When this government talks about the affordable units they've created, a supplement is not a unit. It isn't. It's a subsidy. It's a subsidy from government, and it's not money well spent because it's money that evaporates. It doesn't turn into equity. It doesn't secure a place. So it is important. We need them right now, but we need them because we haven't built enough housing. And so to the question of the vacancy signs and the incentives, I would argue, Madam Speaker, that that is because we have overbuilt housing that is too expensive, which is what we have been saying for a long time. The incentives are on units that are $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a month. And I'm sure they're really nice. And I'm sure for the people who can afford them, they can get a deal right now. But that's not the housing we're focused on. We're focused on housing for everyday families right across this province. And the vacancies for those kinds of units are still disturbingly low. And so, Madam Speaker, I just want to be clear that notwithstanding the investments, and I've heard the new minister talk about the investments in housing and homelessness, and those investments are appreciated. And I think there's some good initiatives. I don't think people should live in pallet shelters forever. I think that has to be transitional. I think we have to have a plan on the other side of that. But I think it's better for people to be indoors than outdoors. I think the tiny homes are a really good idea. I think we need a lot more manufactured housing that can go up quickly, that people can live in. But the facts are that rents are stubbornly high, that we still have tents across our municipalities and our villages, and people sleeping in cars and under bridges. And this idea that that's only happening because people are stubborn and don't want to go inside, I think is not fair. We've had that discussion. People want a home. If it's a cot or a tent where you get left alone, I respect some people's choices that they don't want to sleep in a cot in a multi-purpose room. So we have work to do, and this is the point that we're making. We have work to do. And given the economic headwinds that we are facing, given the demonstrable and objective challenges that we have in our housing ecosystem, given the fact that it is now easier to evict people, it is crucial that this government reverse this decision, particularly around evictions. As my colleague said, we have a number of suggestions of how to go forward. But right now, we need to make sure that people stay in their homes. number one, period. Because no matter what happens, whether, we're all billionaires because of the fracking, or whether, Trump pulls the tariffs tomorrow, or whether we have other economic development or not, the reality is that right now, people are having a hard time staying housed. And right now, the best hedge against the economic challenges coming at us are to help them stay housed. And that is what we are asking of this House. We are asking this because we believe that having a safe housing is a right and not a privilege. And so we are asking the government to actually take action to ensure that people stay housed. And with that, I move to adjourn debate on Resolution 22. Thank you.
The motion is to adjourn debate on Bill 2262, Resolution 22. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary-minded, nay? Excuse me. The motion is carried. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That concludes opposition business. I turn it over now to the Government House Leader.
I recognize the honourable There's been a request for a recess, a 5-minute recess. Is it agreed? Well, recess, 5-minute recess. Order. I recognize the Honorable Government Host Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 5C, I move that the hours for March 6th be not 1 till 6, but instead be 1 till 10.
There has been a request for the hours to be for March 6th, for Thursday, March 6th, to be from 1 to 10. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government Host Leader.
Speaker, would you please call the order of business, public bills and orders?
Public bills and orders. I recognize the Government Host Leader.
Speaker, would you please call public bills for second reading?
Public bills for second reading. I recognize the Honourable Government Host Leader.
Speaker, would you please call Bill 12?
Bill 12, Advanced Education and Research and Act Respecting. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education.
I move second reading of Bill 12.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This piece of legislation is another one of those ones that we only encountered with a moment's notice before it was introduced. And that leaves us as the opposition in a position of having to triangulate the intent behind and the motivation for a piece of legislation. So as a critic, one of my first questions when I look at a piece of legislation is, what is this legislation, what is the question that this legislation is the answer to? When I think about that, obviously yesterday the Auditor General of Nova Scotia released her report on university funding in Nova Scotia and flagged a number of concerns with the current approach to funding Nova Scotia universities. And there are sort of three principal categories of findings in that report. I'm not necessarily going to read them all, but those three umbrellas really are a concern that universities are funded largely by unrestricted operating grants. And so the lack of controls and guardrails around the money that government gives to universities to operate. And obviously, anytime we have substantial amounts of government funding being divested, it's in the public interest to ensure that we are getting good value for dollar, and there needs to be proper accountability and transparency. The official opposition has spoken to that need in any number of respects in this sitting of the House. The second piece of the Auditor General's report flags a concern that the government has, over the past 5 years, has spent $250 million on addressing healthcare through universities. And the fact that this $250 million, more than $250 million in spending, lacks protections for public funds. And moreover, it also lacks a plan to assess the outcomes of spending. So government has invested lots of money, not going to argue that point, but there's no clear measuring stick for whether or not this spending is translating into progress, change, or benefit for Nova Scotia. So there's a lot of money being spent. It's very difficult to assess whether or not this money is translating into impact for the people of Nova Scotia. And the third umbrella speaks to the fact that the department doesn't adequately monitor the financial health and sustainability of universities. So when we look at the Auditor General's report and we look at the content of the bill, I'm not suggesting that there was any kind of leak, but it appears that there was a sense of some of the notes that the Auditor General might strike in her report and her findings. And the legislation, in some respects, is an attempt to address some of the concerns flagged by the Auditor General. We can further surmise this intent because we've heard the Minister of Advanced Education in his remarks talk about we are going to we fully accept the findings of the Auditor General and are addressing them in the actions that we're taking in this budget and other steps. So, to my earlier question, what is the question that this legislation is an answer to, and is there a problem that this legislation aims to fix? And I think we reasonably have sort of an answer to that question. And so the Auditor General, in asking the question, what is the fix to this problem? With the amount of money that's being spent without guardrails, a lack of understanding or ability to measure whether or not substantial government spending on healthcare is delivering impact, and a lack of government attention on the financial health and sustainability of universities. What are the fixes? And the Auditor General proposes 5 questions that kind of focus on what a fix might look like. So when we think about what is this legislation trying to achieve, 5 questions the Auditor General asked. How does the Department of Advanced Education plan to hold universities accountable for public funds they receive? We can see some of those notes present in Bill 12 as proposed. Second question, will the Department of Advanced Education impose expectations or restrictions on the significant operating grant funding universities receive annually? We can see those notes present in the legislation. Third, how will the Department of Advanced Education assess whether health education funding is effective? That's a question that's unanswered by this legislation. 4, how will the Department of Advanced Education define and assess universities for financial health and sustainability? That's a question this legislation is effectively silent on. And the last question is a really interesting one that the Auditor General raises. She says, why is the Department of Advanced Education not applying the full weight of the Universities Accountability and Sustainability Act? Now, for reference, that's not a nod to the proposed changes under Bill 12 to the Universities Accountability and Sustainability Act. It's a nod to the fact that we have on record a current statute passed in 2015, the Universities Accountability and Sustainability Act. And the Auditor General, in her report, raises questions about the department's failure to exercise the powers it has under a current statute. So when we look at the question of is there a problem and is this legislation a fix to it, I have to scratch my head a little bit. Is the answer to a department that doesn't exercise its powers under the law that already exists, giving itself additional, more sweeping and far-reaching powers when it hasn't exercised the powers that it already has? And I have to question that. So when we move on here, we think about what are the powers that the government currently has under the Universities Accountability and Sustainability Act. Well, Madam Speaker, between 2019 and 2024, the Auditor General in her findings flagged that one of the powers that the department had was to implement a memorandum of understanding between the government and Nova Scotia universities that has a very robust mandate to address the concerns that are present in the legislation. And I think it's worth spending some time looking at what this MOU empowered both the government in partnership with universities to achieve during the life of the MOU. So I'm reading from the Memorandum of Understanding between the Province of Nova Scotia and Nova Scotia Universities 2019 to 2020, 2020 to 2021, 2021 to 2022, 2022 to 2023, in 2023 to 2024. Be happy to table this afterwards. So at the end of the preamble, it says the universities and the province therefore agree to work together through a partnership as described in Clause 1 to continue collective and institutional commitments to efficiency and effectiveness and financial sustainability of the sector. Further, the parties agree to ensure alignment of shared priorities of government and universities. We go move on here. It says the universities agree in Clause 1, agree to continue to participate in a partnership with the province to provide leadership to achieve the implementation of the MOU. Subclause 1, the partnership committee includes all university presidents and several deputy ministers, co-chaired by the Deputy Minister of Labour and Advanced Education and the Chair of Concept. The partnership committee will meet at least 3 times per year. And so that meant that this committee collaboratively struck between government and universities during the life of agreement should have met a total of 15 times to turn its mind towards the work of the partnership with a focus on financial sustainability and continued alignment on shared priorities of government and universities. In Clause 2, it further establishes that this broader committee established a steering committee that had representation of both university presidents and of the Department of Labour and Advanced Education, of course, which was later renamed the Department of Advanced Education. Labour was removed from the title. And this steering committee, intended to be sort of the boots on the ground of the work in between meetings of the partnership committee, was co-chaired by the Deputy Minister of Labour and Advanced Education and the Chair of Concept. When we look through the rest of this MOU, we see in this legislation words like priorities. And we look at the rationale provided for this legislation, a desire on the part of the Minister of Advanced Education to have a greater say on, to ensure alignment with government priorities. And yet, built into the MOU that's possible, that was in place between 2019 and 2024, it delineates priorities to which both parties agreed. And it's a substantial list, Madam Speaker. The parties agree to the implementation of an MOU work plan to achieve the following priorities: funding for universities, transparency and accountability, campus infrastructure renewal, maintaining and improving accessibility, tuition policy that maintains accessibility, transparency with respect to the goods and services auxiliary and ancillary fees are applied against, educational quality, partnerships with Nova Scotia's Mi'kmaq and Indigenous peoples that work toward fulfillment of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action for post-secondary education, in alignment with Universities Canada's principles on Indigenous education, collaboration, research and innovation, and improved student experience with specific emphasis on enhancements to the overall health and well-being of students. So when we look at a piece of legislation that says the minister needs to have greater oversight and input on priorities, I scratch my head, because under the existing legislation, there does not appear to be any substantive barrier to governments and universities reaching agreement on mutual priorities to guide the work of universities and government to ensure the long-term viability, sustainability, and excellence of post-secondary education in the sector. This MOU identifies roles for the province in terms of funding. It allows universities to identify critical financial pressures. It identifies that both parties agree towards working towards transparency and accountability. As a matter of fact, the parties agree on paper that transparency and accountability are the hallmarks of an efficient and a sustainable sector. Clearly, this indicates an appetite both on the part of government and on the part of universities to be transparent about the spending of public funds on post-secondary education and accountability for progress, that when government spends money on universities, that it translates into outcomes for students and in other areas that university work has in Nova Scotia. It also acknowledges that the province will meet with each university to review their financial reports on an annual basis. So it speaks to an open book process or approach where the universities recognizing that governments provide substantial funding for their operations. In exchange, it's not a quid pro quo, but it's an understanding that because government is a major financial contributor, that there's going to be financial transparency, that government is going to be able to see the university's books and how its funding fits into the overall financial health of universities. We also see in this MOU that government and universities agree to a template, a standardized template, so that the department has an apples-to-apples way to look at financial reporting by different institutions. And Speaker, maybe it seems stating the plainly obvious, but I think this is a notable aspect of this MOU. The fact is the government recognizes and the universities recognize not all universities in Nova Scotia are the same shape and the same size with the same scope, right? We have very large universities and very small universities. Nonetheless, they agreed, they understand that reporting on finances needs to occur in a reasonably consistent way for the benefit of the department, and also to ensure that the public has assurances that their dollars are being spent in a responsible and frankly impactful way. The MOU contains a number of other things. Talks about infrastructure renewal, talks about tuition policy, talks about auxiliary and ancillary fees, talks about educational quality, it identifies the need to maintain an accessibility, talks about collaboration, research and innovation, student experience. So when we look at Bill 12 and we see what the minister presenting this bill offers by way of rationale for a need to change 4 distinct pieces of legislation, that's what Bill 12 effectively does. One of those, which is the Universities Accountability and Sustainability Act, I have to ask why, with the way that the current legislation is framed, why, given the robust commitment to collaboration on the part of universities and the government, there needs to be a hefty overhaul of the minister's role in advanced education, especially in the administration of, especially in greater control or imposing the greater power to impose priorities on universities, and the need to be inserted into the fiscal oversight and even operational control of post-secondary institutions in Nova Scotia. There's already very robust ability of the minister to have this oversight that this legislation proposes is missing or inadequate in some way, shape, or form. And so I'm not quite sure why this legislation is necessary when one of the compelling findings, when we look at the Auditor General's findings on university funding, the major concern isn't that universities are falling short in what they're doing. The Auditor General's reports, her lens is very focused on what the government, through the Minister of Advanced Education and the department are, and more specifically, are not doing with the powers that they already have under current statute. And so when we look at what this legislation aims to change, it raises some questions for us. Bill 12 aims to amend the Community Colleges Act. And by so doing, it would provide for increased ministerial authority to play an oversight role in Nova Scotia Community College operations and funding. I submit that the minister already, by virtue as a major funder of operations at NSCC, already enjoys tremendous oversight of NSCC operations. By funding programs on an ongoing basis, there are reasonable strings attached to that funding, such that NSCC has to report back about whether or not those programs are functioning and delivering the desired impact. Anytime this government awards new funding to NSCC for programs that don't yet exist, built in there is oversight over how those programs are being developed, deployed, and whether or not they're working as intended. Talks about the changes to the Community College Act would provide the Nova Scotia Community College with degree granting capability. This raises questions. Elsewhere in Canada, there are colleges that grant degrees in provinces that also grant degrees. And Speaker, you might imagine that to the layperson, hearing that both institutions grant degrees, there's an assumption that those degrees are of the same variety or the same level or same caliber. But elsewhere in Canada, where community colleges or colleges similar to the Nova Scotia Community College grant degrees, there is a separate or distinct class of degrees that they grant that are not equivalent to, academically or professionally, to the degrees granted by universities. And so what remains unclear in this legislation is whether or not the Nova Scotia Community College, as a result of these amendments, would grant a new class of degree that does not already exist in Nova Scotia. It's possible that's the intent, but it's unclear. Or whether this amendment would result in the Nova Scotia Community College having the capacity to grant degrees that are currently granted by post-secondary institutions that are universities. And that raises some concern because that would introduce into Nova Scotia's post-secondary landscape competition that does not currently exist. When we consider the landscape of post-secondary education in Nova Scotia at the moment, Speaker, Nova Scotia Community College and Nova Scotia universities offer different programming. And anytime there's question of new programs in this sector, very careful consideration occurs within the sector for the impact of a new program at a certain level and the impact it may have on programming at other levels within the sector. So a new program at NSCC, could it potentially harm enrollment in long-standing existing programs at a university A, B, or C elsewhere in Nova Scotia? That's kind of the conversation that already happens in Nova Scotia. Without clarity on the intent here, it's not hard to imagine how this newfound degree granting power might be leveraged by the government to address certain pressures in recruitment and retention in key sectors. We've had lengthy discussion about recruitment and retention in healthcare. Without any editorial, we are aware in the opposition that one of this government's mantras is more faster. Agree or disagree, that's part of what it believes its mandate is. So is this degree granting power for the Nova Scotia Community College intended to create a new Bachelor of Education program to graduates who could take on teaching roles in Nova Scotia? As a for instance, would this ability to grant degrees at NSCC also result in the ability of NSCC to graduate nurses to address critical shortages when it comes to staffing nurses in a number of respects in our healthcare system? We're not sure that that is the case because we haven't been really briefed or read in on what the intent of this is. One of the other concerns is that universities haven't been read in about what this means either. So when we think about universities in Nova Scotia that offer programs to train nurses in Nova Scotia, Acadia, St. FX, Dalhousie, is there going to be competition for their programs now at NSCC? That's not a small question. Does the introduction of degree granting powers at NSCC potentially destabilize and erode the enrollment, the current enrollment at degree granting institutions that train nurses? That's a fair question, Speaker. When we think about institutions that have the capacity to grant Bachelor of Education degrees, to qualified teachers in Nova Scotia, University of St. Anne, Mount St. Vincent, Acadia, St. FX, CBU, University of Nascat. All of these institutions graduate qualified teacher candidates with Bachelor of Education. I've alluded in previous debate that tuition in Nova Scotia is 33% higher than the national average in Nova Scotia. There is no school in Nova Scotia that's even Steven with the national average when we look at rate of tuition. So when we look at that, if I'm an education student enrolled at any one of these institutions, and all of a sudden NSCC opens up a BEd program, and the tuition at NSCC is $2,000 a year. Let's say it's even $3,500 a year or even $4,000 a year. That's still less than half what I'm paying to get a Bachelor of Education at one of the other degree-granting institutions in Nova Scotia. This particular article of proposed legislation stands to compromise the long-standing culture of the sector to collaborate and give consideration to destabilizing the long-term viability of any program or institution. Where collaboration has been an important ingredient in the founding of new programs. So for instance, the new program to train doctors at CBU was undertaken with direct consideration to how might this impact enrollment and sustainability to the med school at Dalhousie, noting that the med school at Dalhousie is the foundational degree granting program for medical doctors in Nova Scotia and frankly the Atlantic region. It's not that you can't get an MD somewhere else, but this is the most important place for people to get that training in Atlantic Canada. So the ripples aren't only in Nova Scotia, the ripples are also in nearby universities. So when we look at this degree granting power of NSCC that would be established, it is raising alarm bells in the sector about how this could alter the landscape and the sustainability and the viability of programs that already exist, particularly for nurses and for teachers. We understand that this degree granting capacity, maybe it's not intended to graduate more teachers and more nurses, but it's not unreasonable to look at it as another potential channel to achieve that goal. Maybe the intention is to create a brand new class of degree that doesn't currently exist, and it would be non-competitive with the degree granting programs that exist elsewhere in Nova Scotia. That's also possible. But Speaker, that rationale and the limits of that have not been shared as part of sharing this legislation with the House. And in the absence of that clarity or that surety, there is wide concern in the sector about how this one article may destabilize the sector at large at a time that we need nurses and the time that we need teachers. And there's already very innovative approaches being taken to do the more faster approach to training professionals that we desperately need in our province. The amendments to the Community College Act would also approve NSCC multi-year strategic operational and capital plans. I guess one of the questions I have there is, in what other spheres of government does a minister enjoy that kind of sweeping power over institutions under their portfolio? So do I think it's bad for NSCC to have a multi-year strategic operational and capital plan? No, I don't think that's bad at all. I see a lot of merit in that. But for the minister to either have a lot of say or to have veto power over that, being separate from the Board of Governors of NSCC and the work on the ground, that's a curious power to award a minister. And it's not clear to me whether or not NSCC's current ability to develop and to deploy a multi-year strategic operational capital plan is in some way insufficient or is some way a barrier to the minister being able to provide input on those plans before they are finalized by NSCC. The second piece of legislation that would be amended by Bill 12 is the Research Nova Scotia Corporation Act. And Speaker, I draw to the attention of the House that of all of the problems with university funding flagged by the Auditor General of Nova Scotia, nowhere does the Auditor General make a peep, really, about Research Nova Scotia. Of all the problems that exist, Research Nova Scotia ain't one. But we look at this legislation and it says it would expand ministerial authority to facilitate increased funding accountability of public funds. It's no secret to this House that I have a close relationship with a leader in research in Nova Scotia, and I'm minding my P's and Q's, but this individual has been in the past and is at present a recipient of Research Nova Scotia funding. And I happen to know, because of the grant writing process, that Research Nova Scotia is viewed by the research community in Nova Scotia, may not be perfect, but boy howdy, it's a good thing. It's really well done. The ability of Nova Scotia to grant multi-year sustained funding for ongoing research for many researchers is a dream, who typically live in a world where funding happens on a year-to-year, hand-to-mouth, grant-to-grant basis. So lots of times you get a grant to get started, and whether or not you're going to get that grant to keep it rolling in year 2, 3, and 4 is always an open question. So Research Nova Scotia is an innovative approach to funding multi-year funding, and it has already turned its mind to the question of how researchers are accountable for the funding that they receive. As a matter of fact, researchers that are recipients of Research Nova Scotia funding already are subject to annual reporting, so much to the point that if researchers partway into, let's say there's a research project with a 4-year horizon, during year 2 of the project and through their inquiry, it becomes clear that sort of the project as currently constituted really isn't going to deliver the desired impact, and there is a legitimate reason to alter the project and to work with government to seek approval for those changes so that the research funding actually arrives at some kind of meaningful impact for the province of Nova Scotia, recognizing that the money belongs to the people of Nova Scotia. That capacity is baked into the current process. So when we look at the question of is the minister's increased authority a response to a deficiency in the current process? And again, while it's not perfect, based on everything that I know by talking to researchers in the sector, this is not a problem that bears fixing, really. So we also look at the Research Nova Scotia Corporation Act amendments would simplify processes for government appointments to the board of directors. And this is kind of a theme in this piece of legislation. And so this would not be appointments to university boards. It would be appointments to the board of Research Nova Scotia, which is a separate arm's length body. And that board has a duty to oversee the disbursement of public funds to fund research and innovation. I'm also aware, Mr. Speaker, that above and beyond board scrutiny and the fiduciary duty to dispense research funds that supports research that's going to be meaningful, that connects to priorities of the province, all of these research proposals are evaluated by relevant scientific expertise that's arm's length from the board. So there's a whole other layer of scrutiny that goes into these proposals to ensure that they are that the science behind the research proposed is sound and can be trusted to return good results. So when we look at this, you know, the people that sit on this board require a pretty specific set of expertise. Speaker, you can well imagine that there will be applications about research of every kind imaginable. Some in the social sciences, some in the health sciences, some in the hard sciences, some in arts, some in ocean sciences. I mean, research is very, very broad. And so really it would require people with a really robust understanding of what it means to be a researcher as opposed to an expert in any particular area of research. And curiously, the legislation would give the minister the power to bypass the governor and council process that's currently in place. I happen to sit as a member of the HR committee of this House. And I have to say, as someone new to that work, I am deeply impressed with the rigor of the governor and council process. A couple mornings ago, I met with colleagues from the Liberal caucus and the PC caucus, and we reviewed a number of recommended appointments to agencies, boards, and commissions, and the legwork and the groundwork done to ensure that people with relevant expertise and qualifications were appointed to those positions was commendable and remarkable. It was exceedingly thorough. So I question whether or not replacing the governor and council process to appoint people to the Research Nova Scotia board is in the best interest of the work. Are we going to get the best scrutiny and review of research proposals by appointing public servants? I appreciate that there are plenty of public servants with some degree of research experience, but they may or may not, their experience and expertise may not rise to the level or the standard that people appointed to the board through the governance and governor and council process are subject to. One last thing I want to flag about the Research Nova Scotia Corporation Act amendments proposed by Bill 12. As I've already indicated, the Governor General, or the Auditor General, sorry about that one. The Auditor General doesn't flag any concerns about fiscal accountability in Research Nova Scotia. What it does flag is the kind of spending that we see in this year's budget. On page 3.5 of this year's budget documents, under the Advanced Education portfolio, under the Programs and Services line, split out are 2 lines of note. One line is Research and Innovation funding. The 2024-25 estimate is $7,446,000. The 2025-2026 estimate is identical. And I asked the Minister of Advanced Education a question about this in estimates. Why, given the government's lofty goals for resource extraction, renewable energy, ocean sciences, and on and on and on and on, that's going to require a lot of innovation and creativity that doesn't currently exist in the province. One would think that this government would be committing greater resources to research and innovation, not identical amounts to last year. Because, Speaker, we all know that the $7,000 that we spent last year bought way more than the $7,000 that we're spending this year. Inflation creep harms our purchasing power. So we've got a standalone number for research and innovation funding, and that really is the meat and potatoes of the funding that goes to Research Nova Scotia. 2 lines later, we have a number that's called targeted funding. And the minister drew my attention to the number and say, oh, there's lots of money that we're devoting to research, but it's under a different line. And that means that a lot of the money that the government is devoting to research, and I just draw to the House's attention that Research Nova Scotia, $7,446,000, is a much smaller number than the targeted funding number, which is discretionary. It's at the will of the minister and other departments, $41,415,000. Now, I'm not arguing that we should not be investing in research. However, this is the kind of spending that is absent sort of the guardrails that Research Nova Scotia operates with, that the Auditor General is raising concerns with in her report. When we give money without appropriate guardrails and parameters, that's where we run into trouble, according to the Auditor General. And we see in the budgeting process for this year a replication of that kind of thinking. So rather than put that money into the budget for Research Nova Scotia with a very robust checks and balances system in terms of evaluating proposals and awarding funding and imposing reporting requirements on funded applicants, the government has given itself a license to hand out money for research priorities that is not subject to that same rigor. And that is the very thing that the Auditor General raises justifiable concerns with. I want to move on to the University Accountability and Sustainability Act and looked at some of the proposed changes there. The first bullet point is that it aims to increase the power of the minister. And I have to go back again to some of my earlier comments about the current statutes and the Auditor General's report. The Auditor General's report is rife with examples that point to the minister not exercising the authority that's theirs under current legislation. Now, in my interactions with the minister at other times in this House, it seems to me that this has given cause to great offense on the part of my honourable colleague. And I want to acknowledge, Speaker, to diffuse any sense that this is a personal attack on the current minister. I understand the current minister was only appointed a short time ago. And I understand that the title of Minister of Advanced Education has been held by a number of individuals prior to the one that holds it now. And I understand that when the Auditor General points to deficiencies in the exercise of the minister's power, that's not a shot specifically at a particular individual. It speaks to a deficiency in the way that individuals that have held that office have exercised the power of that office. I want to depersonalize the critique because it's not about a person. It's about the way that the power that office has been discharged. And so, to be clear, Speaker, I took a look at how many ministers have actually held that title in the time that the current statutes were in place, and that the memorandum of understanding that ran from 2019 to 2024 were in place. So over that time, the Auditor General's comments don't apply to the member from Halifax Atlantic. They apply to Minister of Education, they are the current Minister of Advanced Education, they apply to the former Minister of Advanced Education, who remains in the Progressive Conservative Caucus in this House. They apply to former Minister of Labour and Advanced Education, Lena Metledge-Diab, and they also apply to...
No, they're not here.
They're no longer in the House. I understood that was not unparliamentary. And it also applies to the performance of former Minister of Labour and Advanced Education, Labby Kasoulis. And I would point out, to the benefit of the House, that the current statutes were brought forward and passed under the stewardship of former Minister Kasoulis. So when we talk about the deficiencies of the exercise of the powers of the Minister of Advanced Education, we're talking about a number of individuals over a period of time. So I trust that will allay any concerns in the House that I'm being partisan or trying to needle any individual. We're talking about an issue or a dynamic here, not a person. And I hope, Madam Speaker, I've made that clear to the House. So there doesn't appear to be, based on the Auditor General's findings, any inability of the minister to exercise authority over any of the concerns of this legislation: oversight of finance, to put in place barriers and guardrails for operating grants for universities, to attach requirements around equity, to ensure that universities are turning their mind to accessibility for reasons of varying ability, to address the needs of underrepresented and underserved populations such as African Nova Scotians, Indigenous peoples, gender diverse individuals, even women in the sector of public or post-secondary education. There is no dearth of ability of the minister under current statute to address the concerns that we see, pointed out or flagged as concerns with Bill 12. And so, again, I'm puzzled why, with such considerable powers that have not yet been used, the answer is to change the law and put even more power into the hands of a minister when so many tools have stayed in the toolbox. I'm not quite clear on why that's necessary. The Universities Accountability and Sustainability Act amendments propose to align the Act with the current approach for university bilateral agreements. Now, I understand bilateral agreements are are what comes after the memorandum of understanding I've spoken about earlier in my comments. There was a 5-year MOU. We came to the end of that MOU, and rather than enter into another MOU, really there was kind of this 1-year trial where bilateral agreements as a replacement for an MOU was struck. And these bilateral agreements were signed with each university, whereas the MOU was signed with all of the universities as parties to that MOU. So there's a difference in the way that, a difference in the approach taken, and I take to heart that the Auditor General has suggested that bilateral agreements hold the potential to enhance accountability and transparency for the funding that government invests in post-secondary education. So I am certainly not saying that bilateral agreements are a dumpster fire and have to go. I understand their purpose. I understand their relationship to MOUs used in the past. And I understand that bilateral agreements have the potential to serve as an important instrument of accountability and transparency and measuring impact for public funding of post-secondary institutions. I do question, Madam Speaker, whether or not entrenching something as new as bilateral agreements, specifically in legislation, is wise or prudent. And I want to explain why. I come from a background with the Nova Scotia Teachers Union, and similar to this body, we have layers of rules. Obviously, our Constitution and bylaws are paramount. Everybody has to live by those. Beneath that, there's a set of rules called the operational procedures. And the operational procedures are the purview of the Board of Directors of the Nova Scotia Teachers Union. And below that, we have locals, and they all have their own constitutions and their own operational procedures. And it seems like a lot of rules for one organization, but, Madam Speaker, I would say that the levels, the tiers of those rules allowed our union to function effectively by putting the right rule in the right place that allowed us autonomy to do what was best for our members. So that hierarchy isn't without merit. And so when we look at legislation, when we look at regulation, when we look at policy, when we look at other ways for governments to structure policy and program, I question whether or not entrenching bilateral agreements in legislation is wise. And I want to say why. Bilateral agreements are not yet well-founded, long-standing, well-tuned machines. They are not without their clunks. We're in the early days of using them to govern post-secondary education and to kind of put some parameters around how funding is spent by universities. I think they're a worthy project. I'm not questioning that. But writing into legislation, the problem with legislation, Madam Speaker, is that once you write it into legislation, it's the law, and nobody gets to duck. And everything is fine until maybe you discover that the law says you have to do something, and it doesn't make sense to do it that way anymore. And the only remedy to that law, you can't say, well, we're just not going to do it. We'll wait until the next session of the House. We'll do it in a way that's inconsistent with the law until we come back to the House. You can't do it because it's illegal. It's the law. And you got to live by it, like it or not. So in this case, how could we fix a problem with such a law? We'd have to have an emergency sitting. Depending on when that is, that may not be easy. There may be an impact on quorum to be able to do the business of the House that's legitimate. So I guess I would say in this case, bilateral agreements are new enough and they lack enough water under the bridge for us to say that they are reliable and responsible and flexible enough for them to live in the law. I also want to say that we don't need to entrench bilateral agreements in legislation in order to use them or create them or modify them or for them to be agreements that hold parties to account. They don't currently live in legislation, but we're already using them. So I wonder whether this is the right thing in the right place, Madam Speaker. I don't question the spirit of bilateral agreements. I don't question the intended impact of bilateral agreements, but I do question whether or not this is the prudent place for them to live. The government already has the capacity to negotiate these and to amend them when they see fit. If the government makes them the law, it's very, very difficult to change the way that they're negotiated or even change the agreements themselves during the life that they're negotiated for. And that may impose constraints on governments and university from being responsive to needs in the sector at a time that we need to be nimble, we need to pivot and respond to things. One of the major concerns with the Universities Accountability and Sustainability Act amendments that are present in Bill 12 concerns something called the revitalization process. For the benefit of the House, Madam Speaker, the current statutes allow for the process of revitalization. In effect, in a paraphrasey way, revitalization under the current statute is a process that's triggered by a university when it has dire concerns about its own ability to remain solvent and deliver programs in the long run. And in triggering this process, it has access to government support and protections to continue operations and to find ways and to restructure so that it can continue operations well into the future. And that's a good thing. No one would want to see a university fold up shop in a very short period of time and see students relying on that university for training left without an option to graduate. We wouldn't want to see faculty and staff at universities delivering valuable services to communities suddenly without employment, without much notice. So this revitalization process is an important one. I would say, Madam Speaker, that the process in statute at present isn't without concern. It does provide universities with very potent powers that potentially impact on things like collective agreements, wages and working conditions for staff at universities as a lever to achieve financial stability. So that's what revitalization is. That's what revitalization is, and there are already concerns about it. It's never been used in Nova Scotia, but nonetheless, it is a very significant power whose exercise could have very dramatic negative impacts on universities, their students, their communities, and their staff. The amendments proposed under Bill 12 would take revitalization mostly out of the hands of universities and put it into the hands of the minister. And I've used the word sort of Damocles before, but I'm going to use it again here because it's not entirely incompatible with the concern being raised. Universities, and I won't read it, but in the MOU that I read earlier, one of the things that governments and universities mutually agreed to in the preamble was recognition that universities take great pride as autonomous, independent organizations, and that independence needs to be respected. And so to hand the power to declare a university insolvent and to declare the power, to hand the power to one individual to decide what changes will happen at a university to establish fiscal stability and longevity, and those hands to not be the hands of the university that know its programs, know its services, know its community best, is of great concern to university communities. The temperature on this, Madam Speaker, is pretty close to max. A lot of worries about how this power could be wielded. And it's one thing to say that, well, this great power would be wielded with care and respect if it were ever needed. But universities have heard the minister on interviews and media recently talk about universities already, his concern that there are some universities that are close to insolvency in Nova Scotia. And Speaker, that's a warning shot for some institutions in Nova Scotia. They don't agree that they're close to insolvency. They do agree that there are long-term viability issues that they're willing to work with the government to address. But to hear a minister suggest that universities are already close in his mind to the position of insolvency, that's a trigger for this immense power, is of great concern to universities across the province. It also says that draft regulations are forthcoming that will allay concerns about secrecy or lack of transparency about how the minister might exercise these powers. But Madam Speaker, in the absence of drafts that everybody can see and read and know and interpret and dialogue about, any opacity about this kind of power give reason to resist this kind of power on principle alone. Giving people incredible powers of change without knowing under what conditions it could be wielded is of great concern. The fourth piece of legislation that would be amended by Bill 12 is the University Board Governance Act. Once again, I draw the attention of the House to the fact that of all the things that the Auditor General identified as needing remediation in her report on university funding, not a word, not a drop of ink was spilled by the Auditor General on the need to reform university governance. And so Bill 12 puzzlingly aims to set guidelines on the establishment, composition, and appointment processes of University Board of Governors to ensure standardization and alignment with best practices, which are undefined. The department has not provided to universities at any point a reference for what it means by alignment with best practices, where they come from, or who came up with them. Madam Speakers, universities completed internal governance reviews in 2023 under the previous MOU. It's unclear whether or not any of those findings that were available to the minister and the previous minister were part of the thought process of changing the legislation that gives the government such sweeping powers over university governance. I flag for the Speaker and the House that universities already have representation for government on their boards, in every case right across the province. This amendment would give the government power to install up to 50% of the entire composition of every board of governors in Nova Scotia. It also gives the minister the ability to, at their sole discretion, appoint public servants to those roles, completely apart from the governor and council process that's vetted by the House HR Committee. That's a lot of spots and a lot of employees. It's very difficult to see how the minister could furnish that many qualified people with reasonable connection to the day-to-day of those universities, their histories, their cultures, their programs, their values, and their priorities, such that they could function effectively as board members. It also puzzlingly mentions that students will be represented on boards of universities. And Speaker, I've had a look at this, and I can report that every single board of governors for a university in Nova Scotia already has student representation written in. Not all board of governors have those members of the board selected by the same process, but every university has some process that involves either electoral politics that's independent of the university, a by student for student election, a rigorous nomination and vetting process, that's approved by the University Senate and the board. There are already very robust processes in places to appoint students. So, Madam Speaker, this legislation poses a number of amendments that most of which don't appear to answer or appear to be odd solutions to the problems raised in the Auditor General's reports. It's not looking for massive overhaul of university board governance. It's not looking for massive overhaul of Research Nova Scotia Corporation Act. It's certainly not looking to giving way more powers to the minister in the discharge of their duties within the confines of the department. They already have that power. And so in offering remarks on, on Bill 12 at second reading, I look forward to further debate to see how the government justify these changes in advance of third reading. Thank you, Speaker.
I may be mistaken, but I think you quoted the MOU. So all the documents that you have quoted, please table. There was, in the beginning, you quoted a government document. That does not have to be tabled, but the MOU does. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm just going to take a few minutes because I actually want to I want to see this get to the public portion of this. I do have some concerns around the bill, but I also think it's important that we hear from stakeholders on this one because as I've heard, there's some people in support of this and some that have more questions. So in this case, I would rather hear from them first before I get into a long conversation about this tonight. There'll be other opportunities to do that. Just to highlight some of the things for me, it does, as my colleague said, he did a great breakdown of the bill. He actually did an hour that early on in his career here as an MLA, so I give him credit. But he actually did a very good job of breaking down the bill, so I'm not going to repeat too much of that. Just in the sense, I really do want to hear from the university presidents on this. To see where they're at, because as my colleague said, there are some big changes around the board structure when it comes to the board composition. And I also have concern around government's ability to move quickly to fill all of those positions if this becomes law, because ultimately there'll be a lot of appointments that will come with it. But the big piece for me is the academic freedom. And that's really where I hear a lot of concern from faculty across the province. Is that, we get into these situations with bills where ultimately politicians become the ultimate decision maker of, policy that people would use in a certain setting. This was the same argument around when we were talking about expanding the minister's ability in the Department of Health to people's personal records. And the argument then was that, politicians would have access to people's personal files. Not directed directly at our current minister, but in the future, how do you control that information? How do you protect it? Very similar here in the university setting, where I'm hearing from faculty across the province that are indicating to me that they have some concerns around academic freedom and the ability to do research freely and how they'll be funded across the province. So I'm not going to say too much more than that because I really want to hear the public side of this. I'm sure that there'll be lots of stakeholders that will come forward from the administration side and the faculty side. We know that. So I just want to get on the record on that. There'll be other readings. And thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to stand and share some additional questions and reflections from our caucus. So firstly, I would like to start by saying it actually was disappointing not to hear from the minister as he opened second reading on this bill. There's a lot in this bill, and I hope that we'll hear some more answers before we end debate at this stage. And, I guess my first reaction to this is to share that yet again, that this process, while there are many ways for government to engage with the post-secondary sector, Students Nova Scotia, Canadian Federation of Students Nova Scotia, CONCEP, which is the Council of Nova Scotia University Presidents, plus all the president's offices. Yet again, this piece of legislation was tabled and brought forward without any consultation. So there has been a great deal of uncertainty in the sector, but people did not know that this was coming forward in this form. And I think that's a shame. I don't think, I don't think anybody's a special interest, but I don't think universities are special interests. I don't think students' organizations are special interests. And there were lots of ways in which the stakeholders in this sector could have been consulted. And I think the government made a very deliberate choice not to. So again, very disappointing. But I would also say, though, that it tracks in terms of their record on post-secondary education. So I would say that since 2021, that this government has not treated the sector well nor managed its relationship with the sector. So, the government came in and sort of immediately started to create quite a bit of uncertainty in how universities would partner and be managed within the provincial context. So it was announced that there was not going to be an MOU. And then originally, universities were asked very quickly to undertake some extensive governance studies. Lots of folks weren't actually clear about the purpose of this, but of course, people jumped because of course they were being asked by the provincial government to do this work. And so people put a lot of effort into that, and then that information was submitted, and I would say they were crickets. There was not a lot of feedback given to the sector about what government thought of those, what they were using them for. And I mean, honestly, fast forward until January 2024. It wasn't until January 2024 that the bilateral process was actually announced. So from 2021 to 2024, there was a sense that there were changes coming in this sector, but what were they? What would they look like? And all of that is really challenging, especially during that particular period for post-secondary institutions. So it was, thinking about 2021, that was still a year affected by COVID in the post-secondary education sector. So, courses online, various openings and closings, that sort of thing. It was also, of course, a time of increased housing crisis, which affected, I'll just wait, it's fine.
Yeah, I looked up. There was two groups of people speaking. One was whispering, one was not. The one that was not was stopped speaking. And so I'm not calling anybody. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Siddle Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so housing crisis was obviously really affected students, and we know that, we've heard that. And all of a sudden students facing the use of more fixed-term leases, increased rent, and of course an affordability crisis. So it was the inflationary period. So again, students and universities facing increased costs. So if it was, for students, that meant how to afford groceries, how to afford books, how to make ends meet, how to have enough work but not too much work so you're not able to complete your studies. And then of course on the university side, actually just as we all saw costs increase radically, they increased in every way in universities in terms of supplies and inputs. And then of course there was the change announced by the federal government for international students. So it's in this context that I would say our post-secondary education system has been left with left in limbo. So, understanding there might be changes, but not knowing what they are. And then, of course, just the disappointing process of then having this bill dropped in their lap without having a chance for consultation. And I understand the minister indicates, that all the university presidents have his cell phone number, and he's open to a conversation anytime. It's awfully hard, and I'm sure we've all been familiar with this experience. It's really, really hard that if you don't know something is happening, to know to ask about. I mean, unless you're psychic, but I'm saying that that's a rare skill. So it probably was very hard for the university presidents to be like, oh yeah, maybe I should call the Minister of Advanced Education because I wonder if there's a bill coming, especially expecting that the courtesy of the government would have the courtesy to contact them. In terms of also not treating the sector well on the student side, so, you know, there was broad, in-depth consultation on a student housing plan. And for folks who are new in the House, you have to understand that went on for a couple of years, and student organizations responded. I mean, they are organized, they did the research, they talked to students, they presented document after document to government members and to all members. And, you know, and then there was still promises that there was a student housing plan coming, and then it sort of morphed into, well, we're doing action, we're not going to bring forward a plan. But essentially, you know, and again, part of the pattern of government engaging folks, undertaking stakeholder engagement, and then just not being accountable for it. So not reporting on it, not delivering. You know, in Nova Scotia students, we have the highest tuition fees in Canada, and we are so lucky that that hasn't been a complete barrier for us to have Nova Scotia students and students from across Canada who want to come here and study. But I think the tide is turning when we don't have housing, when things are expensive. And you know, there's been no movement from government to address tuition rates. In this government first session, they used some one-off payments to students as, I guess, just a little bit of a way to do some year-end spending. And I will say that, of course, you know, money in the bank is helpful, but both times, one time it came in March, and I can tell you that any student who's struggling and who's been struggling financially, by March, like that academic year is over. And then it came in December, no, it came in January, and again, you know, those decisions have been made. You've paid tuition or you haven't paid tuition for the second semester. So, you know, of course, welcome, but just not changing the experience, not changing the narrative for students to actually have stability. And, you know, this government, the previous government's reluctance to provide sufficient operating increases. So it's not only about deferred maintenance, it's also really jeopardizing universities' commitment to accessibility in all kinds of different ways, both in the built environment, but also in the university's ability to provide student support services. And those are being cut all over this province. We are the province with the highest rate of disability in the country. I'm sure we want our young people who share that rate of disability to be able to go to school, to be able to access the supports they need and to be successful. And so cutting student services because there's not enough money in the operating budget is, you know, it's a cut that has a long-term effect. The other thing I note about this bill is that it continues the habit of this government. It's well established in the first session of consolidating power in the hands of ministers. So there was a point at some point during the last session where it felt like, you know, we were just making sure that every minister got a crown corp that went underneath it and they had control of it. So in this sense, I guess we're just continuing that cycle in terms of consolidating, I would suggest, undue power in the hands of the minister. There is, you know, lots of language and concern around aligning education, study, and research with government priorities. This is actually like an age-old question and challenge, and I have seen it from both sides. I guess what I would say is that what this bill makes it sound like is that government is going to drive those priorities, which I think is problematic for a couple of reasons. So one is, you know, our universities are not, you know, it's hard to argue that they are publicly funded institutions by the province, because most universities are funded by the province to a tune of about a quarter of their budget. So publicly and provincially assisted, absolutely. But they're not. There's other people in terms of donors and research funds and other institutions that all work together to make sure that, well, a university has 100% of a budget. I said that I've seen it from both sides in terms of knowing from being in government and wanting to be able to access, like the best research or what's happening in different areas. I'm sure we've all had that sort of question, like, and sometimes in here, I'm sure the alleged library receives, a number of the same requests where we all sort of say, oh, okay, well, actually, how does that work in the other provinces? And so they're preparing that kind of research. Like, we want to understand what's happening in other places and what research says. We want evidence to underpin our policies. And researchers want that too. Like, people aren't sitting around doing research that they want their research to have an impact. And I can say that from having worked at Dalhousie, having worked closely with faculty from across the majority of faculties at Dalhousie University, for instance, and working with researchers across the country. People want to do research that has an impact on their communities. They want to make things better, just like we all do. And there's lots of ways to enhance the link between this that are different and probably much more effective than putting language in this bill that really puts too much power in the hands of the minister and is in a real overreach of government into the post-secondary sector. And, I would say, too, that in terms of, and I guess the third point on that is academic freedom. So, we do need researchers. We need folks to be testing ideas, exploring, to have curiosity about how things might work. I mean, I could think of 1,000 examples from Dalhousie alone of when that researcher started out, did we know that it was research that we needed for government now? So Jeffrey Don in battery storage is a great example. When he started, I'm not sure what questions he started with, but I'm not sure that because he started 15 or 20 years ago, that it would have been viewed as a government priority, but it sure is now. We need that research now. We should be really proud that it's happening in Nova Scotia. And there's other examples. So work done, and I think I've tabled some of this before, on 2S LGBTQI plus seniors in long-term care. So we've had an enormous amount of good research happening in Nova Scotia that provides very specific guidance on how those environments could be made more inclusive. So, I think it's easy to think, maybe it's easy to think, that's not how I think, but that, you look at a university syllabus and you look at what's going on, and there's courses here, there, and everywhere, and what good is that doing for the province? And my argument is it's doing a lot of good for the province. It's doing a lot of good in terms of creating evidence for the things we want to do in healthcare, education, oceanography, the knowledge economy, IT, I mean, just it goes on and on, right? And I'll table this letter. And this was also helpful for me because this predated my time. But when the Universities Accountability and Sustainability Act was first tabled in 2015, there was one person who did speak about concerns that really echo what my colleague for Sackville-Cobequid and I have been talking about in terms of, the intellectual freedom, intellectual property, and the overreach of government into university decision-making. So here are a few of the quotes from that person. The framework for crisis actually exists within this bill. And I think that's also touching on the ability for the minister to direct a university into a revitalization plan. Again, it's not clear, and perhaps the minister can talk a bit more about that, but I think this creates a great deal of uncertainty among post-secondary leaders. The second quote from this person, giving up your intellectual property objectives or the freedom of intellectual property is something we should be very careful of. There are risks when we say that the government of the day, whatever day that happens to be, whatever government that happens to be, is going to dictate the terms of the revitalization plan in terms of making sure the universities are doing things that meet the government's objectives. That's a dangerous thing, particularly when you consider that it can be triggered by the government itself to begin with. And finally, one more quote from this person. There is great potential in universities creating quality research, and I don't think anyone in this chamber wants to see that potential diminished. I don't know that there's a role for government into reaching into that system and dictating what that research should be going. I think that's something better left to minds more creative than many members in this chamber. And that speaker was the Premier in his former role as MLA for Pictou East, speaking on the predecessor to this bill, the University Accountability and Sustainability Act, but clearly reflecting on a number of issues that my colleague and I have raised here. And I think just before I sit down, I mean, where would we be in our communities without universities and colleges across Nova Scotia? Like, it is actually an amazing feature of our province, of our little tiny province, that we have so many post-secondary education facilities and institutions. And when I think about, when I was a teenager living in Canning, the impact of Acadia and Wolfville was kind of amazing, right? There was like arts and culture and like an environmental group I could get involved in. And there was all sorts of things happening that if that town didn't have a post-secondary institution, probably wouldn't have been happening. There wouldn't have been a big theater, also like sporting facilities and sporting options. I mean, Antigonish is the same. I think there's some analysis that's been done that, for $1, anyways, there's like a 200% return on the impact, the financial impact of having SANFX in Antigonish. CBU, which has, is changing the landscape in Sydney, and of course Halifax. So in my riding, I have 6 post-secondary institutions, and I think the essence of our city, of our province, has been that we have welcomed this type of investment and activity in the knowledge economy, and that changes all the time, right? But like our, treasured IWK Health Center, what would it be without the Dalhousie Faculty of Medicine, the Dalhousie Faculty of Health, and the researchers that are available to go and do work with the staff at the IWK, for instance? Really, it's doubling the impact of spending in our healthcare system by having researchers also involved in that work. And and I know that in Cape Breton that's emulated in terms of like the nursing program, that there's lots of folks doing research with Nova Scotia Health, with Escasoni. So there's lots of things, like the impact is strong. I don't think anybody would disagree, but I really think that this sector has not been treated well by this government. This bill is a continuation of that. And I'm really hoping we're going to hear from the minister about the background and rationale and perhaps why people weren't advised about it before it was tabled. Thanks.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll stand and just speak for a few moments about Bill 12. So I would like to just share a few comments. NSCC being able to provide a degree, I'd like to see more details be shared on that, Madam Speaker, before being asked to vote on this. What is the degree that's being proposed? Is it a nursing degree, for example? University governance is not something that institutions are used to having government have control over. And the province is running a $700 million deficit. Why do they think it's right to tell institutions when the government itself is running such a huge deficit? Madam Speaker, I do believe Bill 12 is a piece of legislation that does threaten the very foundation of academic freedom, institutional autonomy, and good governance for Nova Scotians' post-secondary education system. And more importantly, Madam Speaker, this bill does fundamentally disrupt the governance structures of our university by sidelining the diverse stakeholders who make up the boards currently, and replacing them with greater government control, greater ministerial control. University boards are not just made up of a handful of bureaucrats. They're composed of students and faculty members, alumni, business leaders, as well as community representatives. And each board brings a unique perspective that ensures balanced decision-making. These institutions have long been governed collaboratively, allowing students and faculty to bring a critical voice in shaping the policies that directly impact them. I will add, Madam Speaker, that this government has a history of removing boards and removing community voices. For example, in healthcare, they've removed all of the boards and centralizing power, Madam Speaker, in the Premier's office. Bill 12 does threaten the balance by reducing the influence of community stakeholders while increasing the power of government-appointed officials who may have little connection to the institutions that they're being tasked with overseeing. I'm also concerned, Madam Speaker, there are many boards in the province that have government-appointed personnel, and a lot of these boards have gone with the positions gone vacant, sometimes for years. Like, for example, up in our area, the library board, for example, is supposed to have 2 provincially appointed government members, and those seats both went vacant for several years, making it very difficult for them to have strong board governance. So I am concerned about that happening with our university boards. The government claims that Bill 12 is about accountability and sustainability, but again, I do have to ask about accountability and sustainability when this government has tabled a budget that has a $700 million deficit, $750 million deficit at a time of great financial uncertainty with the Trump tariffs, as well as the exponentially growing debt for the province. Madam Speaker, under this legislation, the Minister of Advanced Education will have the power to dictate the financial and governance structures of our universities, controlling the composition of their boards, and even withhold essential operating funds if a university does not align with the government's priorities. Some would argue that's not accountability, it's control. It is also deeply troubling that the minister will now have the authority to force universities to develop revitalization plans. If these institutions fail to meet the government's undefined criteria, their funding can be withheld. What this means in practice is that any institution that does not fall in line with the government's political agenda could face financial uncertainty. And it does undermine the stability that our universities need in order to grow and thrive, Madam Speaker. Bill 12 also imposes unnecessary constraints on university governance. It replaces a system that values diverse perspectives with one that prioritizes government oversight. And it tells students that their input is not necessary. It tells faculty that their expertise is running academic institutions is no longer valued. It tells communities that their involvement is irrelevant. This is top-down, heavy-handed, and it serves the interests of those in power, not those that are actually working and learning in the institutions. Madam Speaker, the concerns I raise today are not just from this side of the House. They come from faculty associations, students groups, and academic organizations across the country that have sounded the alarm. For example, the Association of Nova Scotia University Teachers have shared just this week, and I'll quote and then table this, Madam Speaker, that they are acknowledging the Auditor General's report that confirms that the department is not effectively funding, monitoring, or holding the universities accountable for public funds. but they fear that enacting Bill 12 will take accountability too far the other way. Again, this is the Association of Nova Scotia University Teachers. They say financial accountability is imperative, says Scott Stewart, of the $1.9 billion in operating funds university have received in the past 5 years, but going from little accountability to unilateral control by one person does not seem like the best solution. There needs to be a middle ground, and one that considers the importance and specific traits of the collegial governance model by which universities are administered. Yet there is only a passing reference in the AG's report and nothing in the Universities Accountability and Sustainability Act that even mentions the fact that universities need to consider both sides of a bicameral governance model to achieve the mission of the university. And I'll table that. Also, Madam Speaker, the Canadian Association of University Teachers has condemned Bill 12 as unacceptable interference. And I will table that as well, and I'll just read a couple of lines. The Nova Scotia government has proposed sweeping new powers that would violate universities' autonomy, according to the Canadian Association of University Teachers. Last week, provincial government introduced Bill 12, an act respecting advanced education and research, and this bill would allow the Minister of Advanced Education to withhold grants if a university does not satisfactorily show how it is meeting the government's social and economic priorities. The government's actions represent unacceptable political interference in the internal educational affairs of universities, says David Robinson, Executive Director of the Canadian Association of University Teachers, and I'll table that. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Nova Scotians value education. We have a lot to be proud of here in this province with our universities. We also value independence in research and academic inquiry. Nova Scotians value institutions that are run by experts and by students, not just by politicians. If the government truly wants to support our post-secondary institutions, then let's invest in them, not control them. Let's ensure students and faculty and community members have a real seat at the table, not just a ceremonial one. And let's foster an environment where institutions can make decisions based on academic excellence, not political pressure. Now, Madam Speaker, I do want to acknowledge the Auditor General's report that was made public this week, and I do support the Auditor General's report, but I want to just make a point. The Auditor General made a couple of recommendations, but I didn't see anywhere in the Auditor General's report that she recommended that the government take over governance of our universities. The Auditor General made recommendations that said, we recommend the Department of Advanced Education identify and evaluate new operating grant funding allocation options. A new allocation model should specify what factors are considered in determining the funding level, should be reviewed and updated on a regular basis. The Auditor General also recommended the Department of Advanced Education work with universities receiving public funds to develop financial indicators and benchmarks to assess financial health and sustainability of universities. So I see that as more part of a strategic plan and having KPIs, and that's very different than changing the governance structures for our universities. I also want to mention, I'm really pleased to see in the AG's report, looking at whether or not the money that's been given, has it been truly assessed? And specifically, the AG is asking if, or says it's unclear if nursing seat expansion, despite $65 million spent, is adding more nurses to the provincial workforce. And $119.4 million in health education grants unspent by universities as of September 2024. So there's definitely accountability that needs to happen, Madam Speaker, but I would recommend the minister take the AG's recommendations, specifically in developing financial indicators and benchmarks, but not interfering with the governance structure, and I'll table this document, of the universities. So, Madam Speaker, I urge this House to amend Bill 12. This is not a bill about sustainability. It seems to be a bill more about political control. And in a province that prides itself and has a long history of academic excellence, We cannot afford to let the government compromise the very integrity of our higher educational system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Education, it will be to close debate on second reading. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a few words. There's going to be lots of times to debate this bill. There's lots of opportunities to debate it. I just want to address a few things. It was implied here in this House that the AG had leaked, or somebody had leaked the AG report to the government, attacking the integrity of the AG's office. That is simply not true, Madam Speaker. Nothing was leaked, and the word leaked was used, Madam Speaker. I've sat here in this House for a week and listened as the opposition fought tooth and nail for the AG. Great. But now what they're saying was, there's a report there. She agrees with the report and specifically mentioned the report in her press conference and said, this report, or sorry, this piece of legislation is going to deal with the issues. She actually referenced the bilateral agreements, which actually had a holdback in it. The last 2 years had a holdback in it. She referenced it as a good thing, and that these are things that are addressing the issues that were long-standing. And yet, the opposition is, don't listen to the AG.
I didn't say that.
We just heard say, well, do this, but that the AG says, but don't do that. So which is it? Which is it? Literally met with the AG and said, we are going to do every single one of your recommendations. We asked her about it. I said, what can we do? And she said, Bill 12 is a great start. It's a great start. And to imply that we're going to tear down the universities or interfere, simply not true. It's clear, Madam Speaker, I've said it over and over and over and over in the media, in this House, everywhere. We want the universities to be sustainable. I want them here for my children and my children's children. If they want to go to Dal, NASCAD, Acadia, theology, I want it all here. It is one of the things that draws people into this province. It's one of the things that we're known for, is our post-secondary education, Madam Speaker. And to correct, we do not fund universities a quarter. We fund them a third, Madam Speaker. And to also say that we are not doing our part, or we're not, this government, I heard them say, this government is not, I'm paraphrasing, Madam Speaker, is not doing anything for the university, or barely doing anything. $2.5 billion over the last 5 years. There is 1,000 organizations that would love to have $2.5 billion over the last 5 years, Madam Speaker. We value our universities, Madam Speaker. Value your universities. I've said it over and over and over. We don't want to get to a point where they're so far in debt that it's an impossible hole to climb out of. The AG's report referenced that. $400 million in debt. And that's not even repairs and upgrades and things that need to be done to the institutions, Madam Speaker. The other thing I have not heard in any of this debate or any question from that side is students. I haven't heard anything around students. I haven't heard anyone stand up and speak for half an hour on students, Madam Speaker. We want to protect these institutions so that when a youth decides to go to CBU for a program, it's there, Madam Speaker. And you want to talk about like interfering in what they're allowing to teach? Absolutely not. Again, if they're listening, I will say this over and over and over. Whether it's a degree from St. FX or Acadia or St. Mary's University or NASCAD, and I use NASCAD a lot because my wife was the first graduating film student in NASCAD's history. And you know what? Value that. Value that. Outstanding. I have a friend who's a lawyer, and her first degree was Shakespearean literature. We want our children and our people to be educated.
Madam Speaker. I also heard them say about interference in NSCC. Hate to break it to you, we don't interfere, but NSCC is 100% funded by the government. So let's get our facts straight. Let's get our facts straight. And guess what, Madam Speaker? All those years that NSCC, if a member from Sackville-Cobequid wants to get up and speak, he'll have lots of time. I did not interrupt or chirp him.
Fair. Fair statement.
Madam Speaker, NSCC Community College has been around forever. When I was a young lad graduating from high school, it was there. Governments don't interfere with them. This government has been around for, we're going on 5-6 years. The Liberal government was around for 8 years. The NDP government was around for 5. None of them interfered in it. What we want is sustainability. We also want to make sure that we have a workforce ready to go, Madam Speaker. We need healthcare workers. We need to make sure that those seats are filled. And I'll let you in on something. If you read the bilaterals, the last bilaterals, which the universities agreed to, said that 97% of their healthcare seats needed to be filled. And guess what? They did it. They did it. Madam Speaker, the bilateral agreement said, hey, you know what? We need you to help out with housing. Guess what? They did it, Madam Speaker. The Auditor General talked about accountability. We have amazing organizations. Amazing organizations. Our post-secondary institutions, I believe, are the best in the world. You don't have to look further than, and I'll use NSCC as an example. When I was a kid, it was a little spot there by across from the old QEH High School, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member over there is doing this.
Order, there is some conversation in the corner. Order! We were doing so well here. I'd ask for the group over there to listen and stop yelling across the floor at the member who has it. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, I will be meeting with the presidents again tomorrow and having these discussions, Madam Speaker. I've said it before, and I'll look directly into the camera for everyone to see in TV land. This bill is the meat and potatoes. The regulations are going to be built and made with university presidents and faculty. Madam Speaker, we want you to be around forever. Every degree is important. It doesn't matter if it's an arts degree, a humanities degree, a science degree, a teaching degree. They're all important. They enlighten our civilization, Madam Speaker. And the universities are stepping up. And I'll stop. I could go on forever. But the universities have stepped up. Thank you to CBU. Thank you to Mount St. Vincent for their education programs, Madam Speaker. And Acadia, they're going to draw people into this province. They're going to allow more children in our own, right here in our backyard, to get educated and become teachers faster because they recognized the urgent need for teachers in this province, Madam Speaker. This is not about controlling universities. The members can say whatever they want. This is about making sure they're sustainable, they're nimble, and they're ready to adjust. Madam Speaker, they're facing down the barrel of less international students. And that is a huge revenue loss. So CBU adjusts, and they create a new teacher program. Mount St. Vincent adjusts, and they create a new teachers program. And guess what's going to happen? People are going to come here, and it's going to recoup some of that lost revenue from international students, Madam Speaker. My promise to the universities, my promise to NSCC, and my promise to post-secondary is I am going to work every step of the way on these regulations with you to make sure that you're sustainable, you meet the workforce, and on top of it, you open minds and you draw people to this beautiful province.
recognize the Honorable Minister of Advanced Education.
And with that, I move close second reading of Bill 112.
The motion is for second reading of Bill 12, Advanced Education and Research, an act respecting. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honorable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, would you please call government motions?
No.
Government bills. Sorry.
Public bills. I
Public bills for
recognize.
second reading.
Yeah. In order, I recognize the Honorable Government House Leader.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. The energy is just, Madam Speaker, I move that Bill 36, the free trade and mobility with.
Would you please call Bill 36?
Would you please call Bill 36? I'll get it right.
Excitement program. Bill 36, I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that Bill 36, the Free Trade and Mobility Within Canada Act, be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, these are very uncertain times. Somebody put the fan back on again, eh? Thank you. These are very, very uncertain times, and Nova Scotians and Canadians are worried. They're worried about their jobs. They're worried about the jobs of their loved ones and family members. They're worried about their business. They're worried about the impact of the illegal Trump tariff, the illegal Trump tax, and the impact it will have on their lives and the province's economy in general. So there is a lot of concern about these tariffs for sure. I share the concerns. I was actually prepared tonight. I thought I might get a chance to be in estimates tonight and stand for 4 hours and answer questions from any member in this chamber about the tariffs. We actually received a letter earlier today from the leader of the NDP requesting that I would appear, which is that's a real break from tradition. Obviously, the NDP had their chance to pick who appears, but they asked us if we would have the Premier appear. So, of course, Madam Speaker, I said, absolutely, I'll appear. I'm willing to stand in the chamber for 4 hours longer and answer questions. But when we said yes, we'll show up, I think maybe we called their bluff a little bit because they said, no, we don't want the Premier there. So the NDP will have to decide if they have sincere concerns about the tariffs or if they're more interested in political theater. Because, Madam Speaker, this is not the time. This is not the issue for politics. This is the time for Nova Scotians to unite. This is the time for Canadians. We are only focused on one thing, and that's supporting Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker. And there are a variety of ways we are prepared to do that. And if we need to do more, we'll do that as well, Madam Speaker. I'm going to talk about some of the ways tonight, but I do want Nova Scotians to know that in the budget that is before the House, there's not a lot of chat about this budget, Madam Speaker. We don't really talk a lot. All of the opposition's questions have been to try and undermine the confidence of Nova Scotians. Talking about the Auditor General, misrepresenting some things that were in the bill there, talking about the FOIPOP, talking about everything except the budget. And I know why that is, Madam Speaker, because it's a good budget that invests in Nova Scotians. And within that budget, Madam Speaker, is a $200 million contingency. We are ready to support Nova Scotians. And there was a lot of questions about, well, how did you calculate that number? What are you going to do with that? And I would tell Nova Scotians that it is the initial estimate of what we believe is necessary. But if more is necessary, there will be more coming in. You know how we'll do that, Madam Speaker? Additional appropriations, because when we invest in... Because when we see the need to invest in Nova Scotians, we invest in Nova Scotians, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill 36, the Free Trade and Mobility Within Canada Act, or as I like to call it, Madam Speaker, the Good Enough for Canadians, Good Enough for Canadians Act. And that's exactly what this is. This is the first of its kind in Canada. And I am extremely proud that Nova Scotia, that our government is leading the way. We are knocking down interprovincial trade barriers. Those barriers hold back Nova Scotians. They hold all Canadians back. And Nova Scotia is saying, enough. It is time to get rid of those interprovincial trade barriers. This piece of legislation, it's bold and it's long overdue. It's a bold move for sure. But being bold has been the hallmark of our government now into our second mandate. We take bold action. We take bold action when it needs to be taken, and we act quickly, and we act in the best interests of Nova Scotians. And we will never stop doing that. I will never apologize for standing up for Nova Scotians. I will never apologize for our government feeling the same sense of urgency that Nova Scotians feel. We move because Nova Scotians want us to move. Now, there are others who believe that there should always be yet another committee, and we can always use at least one more study. How about a task force, Madam Speaker? All of those things are nice for other people. This government puts Nova Scotians first and moves. We act, Madam Speaker, and we... And we're not perfect all the time, but we're not like those that pretend they are. We accept that we're not perfect, but we don't let us stop. We don't let that be the cause of inaction. We will continue to act, and we will continue to listen, and we will continue to change course. We will continue to move, because that's what Nova Scotians have a right to expect from their government. And I'm very pleased with the actions we've been taking on free trade. I'm very pleased with the response that we put forward on the tariffs. This province, Nova Scotia, is receiving national recognition. On the national stage, they're talking about Nova Scotia. And they're talking about Nova Scotia in a very positive way, Madam Speaker. We might not see that locally too much, but nationally, Canadians recognize that we are moving and we are supporting Canadians and supporting Nova Scotians. So this is an important bill, but it is only after we pass this bill that other provinces can really exactly follow the lead. They want to see this bill pass. And then there are a number who will follow right away, especially our good friends in Ontario. The biggest province in the country. And when I pitched this to the leadership in Ontario, especially to Premier Ford, who's been a good friend to Nova Scotia on this issue, but is a good friend to the smaller provinces and smaller jurisdictions, and has been. And that's why I have so much admiration for him. At the Council of the Federation, when the premiers meet, Premier Ford is always the first one to say, what about Atlantic Canada? What about the North? Because he cares about the country, and he always puts the country first. And when I pitched this to them, the only thing he said was, count me in. Count me in. And there will be others. But we feel the sense of urgency to lead this. We feel there is no time to waste. Through all the twists and turns, President Trump has been very clear on one thing. He intends to inflict pain on our country. He wants to hurt Canadians. And we will stand up for that. And while others will say, stand up another day after the committee work is done. Stand up some other time when the task force has reported back. We believe in standing up right in the moment that standing up is necessary. And Madam Speaker, Canadians know that hockey can teach us a lot of lessons. And if we stand united against these unfair tariffs, we will teach President Trump one of those very important hockey lessons. When you try to run a Canadian into the corner, you're going to get some elbows in your face. We will defend ourselves. We will protect one another. That is the Canadian way. That is the Nova Scotian way. That's a Blue Noser way, Madam Speaker, and I'm proud of that. That's why on February 1st, Nova Scotia was the first province to announce retaliatory measures. We were the first ones. We said, if you do that, this is what we're doing. That was on February 1st, and almost every day since, we've said the same thing. And still, amazingly, I hear elected members of this chamber, even today, saying, well, where's the plan? They should follow along. If they were concerned about the impact on Nova Scotians, if they were concerned about Canadians, they would at least know what the plan is and then maybe say they don't like it. But to say there's not one just shows you're not even tuned in enough to care. We care, Madam Speaker, and we will continue to show. Because we care, that's why it's so important that in Nova Scotians, we make necessary changes that can at least insulate as best as we can, that can at least mitigate the damage that these illegal tariffs will do to our to Canadians, to our friends and neighbors, so we can at least insulate ourselves against the whims of a short-sighted president. And Madam Speaker, that's why this bill is so necessary, because it can help mitigate the impact of the tariffs. It will help us diversify our markets. It will open up incredible markets for us across this country. It will reduce red tape and costs that the business experiences when they try to expand. And it is a step. It is one step in a big journey, but it's an important step that can help our economy continue to thrive through these times. But this bill, the passage of this bill, and with other provinces and territories coming on, and there are a number who feel that urgency, that same urgency as we do. There are some that still don't feel that urgency, but we're working on them, Madam Speaker, because Canadians are demanding that urgency be felt. But with this bill, this is the first step to make sure that trade within Canada is truly free. Actual free trade in our country. That's what we're talking about. That's the path that Nova Scotia is leading the way to. Free trade in our country. And Nova Scotians expect that. But even more than the free trade aspect of it, Madam Speaker, as we pass this, as other provinces across the country and territories across the country join us with similar legislation or similar intent for sure, as a nation, we will be more and more united, and we will show more resolve against these tariffs. So I believe that this type of legislation can ignite a spirit of confidence and purpose and strength in Canada. This legislation, this leadership from this province, they're talking about this from coast to coast. The Prime Minister on the call this week said that this is the type of initiative we need. So people are noticing, and maybe we'll hear from the opposition that's not quite good enough for them, but I will tell you, Madam Speaker, it's good enough for a vast, vast number of Canadians that are saying thank you. In fairness to my friends opposite, I was encouraged yesterday when the member from Sydney Whitney Pier and the member from Timberley Prospect spoke about setting aside political differences and pulling together in the face of the adversity we're facing. So I want to thank those members for their words on that. That is a type of spirit of cooperation that we could all use a little bit more of. And I look forward to hearing some of that a bit later tonight, Madam Speaker. Bill 36 the Free Trade and Mobility Within Canada Act lets other provinces and territories know that Nova Scotia is open for business. This act does away with the artificial barriers that have kept us from expanding and growing domestic markets. And Madam Speaker, I could give you pages and pages and pages of examples of where there are foolish, ridiculous regulations in place that stop businesses from really reaching their potential within our country. I'll share two. One is a medical device manufacturer based in Nova Scotia, sells only to the United States because they don't have the time or energy to deal with the foolish differences that they encounter in all of the provinces and territories. In the United States, they only deal with one entity for the entire market, the FDA. But in Canada, they would have to go province and territory, and they said it's just not, it hasn't traditionally been worth it to them. And that's a real shame. That's a real shame. And of course, you know, the wine and spirits discussion is one that's well known. But imagine for 1 second that we live in a country where somebody could make a pizza for sale, and if they put meat on it, that pizza is just fine for Nova Scotians. But if they want to sell it in New Brunswick, they need a whole nother level of inspection. Imagine a country that has that type of ridiculous laws that would suggest that the government of Nova Scotia would put their citizens at risk, because that's what it's suggesting. How can it be good enough for Nova Scotians, but not good enough for New Brunswickers, Quebecers, Ontarians, for any other province, only Nova Scotia? Is there anyone in this chamber that would put a Nova Scotian at risk? It's not going to happen. So if it's good enough for Nova Scotians, it should be good enough for New Brunswickers. And that's the case. I only use New Brunswick as an example. I actually had a big discussion with a manufacturer in that province on that, but it's the same for every province. If you put meat on it, you need a whole nother inspection, and it's just not, it just doesn't make any sense. With the passage of this bill, we are ready and willing to do business with other Canadians who are ready and willing to partner with us. It's a two-way street. We cannot get in a situation where we accept products from another province or territory, but they won't accept ours. This is a two-way street. So we have at least one willing partner immediately, who fortunately happens to be the biggest province in the country. More will follow. We are ready to accept the testing and rigor that goes into goods and services in other jurisdictions because we can trust it. They can trust us, and we can trust them. And that's what this legislation is saying, Madam Speaker. We are ready to accept the certifications of professionals in good standing that may happen to have been trained in other provinces. And if it's good enough for another province, quite simply, it's good enough for us. It's one country. We are one country, and this is the time that we need to resolve this. So we know this bill makes sense. It makes sense for Nova Scotia. It makes sense for other provinces to join in, especially at this time when our closest ally has turned on us. This is the time. Businesses and industry have told us that this bill will make a difference. And I know some people don't like to hear that something's good for business. But you know what businesses do, Madam Speaker? They employ people. Yes. They employ your friends, your neighbors, people in your community. They allow people to provide for their family. So I don't think businesses is a bad word, Madam Speaker. I think we need more employment, better jobs, and that will come only from people employing Nova Scotians. So we've been told by those job creators that this will give them a fair shot at getting better market access in other provinces, and all of that will make us less reliant on the United States and allow us as a government to serve more Nova Scotians as our economy goes stronger and better. We can provide more services to Nova Scotians, and we can do more for them, and it's good for Canadians because it will help them sell their goods and products in other places. So, Madam Speaker, in this time when the country is watching, we are showing leadership. We can do it united, or we can do it divided. But I assure you, we will do it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Lots to respond to. We support Bill 36. We think interprovincial trade is important and a good idea. I look forward to the Premier hearing all of the good ideas we have to share. He always says that he's ready to take them. And we did ask for the Premier in estimates. We asked for the Premier in estimates because when we asked ministers of this House about the work that has gone on to form our tariff response, we are given the answer time and time again. That is being run through intergovernmental affairs and the Premier's office. So we thought we would ask the Premier, and we were told, and I am responding to the Premier's comments, we were told the Premier will come tonight if we can expedite Bill 12. If we can send Bill 12 to committee, you can talk to the Premier. And Bill 12 is an important bill that is before this House. And we have spent a long time talking about how much we get to bring the concerns of our constituents onto this floor. And we did not want to start a precedent tonight of gambling away the voices of our constituents in order to have the honor of asking the Premier a few questions that he might actually answer. But it turns out it's fine, because he's not going to answer our questions, Madam Speaker. He is going to cast aspersions. He is going to say we're not listening. He is going to say we're not with him, we're against him. He is going to say we're divisive. And that's fine. That is the Premier's prerogative, if that's what he wants to say. But I think that Nova Scotians deserve the truth. The Premier likes to say that we don't need task forces. We don't need committees. We should just go fast and break things. That's what they do in the tech world. And we actually think that it should be the job description of a leader to be able to walk and chew gum, to be able to engage with people and take action in an expedited fashion. And with every bill in this House, including this one, Bill 36, interprovincial trade, I think there are amendments coming. Why? Because the conversations, a phone call would suffice, that had to happen in order to get this bill on the order paper didn't happen. And so it has to be amended, just like all the other pieces of legislation that this government brings. And yes, the amendment happens. And yes, they love to take credit for that. But they don't deserve credit, Madam Speaker. They should do their homework. We elect a government, particularly a government with 43 members, all of whom have a ministerial portfolio. With 43 members, this government cannot bring a clean bill to this House. Is that worthy of applause? And yes, this government is getting national recognition. There are headlines in every national news outlet talking about the assault on democracy by this government. The Globe and Mail, the Vashi Capello Show, CTV, Power and Politics, every single one of them has featured Bill 1. Bill 1, which I have to say, the members were curiously silent on last night. I didn't hear the, didn't hear it. Didn't hear it. I'm so sorry if the member wants me to be called out of order because I'm not cheering and banging my desk at the appropriate time.
Order, stop it, order. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. The member has no clue what I'm saying, and this continuous assumption and attack of people's character has to stop.
Order. So the member actually, the leader of the official opposition is wrong in what the member of Halifax Atlantic was stating. This member was asking me a question, so I asked you to retract that. I recognize the honourable member or honourable leader of the official opposition.
I retract that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have sat in this chamber. I have listened to the Premier in scrums constantly get up and say you're with us or against us. You're stretching a problem or you're fixing it. You're a special interest or you're not. You're a Nova Scotian or you're not on the bus. That is not unity, Madam Speaker. That is not bringing people together. And so if we want to get into a fight about who's bringing people together, we can have that. I'm sure we all have different views on that. At the end of the day, we are in this fight together. We are Nova Scotians. It is our job to ask questions of the government and their policies to make sure that they are in the best interests of all Nova Scotians. And that is what we do. And to be insulted about that, to be told that somehow we are creating division by asking the questions our constituents ask us to bring into this chamber makes it very difficult to do the job. There were hundreds of people outside today, Madam Speaker, because they don't feel like their voices are being heard. We cannot have a government for some Nova Scotians. We have to have a government for all Nova Scotians.
Order. So I've been timing the last speaker, timing this speaker, and the amount of time, because you got to give a little bit of leeway, which is what I did and what I'm doing for you. You have to bring it back to the bill, which is Free Trade and Mobility Within Canada Act. You have, the honourable member has only brought that bill number up. You got to get back on it. Tie it in. You know, I recognize the honourable member for, honourable leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Premier says that this bill is about unity, and we agree. As I said earlier when I was speaking on the bill, we suspect it might be amended, and that is because there are issues around the labour mobility provisions in the bill. The bill is a good idea. We are glad to see the bill coming forward. We do need to lower interprovincial trade barriers. But in the FMA today, we see a provision that is going to penalize Canadians who want to buy real estate in this province. 10%. So I think we need consistency on this front. I think if we want to be Team Canada, if we want to be one country, we have to do it, and we have to do it thoughtfully. And I think we also have to acknowledge that the reason that interprovincial trade barriers have been around for so long and are so stubborn and so difficult to remove is that when they come down, the devil is in the details. And so I appreciate this government's push to bring this bill forward. I think it's important, and I think there's going to be a lot to unpack. I think there are going to be a lot of challenges. I think there are going to be a lot of industries who, like, I'm glad Ontario is now our best friend, I guess. This is a new thing, but Ontario can eat us up whole. I mean, Ontario's agriculture sector is much bigger than ours. Ontario's wine sector is much bigger than ours. We've had that debate on the floor of this House. These will be issues. And so we welcome interprovincial trade, and we will be asking questions about how it impacts Nova Scotian businesses, because those are important questions to ask. We need a culture of curiosity and questioning in this House. And we need speed, and we need to act. There is no doubt, but we need to go forward together. And I think it's very challenging when we ask a question or suggest engagement That the response is, oh, another committee, oh, another engagement. Well, guess what? Other provinces are engaging with their sectors, and you know what they're doing? Quebec actually has a financial release package for their businesses that they're already rolling out. Manitoba has rolled out tax relief for their businesses already, a response to tariffs. We're still giving the EV rebate, as far as I understand, to Tesla. That's ridiculous. Why are we doing that? So yes, we have started to act, but there's a lot further to go. And we will continue to suggest those steps. And we will continue to ask questions. And there will continue to be questions on interprovincial trade. Originally, we were asked to expedite this bill. Speed, speed, speed. I appreciate that this bill requires mirror legislation to be enacted in other provinces, but there isn't mirror legislation on the floor in any legislature in the country right now. So if it passes this week or if it passes next week, it's not actually going to make any difference on it coming into force because it needs a mirror piece of legislation to come into force. I think I heard a member across the way say it sends a message. The Premier sent that message when he went on Ontario television and spoke to the Ontario Press Corps about this bill last week. Unfortunately, we were late to the party. We didn't get to hear that announcement here. But the message has been sent. The bill will be passed. And we need to make sure it's the right bill. And that doesn't have to take weeks or months. God knows we're never here that long. But it might take a couple days to make sure that we've talked to the right people, and that's okay. So, you know, if I had had warning that this bill was coming or that we were discussing it, I think we'd have a lot more to say. Certainly, as I mentioned, I will flag that there are some labor mobility provisions that I understand will be amended when the bill goes through future stages in this legislature, and I suspect we will support those if they're sensible. But again, we're not going to curtail debate on Bill 12 to give the Premier the opportunity to give the speech he just made. He found his own opening. That's great. But on Bill 36, it's a good idea. We support it. We definitely look forward to hearing presentations at public bills. Too bad we can't see an amendment there, but maybe we'll see an amendment in Committee of the Whole House. And at the end of the day, I want to be very clear that we are all concerned about these tariffs. We are all concerned about our economic future. We are all concerned about the businesses, the sectors, the communities, the workers who stand to be impacted. And we ask the questions we ask, and we bring the voices we bring into this chamber to make our response better, to make our bills better, to make our province better. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm only going to speak for a few minutes. Pretty lively debate, passionate. I think some of those emotions are a combination of this bill and some other things that have been happening here tonight. That's okay. That's happens in here. I've seen it for years. But I just do want to rise in my place on behalf of my colleague too as well. We've been steadfast from the beginning as a caucus and as two guys that had the ability to hold portfolios that were involved with resource development, have some experience around the economic development file as former members on the government side to show our support. We have lots of debates in here, and we have lots of questions around how we get to where we need to be when it comes to this bill. We provide suggestions. If you'll notice our bills, most of our bills that we tabled this session are on the economy, and there are ways that we think can help. On this bill particularly, looking at doing geological surveys so we can find out where our best potential is for critical minerals across the province. It's important. I think the government should do it. Mining Association thinks you should do it. We did it in the offshore. Back to this bill, of course. I'm just making examples of why I'm getting on my place to talk about interprovincial trade. There are things and investments the government is going to have to make along the way that will help support this bill. If we're going to be open for business, we need to be able to move product. How do we move product? You need good roads, you need ports, and you need good rail. That's why we're asking the questions that we're asking. That's why we're tabling the bills that we tabled. And if you notice in question period today, for example, we're asking questions to get information. It's not a fight. Hey, we'll fight. We've fought for years. Myself and the Premier and debated issues, and other members here and members with the NDP, they asked me lots of tough questions when I was in cabinet. But it's about information. And if you notice, people want information. They want information. So we come at this at a very, middle of the ground, I guess, is kind of where I'm at. I think the government needs to be transparent about the $200 million. I don't think it's enough. I think you're going to be into spending more. And they're going to make decisions like we made decisions during the pandemic. You're going to spend money. You need to support families. You need to support businesses. This is an unprecedented economic time in our history, which is still evolving. Ideally, we will wake up someday and the volatility that we see south of the border, maybe someone will come to their senses. I doubt it. But, we'll see. There are things the government's going to need to do, and I think it will help them. And I think, we'll ask questions in opposition. And Ian and I, the Minister from Timberley Prospect and I, as we've done, and look at our bills. Look at the bills we've tabled. Look at the conversation and the narrative that we've had around this particular bill. We're not going to agree with everything the government's done. We absolutely haven't agreed on a lot of things in Bill 1 this week. I called them unforced errors. And as a result, the government pulled a lot of them back. Just the more you can pull back. But on this bill particularly, we're going to sit here and we're going to debate and we're going to talk about a whole lot of things. The government's going to make decisions around money, and I appreciate the comments. The member from Timberley Prospect and I are here to help and use the experience that we have. Will we agree? We're not going to agree on everything. Of course not. It's the legislature. We're going to debate and we're going to call the government out on certain aspects of this as we move forward. Not to say we got you, but to say, try this. And maybe the government will, we hope, to listen. Because regardless of what we talk about in here, my thoughts are to the people at Port Hawkesbury Paper, to the Michelins, to all the people who export product out of this province to the States. They're probably not watching this debate right now, but they're having a conversation with their family. And they need us all. They need us all to put the swords down, especially on this one. So, when I say that, we will come with suggestions. We will critique the government as they make decisions. But it's in the best interests of everyone. Those families that are home right now, worried sick, if they're going to get a call in the morning to say the layoffs are coming. Because guess what? The sad reality is that many of them probably are. So, let's try to turn it down a little bit, especially on this one. We're going to ask you questions. You're not going to like them all. We're going to ask the government questions. They're not going to like all the questions we're going to ask. We're going to do media around this stuff, Madam Speaker. We did it today. We had questions around accountability on the $200 million. You should do it like it's important, because you're probably, not because we don't agree, but you're probably going to spend more than that. This could be a hefty bill. And as you spend that money, we have a responsibility on this side to ask some questions, but also understand that this is going to be fluid. And just let's all figure this thing out the best we can. So I'll leave it at that. But the temperature went up like 1,000 degrees in here this evening. We can, for a whole number of reasons. But let's not, when we go home tonight, and as I just said, think of the workers at Michelin. Think of the workers at Port Hawkesbury Paper. Think of the workers with the auto plant. We all have an example. Think about our fishers. Think about our foresters. All of those folks are having very challenging conversations with their families right now. And we got to step up for them big time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to stand and speak just for a couple of moments to Bill 36 and strongly stand in support of Bill 36 and thank the Premier for bringing this bill forward and thank him for taking this step that hopefully every other Premier and territorial leader in the country will follow in their footsteps. This is a bill that I would say is long overdue. It's unfortunate that it took Trump tariffs to bring it forward, but here we are, Madam Speaker. And every day that goes by, I think everyone is just more and more astonished at what we're seeing south of the border. And many of us here probably watched his speech to Congress last night in disbelief. And I think one thing that we can all see is that he's not bluffing. When he says he's putting tariffs on and when he says he wants to take over our country and annex, he's speaking the truth and we need to take him seriously. So when looking at Bill 36, Madam Speaker, I absolutely support the spirit of this bill. I do have questions. I'd love to see more details of the bill. Who is working on this bill? Does the Premier have a team who's working specifically on interprovincial barriers? If yes, who is on the team? Would the Premier take opposition's advice on who would be good to be on the team? Because I can certainly make recommendations there. Some of my other questions is, has the Premier spoken with the Atlantic Premiers Council on these issues? I know the Premier has shared that he has spoken with the Premier of Ontario, which is great. But has he been speaking with our neighbours directly to our north and to our east, specifically New Brunswick and PEI, and as well Newfoundland? Has the Premier met with Premier Holt? Has he met with the new Premier of PEI, Premier Lance, and as well the Premier from Newfoundland? Can the Premier be proactive? My understanding when I read this bill is that, we'll remove a barrier if they remove a barrier. But the reality is, Madam Speaker, when you're a leader, a lot of times you need to be proactive, you need to take the first step. And is the Premier willing to do that? Is he willing to say to New Brunswick, we will accept your provincially inspected meat, even if you won't accept ours? And sometimes when you're a leader, Madam Speaker, you need to be willing to take that first step. And the reality is, our province right now does not accept provincially inspected meat from New Brunswick. And we could take that first step, Madam Speaker. We could take the lead. Will we accept licenses from other provinces like New Brunswick, right next door, PEI? Again, why don't we take the lead? We don't actually need this legislation to make some of those changes. And as the leader of the official opposition said, many of those other provincial legislatures may not even be in session. So for them to pass a bill in some of the provinces may not even be possible right now. So, can we take measures despite this legislation? Let's get to work. What about our trade workers and their qualifications and accepting their licenses? I mentioned earlier today about the Cobequid Pass tolls. Why don't we take the lead, extend an olive branch and say no more tolls for Canadian travelers? Yes, we're going to double for commercial vehicles from the States, but let's remove that barrier for other Canadians that are traveling here to Nova Scotia. commercial and domestic. The non-resident D-transfer tax, let's stop that plan to double it. That sends the wrong message. It's contradictory, really, in the spirit of this bill, Bill 36. So let's just stop that. Let's pause that. Let's look at public works. What are some of the barriers between our provinces that our truckers are struggling with, and other people that are transporting goods in between provinces? There are all kinds of rules there in public works that need to be worked at. Is there a team right now in our Department of Public Works that are looking at some of those interprovincial rules that cause barriers? I can tell you, I hear about it all the time, Madam Speaker, being close to the border. Our nurses, you know, I've talked in this chamber many times, and I'll just mention it again. Not just the licensure of our nurses, but the student loan forgiveness program. Our Nova Scotia nurses living, working right here in Nova Scotia, but study next door in another province, are not eligible for the student loan forgiveness program despite being Nova Scotia taxpayers. So that, again, is another barrier. Madam Speaker, I do believe we need to work together. Bill 36 is a bill that's very important right now. And I echo the comments of my colleague that just spoke, from Sydney Member 2, that all of us have a responsibility here to work together on this. Our people that we represent depend on us. And I know here in the chamber there's a lot of elbows up, as the Premier said, but I want to say thank you to the Premier. A few weeks ago, I had one of my business owners who exports a large percentage of their products. Business owners are scared right now, Madam Speaker. Business owners do not want their businesses to suffer. They don't want to have to do layoffs. They don't want to lose their business. They're scared right now. And when I reached out to the Premier and asked that he call this business owner, he did. And that showed me that he's willing to work together. And I thank him for that. And I'm sure he would do the same for any one of us in here. We need to realize who our real enemy is, and it's not anyone within this chamber. Trump, you know, he's looking at the world right now the same way he looked at his real estate business. He's looking to acquire. He looks at Canada as another acquisition. Greenland the same. And we need to show him, Madam Speaker, that we are stronger than him. We must stand together, be unified, make sure we take every action, and my encouragement to the Premier and to the government and to all of us is to look seriously at every single barrier, big and small, that impedes trade, goods and services, workers, between any province in this country. Let us lead the way and encourage other provinces to follow. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is the host ready for the question? The motion is for second reading of Bill 36, free trade and mobility within Canada. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? There has been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order, order, order. The clerk will now conduct a recorded vote. Please remain completely silent while the clerks record your vote. I recognize the clerk.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Kim Maslin.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Brendan McGuire.
Yes.
Tim Houston.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
Fred Tilley.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Twyla Gross.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Marco McLeod.
Yes.
Adegoke Fadare.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Leah Martin. Chris Palmer.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
Brian Wong. John A. McDonald.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
Brad McGowan.
Yes.
Kyle McCory.
Yes.
Tim Outfit.
Yes.
Rick Burns.
Yes.
Julie Van Exen.
Yes.
Diane Timmons. David Bowlby.
Yes.
Nick Hilton.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Scott Armstrong.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
We.
Claudia Chender.
Yes.
Susan LeBlanc.
Yes.
Lisa Lachance.
Yes.
Derek Mombriquette.
Yes.
Ian Rankin. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
Yes.
Paul Wozni.
Yes.
Susie Hansen.
Yes.
Kendra Coombs.
Yes.
Kent Smith.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Ryan Robichaud.
Yes.
Damian Stoylov.
Yes.
Danny McGilvery.
Yes.
Krista Gallagher. Rod Wilson.
Yes.
Lena Hamid.
Yes.
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 50, nays 0.
The motion is carried.
Bill 36, an act respecting free trade and mobility within Canada.
Order that the bill be referred to the Standing Committee on Public Bills. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill 11, Administrative Efficiency and Accountability in Healthcare Act?
Okay. Bill number 11, Administration Efficiency and Accountability in Health Care. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Speaker, I move that Bill number 11, an act respecting administrative efficiency and accountability in healthcare, be now read a second time. Speaker, modernizing our healthcare system takes many forms: investments in healthcare infrastructure, investments in people, investments in innovation and technology. But sometimes we need to make changes that perhaps are more in the background, and that's what this legislation aims to do. So this legislation, we will be repealing the Anatomy Act and the Emergency Department Accountability Act, and by amending the Health Services Insurance Act and the Human Organ and Tissue Donation Act, we will continue to modernize the healthcare system. The Anatomy Act is outdated. It comes from a time when there were concerns about the illegal procurement of cadavers for medical training. So this act is no longer required because we have the Human Organ and Tissue Donation Act. Amendments to this Act will ensure that those functions of the Anatomy Act will now apply in the regulations under the Human Organ and Tissue Donation Act. We will amend the Health Services Insurance Act. So this amendment is essentially housekeeping. This amendment provides clarity in existing language within the legislation for healthcare professionals. So it will now be clearer that healthcare professionals can charge private insurers or the federal government programs more than the provincial tariff rate, where those higher payments are available and permitted to be used. So I'll give you an example using dental care. So some of the most commonly billed dental services include recall examinations, fluoride treatments, and x-rays. And under the federal Canadian Dental Care Plan, these services can be billed at a higher rate than the provincial tariff. So this language in the amendment allows this change and provides more clarity. What's important to note is that nothing will change for patients. They will still be protected from paying anything out of pocket for insured services. And Speaker, we're making one last change. We will repeal the Emergency Department Accountability Act. As the members of this House know, every year the Minister of Health and Wellness tables a report on the status of emergency department closures in the province. The report ends, the time period ends on March 31st of the previous year, but is tabled in December. So a report with data that is at least 9 months old, a report with data that's now available in real time to anyone is more current. I mentioned the investments in innovation and technology at the outset of my remarks. And over the past several years, we've established public reporting dashboards and websites where the information within this report is available. So it's available in real time. It's certainly not lagging 9 months or more. So Nova Scotia Health has websites with up-to-date service interruptions and emergency department closure information. The Action for Health reporting and publicly available daily dashboard is full of data and metrics from our healthcare system, including ambulance response times and ambulance offloads. So Nova Scotians can even see predicted wait times at emergency departments in the province by opening your Health NS app. So Speaker, these changes are what support our work to create a modern healthcare system with legislation that reflects and responds to the realities of healthcare today. And I certainly look forward to comments from my colleagues across the floor. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Thank you, Speaker. I can talk, but I'm not going to be talking for an hour, so reassuring everyone. So I want to speak to Bill 11. I've got some comments, also some questions. So first of all, there are some really good aspects of this bill. I really do like the updating of the Human Donation Act. As someone who benefit from the gifts of legacy in medical school, it's really quite reassuring to see a 200-year-old bill be updated. And most importantly, what I really like in that aspect is the diligence and oversight and the reporting to ensure that those gifts are treated with the respect they deserve. And also, I like the aspect that that's being measured and reported back on. So I can only say again, someone who's benefit from human donations in education, that it really is a gift of legacy, and also the tissue donations for many, many medical reasons are another gift. So I like the diligence and the oversight of those special gifts. However, I do have to ask the question of why we're taking out the emergency report. Yes, there's some concerns in it. There's some success, but there's some struggles. You know, the struggles with the increase in wait times, the decrease, some unplanned, unscheduled changes. But I would have to disagree that it's not the app is replacing the data. I see it as a very separate data, and I'm data pro. I see it more as aggregate data. And for me, I think there's a benefit also for thinking my planning hat when we know that Queens County is going to be closed on weekends for I don't know how long. I think what's this long-term could tell us what happens to the population utilization when we close one emerge, even weekends. Where do those people go? And that's not something that a weekly closure reports. I think that would be valuable in terms of planning. If we're closing one emerge for weekends, for whatever reason, where do the people go and what resources do we need to support that change? Is it more EHS or whatever? So I'm thinking kind of as a bureaucrat. But I would say that I don't think it's outdated. I think it's a different type of data. And I think it's got lots of value in that it shows us the big picture. And I would suggest it shouldn't be discarded. I would suggest it should be improved. Yes, there's struggles in there with ER closures, scheduled versus unscheduled. It's not a very complex report. I actually think it could be improved upon in one way. And so my NDP friends are always thinking, what is he going to say about this? But I refer, and I have referred similar to an Ontario Progressive Conservative government report released in January. And in terms of methodology, Dr. Philpott is, in that methodology, speaks on the goals the government has to how many collaborative health centers there have. And she speaks in that report, supported by the Ontario government, is how many placements, how many attachments will happen within this year versus that year. So I applaud the government for doing that because that's something they're going to be held accountable to. But it's a goal, it's a lofty goal, and I hope they succeed. So I think the Emerge report, rather than just reporting closures, encounters, wait times, why not follow in the spirit of methodology that Ontario is using and apply it to, why not set goals for openings, not closures, but why not set goals for, in the next fiscal year, our goal is going to be open 80% of the time compared to 60% of the time now, and then measure it to benchmark against that, just very much like the discussions we've been having in estimates. So, and I think that data is also really important to those of us in healthcare, to communities. So I don't think it has to be discarded. I think it's a different set of data, and I would aspire to do better, not less. And also, again, let's be bold and taking goals and putting them out there saying, hold us accountable to this. So let's not just report closures, let's report openings. I think that would be really helpful and hopefully reassuring that this is what the benchmark government has set, this is where we made it, and keep it open that. So again, I would argue that it's a different set of data. I would argue it's an opportunity to set really brave and bold goals and reassure us that there are goals, and benchmark our own performance, government's performance, the legislature's performance against that. And because even if we take it away, what do we like to talk about in Nova Scotia? We like to talk about the weather and our health. So we can take away the reporting mechanism, but it's not going to change people's experiences or their point of view. And sometimes our point of view when we use healthcare as a healthcare provider, when you're constantly being slammed, is not always accurate. So taking away a report is not going to change our constituents' point of view and their experience. So it could actually speak to the experience. So when our expectations aren't met, we're going to fill in the gaps. So I would suggest that this data has an opportunity to fill in the gaps with facts. It's not the same as the merge closures. And so I think there's an opportunity here again, to enhance the report, not simply discard it. And I have to say that I'm still left with the perplexion of why take it away when there's an opportunity. And I would argue to anyone, it's different than the app, and it shouldn't be an either or. So I think there's an opportunity here. And so I really am surprised, and again, say, why not enhance it instead of discarding it? Because people's experience will fill in the gaps. And let's speak to facts. Let's make it a better report instead of disregarding the report. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And now I gotta turn back into being an opposition MLA for a few minutes and talk about, there are aspects of the bill, of course, that we like, but I remember a time when these data reports were heavily used by the progressive conservatives who are now the government to their advantage politically. And boy, oh boy, did they use those reports, Madam Speaker. Everything was doctor wait lists and everything was ER wait times, and those liberals, they don't have control over anything, and constantly tabled report after report after report. Use them in elections, reference the numbers, use them in their campaign materials, use them when they first formed government. Talk about the despair and the awful government before them who couldn't fix those ER wait times, and they'd table those reports, and they would table them over and over again. It was the previous government's fault. So now here we are, 2025, in a new government with a supermajority, and they're going to remove data. I live in a wild world in here. I've seen too much, I think. I would never support the idea of removing data because, as my colleague said from the NDP, people talk about lots of things, talk about the weather, talk about their children too as well. And I was reminded that I miss my children. But the more data that we can give to Nova Scotians, the better, so they can actually track the government on progress. And the government will make investments, which they have, and the minister will talk about those investments in question period, and she will in her remarks. But when I saw that they were going to start removing these reports, I had to get up and say something, just because they were used so heavily by this government when they were in opposition. It was like the Bible for them. It was. They used them all the time. All the speeches that the Premier gave about 70,000 people on a wait list, and it's chaos, and all of a sudden now we can't even determine how many are actually on the needed family practice list because it's not to their advantage anymore. The ER wait times at the regional and Sydney it is a monstrous problem. And they would table those documents. Look how bad this is. Those terrible liberals. And this QP was dominated by healthcare questions, if people remember back then. All the members who were in government were asking the questions about their ERs and their ridings, and whether it was Queens or whether it was Sydney. That's what they did. I remember all these years ago, all these years later. So there'll be other opportunities to talk about this, but I just had to get on my feet and state that. These reports matter to people, regardless of politics. People read this stuff, they talk about this stuff. This is the stuff that actually made this government the government, because they took the information and they made it a story and they made it a narrative. And Nova Scotians gave them the ability to run on it. And then they spent a term saying they were going to fix healthcare, and those lists skyrocketed. And the wait lists and the ER reports were coming out, and the hours for the wait times were worse, and they were worse, and they were worse. And now they're just not going to exist. Yeah, it's anyway. It's amazing how you can give a speech about, you know, one thing and then all of a sudden have to get up and talk about something else. Like, but anyway, speech. I know. So I'm going to stop there for now. There's going to be other opportunities to speak about this, but I just, for all of the new members, many of you are part of a government that use this data that you're about to eliminate on a daily basis to get to where they're at. And now they're going to get rid of it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just speak for a moment to Bill 11. I do feel like the title is a little misleading because it's an act respecting administrative efficiency and accountability in healthcare. So when you read that, you would assume that you make an assumption, or at least I would, that you're increasing accountability when in fact we are decreasing accountability by removing the ER accountability report. So my colleagues have spoken about this at length. I'm not going to say a lot more other than I do think the expectations for Nova Scotians and certainly the people that I represent expect accountability and transparency by the government, and no one wants to see a decrease in that, Madam Speaker. I did have some concerns about not so much the repealing of the Anatomy Act, but I am concerned that there's not enough information shared in legislation in what's been added in the subsection for the Human Organ and Tissue Donation Act. I did have some questions during the technical briefing. So we all know the Human Organ and Tissue Donation Act did change the laws in Nova Scotia that didn't require people to give permission that there is automatically you become a donor. So I did have some questions just around donation of organs for ongoing medical research and stuff, but I'm going to see what comes out of public bills and speak more at length on third reading. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Health, it will be to close debate on second reading. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you, and I thank my colleagues for their comments. So, you know, I do believe in its day that the ED Accountability Act had a time, and it was in a time and place it had a lot of validity. There wasn't a lot of data, and certainly when we formed government, there wasn't a lot of real-time data that was available, and it is a lot of work to compile that report when we look at administrative burden. And the data immediately is 9 to 21 months old at the time that it's tabled. And I wasn't here back then, to the member's point, but I do want to say that the years before I came here, the last few years before I was elected, they really, the despair in the system was real. I just cannot say, you know, that what it was like. And so it wasn't a story and it wasn't a narrative. It really was a difficult time. There's been a lot of investment in a number of areas. There's a lot more to do, but certainly we feel that we're moving the needle. So the data now that's available is actually real-time data, and I'll just give some examples to the members' points, just so you know, perhaps just to give you some examples of where it is. So. In the Action for Health on the Progress Update dashboard, there is, under Solution 2, the percentage of ED visits by patients without access to a primary health care provider, so that we are looking at who is actually utilizing emergency room services. Under Solution 5, the percentage of ambulance response times within benchmark is available, the percentage of ED wait times within benchmarks, and the percentage of ambulance offload intervals within 30 minutes is all there. And certainly there are times we wish those numbers were better, and we continue to invest and make improvements for those to improve as well. So those are available in real time. Action for Health on the daily dashboard. Daily ED visits by site is available, so people are able to drill down and see what's happening in their communities, including a 2-week trend of ED visits, triage levels as well, EHS response times, average EHS response times, and there's a few more. Under Nova Scotia Health webpage, there is a quick link to service interruption so people can understand if the emergency department in their community is disrupted, and also emergency department wait times, the average and projected wait times for people who are attending the emergency room. And so the Nova Scotia Health will continue to maintain a database of ED closures to assist with service planning. And certainly the role of the department is to monitor and regulate the operators in the province, both IWK and Nova Scotia Health. And so that data, that real-time data, while this is public-facing, there's a myriad of other data that those folks who do data analytics and performance and accountability work watch on a daily basis, and we get regular updates, and we're talking constantly about how we improve services. So I just want to assure members that, you know, I appreciate the time and place that this report was built in, but I do believe that it's more important now that we have real-time data. It's public-facing, it's on several websites, and it's using not only in the immediate time, but also trending to better understand how to improve services. And with that, I will close debate on second reading.
The motion is to close second reading on Bill 11, Administrative Efficiency and Accountability in Healthcare Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried.
Bill 11, an act respecting administrative efficiency and accountability in healthcare.
Ordered that the bill be referred to the Standing Committee on Public Bills. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That concludes the government business for today. I move that the House now do rise again on March 6th from 1 till 10, following the daily routine and question period. Government business will include Bill 68.
The motion is that the House rise to meet again on Thursday, March 6th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned until Thursday, March 6th.
3.5 hours.
Yeah.